central India. So we give you a reach that we give you media publicity. So this is how they get the target audience, and later on these people give the advertisements in the newspapers also. So you have to draft the blueprint. Events are very important, but you have to draft the blueprint that what exactly you are looking out for. So your objective has to be very clear.
Well, what will be the cost of organizing a event for a mid-size company? Do you have any, you want to really talk about that?
Yes, for example, Ashoka Hotel, like I'm just letting you know because many people they organize the events in Ashoka Hotel and they have a very good banquet hall. So they have various banquet halls, but the one on the first floor is pretty big. So, there it costs you around 8 to 10 lakh rupees, and it has got a seating arrangement of around 300 people can be accommodated. So that is one, I'm just letting you know the cost. But I've personally, because since I was heading the PR department of a certain NGO, I have organized events in only 25,000 also, because we had our own theater, we had our own amphitheater where we would organize the events. So in 25,000, that was just the costing of getting the guest, providing them the transportation facility and the food part. So you have to see how big is the event, and how big you want the reach to be, and you have to just find out your sponsors, because most of the events are sponsored events. They are the sponsored events. Like I'm talking about the Amar Ujala, the people who participated in the event, they actually paid the fees, and through that fees, they organized the event.
When we are talking about an activity, public relation activity, and we are organizing events, so it should be yearly organizing recurring event for any company, or we can take a break maybe after some time, 2 years, 3 years, and we finalize an event or something. And when we are launching a product or services, when the event becomes so necessity for any business.
I personally would say the property. We use the technical term property for the events. When we launch an event and make it an annual property, it should be there. For example, the Dubai Shopping Festival is an annual property. It's an event and it's an annual property which happens every Dubai, but that's a very huge event. So you should, because the only thing which I can say, these 2 years, some people they have taken the break for not organizing the event. They have taken the break, and we all know because of the reason of COVID. So otherwise, if it should be an annual property, so that every year you make more profit, you have more reach, and more people get connected to your event. And the last event is always a learning session, because once the event gets over, we always have a post-mortem meeting. In the post-mortem meeting, we discuss about the faults, about the obstacles, about the wrong things we did, we should not have done, and we make a note of that. That goes in the project report, so that next year when the same event is organized, we don't do the same faults. So it should be an annual thing. Yes, as you said, the event should be an annual thing, because then it becomes it get correlated with your organization. For example, Manik Chand Filmfare Award. It is now related with, when you say Filmfare Award, suddenly you have the name Filmfare, Times of India, and Manik Chand. So it should be an annual property. It enhances the name of the organization also, and gives them a good PR in the market.
I also feel that it also give a platform reaching out to your target audience, as you mentioned that the invites are being sent to the target clients, a target audience. So I think it also enhance the personal relation once we are organizing an event for the target, for the businesses, for the target audience. Would you like to share any case study which you really like regarding this event, any company who has organized and you appreciate?
Okay, so I would talk about my own thing. So I have this think tank which is called CMPPR, and through that I organized the very first event, and it was a huge success. It was a political event, and it was about the situation in the Kashmir, terrorism, media, and Kashmir. That how media is handling the terrorism of Kashmir and how it presented to the general masses. So, as I said, I had organized this event in the Ashoka Hotel in the banquet hall on the first floor, and I had invited the school students, like from school and colleges, so like from every mass media institute, university, colleges, two teachers, the two faculties, and 10 students were invited. And I had specifically focused on the students because they are the future journalists of the country. They're going to be the future media members of the country. And it was a day long event where people from various political groups were invited and they spoke on the event. It was a very successful event, and I can share the link with you later on.
Well, as usual, today also it was so enriching discussion, and we discussed about how important events are for a public relation activity. So we'll be meeting again, Ritu, and discuss more profound aspects of public relation and how and why it is so important. Till then, bye bye, and you take care.
Thank you so much. Bye bye. Nice to talk to you on show. Thank you so much.
Hello friends, this is Akul Mac Live and I am Chandrakant. Today in the legal matters, we will talk about what is the sedition law. And most of us would be knowing that sedition was the biggest tool used against Indians during the freedom struggle by the British. And today we are using the same law among Indians. There has been very loosely framed legal system which tells very clearly where sedition is applicable, where not. So today we have this discussion which is going to be very interesting. It will bring about a lot of clarity around the freedom of speech, and sedition also help you differentiate between the two. So stick around to this show and we will have a very interesting and distinguished guest to tell us more about it. Welcome back friends, and today's subject is about sedition. And recently there was a case on the famous journalist Vinod Dua, and to discuss this case I have my friend joining in from Ahmedabad, Mr. Jeet Bhatt, who's also a practicing advocate in Ahmedabad High Court. So welcome to the show, Jeet.
Thank you, Chandrakant, for having me on this show. And yes, we are going to discuss an important legal matter today with regards to the sedition laws in India, and also the case of Vinod Dua versus Union of India.
Well, Jeet, recently Vinod Dua has been making a lot of YouTube videos, and he has a huge fan followers because, you know, he has been around since our childhood. You know, we used to see his programs when there was only Doordarshan, and he has been there with Doordarshan for very long time. And he's also done so many series of different programs on the TV as well as on YouTube. And recently there has been a case on him. So why don't you tell our viewers about more about this case?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, everybody must have heard about Vinod Dua. He's a very reputed journalist and also awarded Padma Bhushan. So certainly he's a very well-known journalist in this country. So basically his case, which the Supreme Court delivered a very landmark judgment recently, is based on the sedition laws in India. Now, sedition is referred to as the prince of all the laws which the Britishers have imposed in order to repress the country, repress the people of this country. And that is what had been said by Mahatma Gandhi in the famous trial in Ahmedabad. in which he also faced the charges of a case of sedition against him, wherein he pleaded guilty and was sentenced for a term of 6 years in the Ahmedabad Sessions Court in 1919 or 1920. But that is a very famous case of sedition in India and a very famous trial, wherein the judge also remarked that even I would be very happy if Mr. Gandhi is remitted or his sentence is reduced. But in law, this is the sentence, and since he has pleaded guilty, my hands are bound and I have to prescribe a punishment of 6 years. But his speech was very powerful in that case against him, though he pleaded guilty. But sedition, as he has said, is the prince of all the sections under the Indian Penal Code, which the Britishers have imposed in order to repress the freedom of speech and expression. And therefore, after the constitution being framed, and after prescribing the freedom of speech and expression and guaranteeing it to every citizen under Article 19(1)(a) of the Constitution, this section of sedition did come in conflict the fundamental right and was attacked in a case before the Punjab and Haryana High Court in the year 1950, wherein the judgment of Tara Singh Gopichand, the Punjab High Court declared this section to be invalid on the grounds of violation of fundamental right to freedom of speech and expression. And it said that this section of the Indian Penal Code is not in accordance with the sovereign, republic and democratic country that India is. And therefore it is invalid as it violates the fundamental right of freedom and speech and expression. But because of this judgment in the year 1950 and because of the judgment of Romesh Thapar and Brij Bhushan, declaring certain acts which provided for public order, wherein it provided restrictions on press, which came up before the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court struck down those laws with regards to public order and public maintenance as being violative of fundamental right and infringing freedom of speech and expression. The Parliament at that time, by way of the first constitutional amendment, brought in certain restrictions on this freedom of speech and expression. And at that time, the President, Mr. Rajendra Prasad, said that it is an irony of fate that the first thing that is to be assailed in the Constitution is the fundamental rights. As the first constitutional amendment, several fundamental rights and brought in more restrictions than what the original Constitution makers had provided. So by way of this first amendment to the Constitution, Article 19, Clause 2 came to be amended. And Article 19, Clause 2 provides for reasonable restrictions to be prescribed in order to exercise the right of freedom of speech and expression. So on what grounds this fundamental right can be restricted came to be amended, and certain restrictions which were not there in the original Constitution came to be inserted. And it provided that one of the restrictions which can be imposed on this fundamental right was in order to have public order. So any act which prescribes or which advances public order or decency or morality, or is in the interest of security of the state, cannot be a violation of fundamental right to freedom of speech and expression and will be considered to be a reasonable restriction. So therefore, in the interest of the security of the state and public order, which came to be added by way of the First Amendment, the section of sedition came to be revalidated. And since this amendment was with retrospective effect, the judgment of Punjab High Court came to be nullified. So therefore, despite of the High Court declaring a section to be invalid on the ground of violation of fundamental right, came to be revalidated and came to be implemented by way of this first constitutional amendment. And this is very interesting because this is the part of history which is not very much aware with regards to the right of press, as this is how invalid section came to be revalidated by the amendment to the Constitution. Now, with regards to sedition, there is a landmark judgment of the Supreme Court in the year 1962, where in the matter of Kedarnath, the Supreme Court curtailed the ambit of this sedition law, because sedition law, if I may just put it what it is provided as an offense under section 124. And it says that whoever by words, either spoken or written, brings to attempt or brings into hatred, to contempt, or excites or attempts to excite disaffection towards the government established by law in India shall be punished with transportation for life or any shorter term to which fine may be added. So this is a provision, a penal provision under the Indian Penal Code, where the offense prescribes for a punishment for life. So this is an offense against the state, and whoever, by words either spoken or written, brings or attempts to bring into hatred or contempt, or excites or attempts to excite disaffection towards the government. So at that time, Supreme Court in 1962, interpreting this provision, held that uh, this section will have to be read in accordance with the fundamental right of freedom of speech and expression, and it has to be ensured that it has to be reconciled, because this section violates fundamental right of freedom of speech and expression. And therefore the Supreme Court held that what constitutes this is that a person who excites disaffection against the government by way of promoting or by unlawful means any alteration to the state, or incites a disturbance of the peace, or raises discontent among the subjects of the country, or excites class hatred. If it complies with these conditions, then only can a statement written or spoken come within the ambit of an offense of sedition. So therefore, it curtailed its ambit and restricted it to certain class of action which incites violence. So not every kind of word spoken or written which is a dissent to the government's policy or criticizing the government would come within the ambit of sedition. But some such form of speech which would incite violence or would ask the people to take arms or to rebel or revolt against the government, then and then only would such speech or writing come within the ambit of sedition. So this is how 1962 Supreme Court reconciled the offense of sedition with fundamental right to speech and expression. But with regards to the case of Mr. Vinod Dua, what he had done is that he had put up a video on his YouTube channel wherein he said and criticized the government's action with regards to the COVID preparedness. And it was alleged in the FIR that he mentioned that Narendra Modi has used deaths and terror attacks to garner votes. And he claims that the government does not have enough testing facilities and has made false statement about the availability of the personal protective kits, and has stated that there is no sufficient information on those. He also went on to state that ventilators and sanitizer exports were stopped only on 24th March 2020. He also said that he spread false and malicious news by stating that with regards to information about COVID preparedness of the government. So these were the allegations against him in the FIR. And an FIR under section 124A was instituted against Mr. Dua in Himachal Pradesh. And he preferred a petition before the Supreme Court challenging the said FIR and for the quashment of the FIR before the Supreme Court. Now, Supreme Court, considering the entire law on sedition also with regards to its history and how it came into in India under the Indian Penal Code, the Supreme Court ultimately held that none of the statements made by Mr. Vinod Dua constituted an offense of sedition, and therefore quashed and set aside the FIR which was registered against him in the state of Himachal Pradesh. So what the Supreme Court held in his case was that the provisions of the section, along with the explanation, makes it reasonably clear that the section aims at rendering penal only such activities as would be intended or have a tendency to create disorder or disturbance of public peace by resort to violence. And as already pointed out, the explanation appended to the main body of the section makes it clear that criticism of public measure or comment on government action, however strongly worded, would be within reasonable limits and would be consistent with the fundamental right of freedom of speech and expression. And it is only when the words written or spoken which have the pernicious tendency or intention of creating public disorder or disturbance of law and order, that the law steps in to prevent such activities in the interest of public order. So conclude the section, in opinion of the Supreme Court, strikes the correct balance between individual fundamental freedom and the interest of public order. So therefore, the Supreme Court, by way of this judgment, quashed and set aside the FIR which is registered against Mr. Dua. So this is how the case came to be dismissed. The FIR came to be quashed by the Supreme Court by holding that the offense of sedition can be constituted only if the words spoken are so strong that it would incite violence. Otherwise, however strong the condemnation of the government or the people in the government, or however strong the criticism against the government, would not lead to an offense of sedition. So this is a very important judgment, because a lot of time this section is misused, and even a fair and just criticism of the government is used in order to curb the dissent and criticism by invoking sections like sedition against individuals. So therefore, it's a very important and a landmark judgment of the Supreme Court.
Indeed, Jeet, it is a very landmark judgment, and I feel that sedition has been used time and again against many individuals as a means to sort of teach them a lesson, and it is the most ultimate punishment it draws. So that is why I think this kind of judgments are important, so that people know what is sedition and what is a normal speech or an expression, just like in this case. Because I think Vinod Dua made a video, like you and I are making a video. I think we can express our opinion on anything as long as we are not talking against the country. I think that is where sedition lies, where we are not talking against the country, against a particular community, against people, or inciting violence. So as long as that is true, I think that is clarity is required. But many times, Jeet, I feel that the even people don't understand the clear definition of the legal aspects. So in such cases, what people should do? I mean, they should know their limits, isn't it?
Yes, Chandrakant, you are absolutely right. In fact, rather than use of this section, a lot of times this section has been misused, because there's an absolute, you're absolutely right that every citizen has a freedom of speech and expression. So they can express their opinions, they can express themselves, they can put up their speeches online on contents, social platforms. And the restriction is that it should not incite violence, or it should not ask people to rebel or revolt. So with this in mind, with this thin line, if the people do not cross, then they're expressing their opinion, their speech is absolutely protected as their fundamental right. And therefore, everybody has this right to express themselves. But you are right, people are not aware. In fact, even the police machinery and also the executives are not aware of this line of distinction which has been drawn by the Supreme Court. And therefore, a lot of times this misuse of this section is seen. But then if this section has been invoked by the police, then the remedy would lie to approach the High Court for quashing of the FIR if the contents of the FIR do not disclose the commission of the offense of sedition. So a just, fair, or a proper criticism of the government or government's personnel can never amount to an act of sedition, and that is what has been clearly laid down by the Supreme Court. Because every person has a right to dissent, every person has a right to criticize the policies of the government, and that would not become an offense, because then that would be curtailing and curbing the right of freedom of speech and expression, which is one of the most important liberties which every citizen in a democratic setup has. So this has been accepted and accepted by the Supreme Court in several of its decisions. That right to freedom of speech and expression is a very fundamental, important civil liberty that a citizen is entitled in a democratic country, because transfer of information is possible through speech, either written or spoken. And therefore, it is very important that people are aware and people participate in a democratic process. And that is possible only if citizens have this fundamental right of freedom of speech and expression.
Absolutely. Jeet, in fact, I have one basic question here, and that is about the fake news. Because any fake news creator can also get away with his right of freedom of speech. because fake news can be snowballed into something much bigger, and then the originator of that news can simply walk away saying that, hey, I just reported what I felt. So do you have an opinion on this aspect as well?
Yes, Chandrakant. In fact, with social media, there are a lot of fake news are being spread. But with regards to the right of press, the journalists also have a duty to ensure to fact check that whether what they are sending or publishing is correct or not. So with regards to journalism, there are their codes of ethics which they have to follow. And if they are properly followed, then at least they would not be the spreaders of fake news. But with regards to general public, if they are not aware and if they are spreading fake news, but to that extent, if without fact check you spread a news which ultimately becomes false, itself would not become an offense of sedition. But however, people should themselves observe and make sure that what they are spreading is not false. So therefore, to that extent, it cannot be said that it would become an offense, but at least they must ensure that what they are spreading is correct or not, accurate or not.
I think this is the fine line, because one guy originates something which is running in his mind. He expresses his opinion, and by the time it snowballs and thousands of people tweet, retweet, forward, share, like, dislike, whatever that happens on the social media, it turns into something else. So let's come back to Vinod Dua's case, where he said that different aspects of preparedness of the government were not true as the government was claiming. So where it will fall? Will it fall like the Supreme Court has already judged that it is not sedition? So what kind of statement he made then? Is it fake news or real news? What is? Do you know anything about that?
Well, what he said and what the Supreme Court found was that he said that our biggest failure has been that we do not have enough facilities to carry out testing. So he said that we do not have testing facilities in India at that time when he put this video. The second thing that he said that till now we do not have any information how many PPE units, N95 masks we have and how many will become available by then. Third thing he said was that the ventilators needed in other countries and in India, respiratory devices and sanitizers were being exported till 24/3/2020 instead of keeping those for use in our country. The fourth thing he said the supply chain got disrupted due to blockage of roads, and now it is being heard that transportation of essential goods has been allowed. The fifth statement which was used against him was that he said that it is not difficult to imagine that when the supply chains have been closed, when the shops are closed, some people had gone to the extent of fearing food riots, which have not happened in our country, would happen. And the sixth, he said that when people started returning from Mumbai, that should have been a big signal for the government about the effect the complete lockdown in this country can bring about, but no lessons were learned. So the Supreme Court, interpreting his statements, ultimately found that he was criticizing the government, which was within his right as a journalist, because it is not that every step of the government has to be appreciated. In fact, the right of the duty of the journalist is to bring out or to criticize what the government is not doing, so that the government can act accordingly. So if what he was doing was actually bringing it to the notice of the government, what it was lacking, and therefore in doing that he was not spreading any fake news. He was, with regards to his opinions, he was suggesting what he felt at that time was needed in the country, and therefore this could in any manner not come within the offenses which were levied against him.
I think this is perfect. Your opinion is making a lot of sense, and what Vinod Dua said also is freedom of expression for every citizen of India. So I think thank you so much, Jeet, for coming over to our show and explaining very clearly what is sedition and what is not, and also distinguishing between fake news and a real journalism. So I think that is where the clarity you have brought it on, and it's thanks to you for clarifying this to our viewers.
Yes, also let me add here what a seditious speech is according to the Supreme Court. Because the Supreme Court in 1962 in the Kedarnath judgment, the speech which was considered as seditious is, I may just read out. wherein Kedarnath said that the forward Communist Party does not believe in the doctrine of vote itself. The party had always been believing in revolution and does so even at present. We believe in that revolution, which will come and in the flames of which the capitalists, zamindars, and the Congress leaders of India, who have made it their profession to loot the country, will be reduced to ashes, and on their ashes will be established a government of the poor and the downtrodden people of India. So, making such statements inciting violence or seeking rebel or revolt would certainly amount to a seditious speech. But otherwise, every other speech would come within the protection of freedom of speech and expression.
I think it makes a lot of sense. So, as the citizen of India, I think we should know the laws of our country, and we should also know what is allowed by the law and what is not. So, Jeet, thank you so much for coming over and explaining this case, which is very, very valuable from your side in terms of opinion, which is coming to us for our learning. So, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Chandrakant, for having me.
So we will catch up with you in the next episode of Legal Matters. Until then, I'd like to say goodbye for today.
Goodbye, Chandrakant.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmike Live, and in this series of understanding grapho analysis, grapho therapy, we are actually having discussion with Naveen Toshniwal for past couple of weeks, and today we want to discuss yet again with Naveen, and he will tell us something very interesting. So without further ado, let's welcome him.
हेलो, कैसे हैं आप?
Welcome to the show, Naveen. We are all fine and hope you're taking care, because I think yellow alert has been announced in North India because of the cold wave. Hope things are fine at Jaipur as well.
Yeah, it's all fine. And in fact, we are used to this cold at this time of the season. So it's perfectly fine. We are prepared. We are having mufflers and sweaters. So it's fine.
Great. I think your subject of grapho analysis has really, triggered the interest level of our viewers. And I think today you want to tell us something very, very interesting, specifically regarding one particular letter. So over to you, Naveen. All ears. We want to hear what you want to tell us today.
Yeah, I think in last couple of sessions, I had told you about the slant of the handwriting, and probably the upper loops, lower loops, and A's and O's, and the way you are writing M's and N's. I think we have discussed this in the earlier episodes. Now, T is one of the very important letters in handwriting analysis. And in fact, the book from where I've read, it has got 3 chapters on T. So, of course, I will briefly show you in the chart what various types of T will mean. See, now here, this is a normal T. I hope you can see it. And this T bar is crossing the T stem. And this T bar is slightly on the higher side. So this sort of T bar, which is closer towards the top, but not going above the stem, this shows people who are ambitious and they have a well-defined long-term goal. This T bar is going above the stem. This indicates people who are actually overthinkers. They think too much, and the actions to achieve their thinking is not there. They will go on thinking, I'll do this, I should do this, but that is all in thought. They will practically not do anything to achieve it. Now here you see a T bar is going low. This sort of low T bar indicates people who are lacking confidence or who have self-doubt. These people, they might be having difficulty in trying to initiate something. Even if they are trying to initiate, they may get self-doubt and they might leave the task in between. Now, this T stem, you will see it has got a sort of inverted V formation. This indicates people who are stubborn, jiddi. They are a difficult nut to crack. Now here the T bar is going to the right of the stem. This indicates people who have short temper. Here the T bar is going to the left of the stem. This indicates people who have procrastination, habit of keeping things pending or delaying decisions. Now here you see there is a T bar which has got a hook. This hook indicates people who have got jealousy or they have got some sort of greed in them. So it's not a good stroke. Now here the T bar is starting thick and finishing in a point. This sort of T bar indicates people who are sarcastic. They have sarcasm in them. The T bar with a down slant indicates people who are dominating. They have tendency to dominate. A T bar slanting up indicates people who are optimistic, a positive thinkers. Okay, now let's come to the next line. Here you will see the T bar is hardly visible. It's very, very small. It's almost like a dot, the T bar. This indicates people who are lacking willpower. They are not able to exactly give themselves a push to do something. Now, this one is having a curved T bar, convex if you look, concave if you look from the top, and this T bar is having a concave shape. It is a curved T bar. This sort of curved T bar indicates people who have got good self-control. Now, self-control can be related to small things like, I want to do this, or if you've got diabetes, I should avoid sweets. If you've got like BP, you should avoid salt. And it may also indicate more important things like, suppose you realize that you have some negative traits in you, which you are consciously trying to get over. That is also a good sign of self-control. Now here the T bar is having a wave sort of formation. This indicates people who have a good sense of humor.
Yes, I think there are a lot of a lot of variation in tea, and that determines how difficult it is to understand the character of the person. And
Yeah.
there are 24.
Sorry, there was a slight disconnection. Sorry, there was a slight disconnection. So now I'm back. Okay. So this sort of initial long stroke over here, this indicates people who have got resentment. They resent some old episodes which they are not able to get over or forget. Now, this is a T bar where a T bar and T stem are joined together. See, these are two examples where the T stem and T bar are joined. This is a positive stroke. This indicates people who are persistent. They will not leave anything if they start it. They will leave it only after they are able to finish the assignment. Now, another thing is you have a short T bar and a long, short T stem and a long T stem. A short T stem indicates people who are independent. They are not bothered. People, they know exactly what they are doing. They are not dependent on others. A long T bar indicates people who have vanity or pride. So it may tend to be a negative stroke if there is too much of it. So these are some various varieties of T's which we find in the handwriting. And as I told you earlier, it is the repetition of the strokes which carry the most important value. The particular strokes which are repeated more number of times, that particular trait has a more prominence in your characteristics. So I hope this will give you some idea the importance of T in the various ways the T's can be written.
Well, Naveenji, it is so amazing to even hear from you about just one alphabet, which is T. And there are 24 in English language, and there could be, I mean, if you look at other languages, there are more alphabets. So it could be very, very complicated, to understand the character of the person looking at the handwriting. Because if you look at combination itself using the formula of probability, it could be millions of combinations which will then filter down into a character of the person, isn't it, Naveen?
Yeah, it is, no doubt it is complicated. It's a very not so easy to learn science, but then again it is very accurate. And after so much knowledge gaining and experience, it is quite easy for me now. But as you rightly said, if for a beginner, it will not be so easy to understand. It takes time because it's a vast subject. And whatever we are discussing here is maybe just 2 or 3% of this subject. And even today, I am also learning. There are many strokes, weird strokes, which I see in the handwriting, which I am not able to understand. So I have to try and analyze what that stroke means. And I also know someone in America who is an expert in this field. I have to consult him also that please guide me what this particular stroke means. So learning, as I told you, is a lifelong process.
Certainly, Naveen. In fact, you were also mentioning about the therapy, because having identified certain negative traits, you can then help people to overcome those negative traits. So I think we don't want to talk too much about it. We will have that area covered about, especially about therapy, in the next session, which is next Monday. But you can tell us how actually it works, so that our viewers know that. Even if some negative traits they have, which they were not aware, and handwriting is telling them, those can be corrected, those can be rectified. A few words from you, Naveen.
Yeah, see, actually, therapy is a very proven part of graphoanalysis and graphotherapy. If you do it sincerely, you just have to devote about 5 minutes a day for 3 weeks. Practice the stroke changes, and you will yourself be able to see or witness the change in yourself within a small duration of this 3 weeks. But remember, therapy is something which is always individualistic. Same therapy cannot be applied for everyone. If someone lacks willpower, the therapy for willpower has to be given. If someone is having short temper, the therapy for that stroke has to be given. Someone lacking self-confidence, another stroke has to be changed. So it all depends on what therapy is applicable for particular people. Accordingly, the therapy is given to them.
Certainly, Naveen, I think it was a very interesting session we had today to understand implications of how do you write T and what it means when it talks about your character. It was very, very interesting. But I think in the next session, we will know a little bit more about the therapy, how therapy is given, and like you very briefly told that it's a 3 weeks program, but then is it permanent, not permanent? We will discuss all of that in the next session, Naveen. Thank you so much for joining us today, and hope to see you again in the new year, or maybe before that.
Yeah, let's hope so. Actually, next week I would be traveling, so I will let you know whether we'll be able to do it next week. Otherwise, week after next is for sure.
So enjoy your holidays. Merry Christmas to you, and wish you all the success in your endeavor towards which you are heading to. And I will catch up with you next Monday, Naveen. It was always a pleasure to talk to you.
My pleasure too. Thank you so much.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmac Technologies, and in today's video we will talk about one of the strongest feature of TopBrass platform, which allows our members to publish on social media. So basically with single click you can update your branding material and marketing material on TopBrass, and with single click you can publish it across the entire global social media which are following you or following the TopBrass. So in order to showcase that strong feature, I would like to log in, show you how to log in first. And once you log in, it will open up your dashboard, which will give you the feature of connecting your social media pages with TopBrass platform. So once you log in, you go to your dashboard, and then when you click on dashboard feature, you will be shown this additional tab on your screen which talks about blog to social. And here the first thing, that's a one-time activity where you connect your social media pages to your TopBrass, to your area of TopBrass. So click on network, and the screen will change, and it will show you all the popular all the popular social media platforms which are listed here. So one by one, connect using your profile IDs and your passwords, and once it is connected, that's it. It is set up for the lifetime till the time you're member of TopBrass. Now, in addition to these profile pages which belongs to you, TopBrass has 1 million followers in their own in its own social media pages. So those are also added to your content and your digital strategy. Once you've done that, you start building your branding material and uploading them in TopBrass. And with single click, you can publish the entire content into wherever you want to publish, whichever social media platform you want to publish. And this way, it will help you also create a very controlled strategy around your branding. In addition to this strong feature, we also have a calendar feature which will help you save your time. You can upload all your content for a month or so and run a campaign, and then schedule reposting of your content using this sort of a calendar, which will give you date-wise and week-wise and month-wise areas where you can put and schedule your branding messages to go out into social media. So I like to also mention this point is that once you connect your social media, you have say 100,000 followers on your side. We bring another 1 million to your content, which makes it very easy for you to increase the reach to a wider audience globally, and then you can do branding of your company, of your product in a much better way. In addition to this, you also get a lot of peace of mind, because TopBrass will do the work of 2 to 3 marketing specialists without deploying these resources. You can do it and schedule it once in a month and forget about it. So these are very, very strong features of TopBrass, which I feel is good for the marketing heads or marketing CMOs to use and save their time and save their revenue. So with this, I would like to end this video. If you have any questions, do write to us, and we would definitely get back to you, and we would like to make sure that you join TopBrass today and leverage this platform to the fullest. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmac Live, and I am Chandrakant. You know, we are celebrating 75th Independence Day of India. It's a big celebration, and it is also the time when we actually take pledge. And the pledge is not like your resolution. Pledge is a pledge. That means we actually do it. And to discuss what pledge we will take going forward, I will be joined by a very special guest from UK. She is also a beauty pageant and also a doctor. So without further ado, let me present Dr. Neha Sharma to you. After a small break, I will join you back along with the guest. So don't go anywhere. Welcome back, friends. So I'm pleased to have Dr. Neha Sharma in our show today. Neha, welcome to the show. How are you doing?
Thank you, CK. I'm absolutely well and thrilled to be back, and a very happy 75th Independence to you as well as to my entire nation.
Thank you so much. And to all Indians spread across the world, we are celebrating our Independence Day, and it's a big celebration for us because it's 75th. So it's a sort of a special day. And there are new movies. I think as a family, we are planning to see movies. But I think let's get back to our discussion, which is how do we improve lifestyle and what sort of pledge we should take to improve our lifestyle. And we have a doctor in the show. She will tell us more about it. So Dr. Neha, what do you want to tell us? What can help us improve our lifestyle this year?
Sure, CK. Thank you for inviting me here, and I'm very thrilled and excited. Like, this is always my favorite topic about well-being and lifestyle. And I feel that since last 1.5 years, now it is more than 1.5 years since this COVID pandemic has started, a lot of things in our lifestyle has been changed. And obviously, time to time, so many people, so many healthcare professional coaches, they come and stress about a healthy living and a healthy lifestyle. And this is all about just because in this rat race of being in this mad race of our life, we have forgotten somewhere that the most important wealth in our life is our own health. And obviously, even Mahatma Gandhi has said the real wealth is health, not the gold and silver. So that's why it is very important to understand its value. And unfortunately, we are still, like we say, that this is our 75th independence. And obviously, it took us a long time to get this freedom. But we are still enslaved with modern yet debilitating lifestyle. And I feel that sometimes this unhealthy lifestyle has become a norm kind of thing among ourselves. So let's take a pledge today. And I'm here to speak about what are the 15 most crucial bad habits which we should get rid of today, and we should take a pledge that we will achieve independence in terms of improving our well-being by quitting these 50 unhealthy lifestyle. And that is why I'm here today, CK.
I think this is going to be a very interesting show, and all of us will learn from you today what are the things which we are doing wrong and what we can do to improve our lifestyle. So I'm very eager to know from you what you're going to talk next and what you're going to talk us into in next few minutes.
Sure, CK. So first of all, obviously, this was a necessity in last 1.5 years that we have completely moved to social media, use of telephone, and obviously, it's something which has become now an addiction. So my first thing is using the social media and the social media platform and your phone very, very wisely. Okay. Although in one way it has helped us to connect from our relatives, from our friends, which are sitting far away, but at the same time, it has got its own pros and cons. Obviously, too much excessive involvement with the phone is something which even I am trying to de-addict myself. And I know that how much important it is specifically at this point when we all are far away from each other, we can't see each other. But at the same time, we have to be very realistic to what extent we should use again. So first thing is being very cautious about your phone use. And obviously, because of this too much activity on the social media, which is happening, the second thing which is happening is, which is more commonly seen, is cyberbullying. And like a lot of people here, even at UK, and some of my known people, they have been a victim of that as well. So the second thing is, even though you're using a social media, please use it for a right cause, to create a right awareness among the people, but not to bully others, and use it very, very wisely. Whatever you're posting, it has got its own pros and cons. So just be very careful what you're posting on the social media. The third thing I would say is, obviously, it's all about your food. And what you weigh or what you are is basically is reflected in what you eat. And that's why it's very, very important for a healthy living to ensure that you are eating a balanced food which has got variety of vegetarian and like plants and fruits. And I'm a vegetarian, so I'll not say about the non-vegetarian stuff, but obviously those who love to eat non-vegetarian food, just eat in proportion. This is what I'm going to say. Like, nothing is bad, nothing is, but we have seen from our experience a lot of diseases are being associated with the animal food as well. So be very, very cautious in terms of what you're eating. Okay. And one of the things which I would like to say is that today, when I came for this session, I thought that I'm just going to dedicate this session to one of my very beloved mentor, Dr. Kailash, who was an honorary vice president of British Medical Association. And he was an Indian doctor, and he came here in UK and was one of the most lovable doctor here in NHS, and who has done a lot of things to improve the NHS, also to support the immigrant doctor. And sadly, we lost him a few weeks back, and my heart goes for him. And I really wanted to spread his message, which he has always tried to do that through this session as well. One of the things was his own son, Dr. Asim, is a cardiologist, and he is spreading a right message about to quit the sugar. And when we say about healthy lifestyle, it's very, very important to ensure what you're eating. And one of the message which Dr. Asim is trying, which I would like to share as well, is quitting sugar. And a lot of studies has happened, a lot of research has happened, and it has shown that a lot of cardiovascular diseases are reversible by quitting sugar. And I think if we see our Indian diet, it is more rich in carbohydrates, more rich in, like, sweet is an essential part of our food. Like, wherever you go, somebody will definitely serve you sweets. And this is something that even I am trying. Like, I think probably when I saw this, after losing Dr. Kalashchan, like, it was really like a shock for all of us. But one thing I decided was that if I can quit sugar, that will be my tribute to him. And this is what I've been trying, although, like, I don't take sugar in my coffee and drinks, but again, like, sometimes I take chocolates, and I'm in love with croissants as well, so I do try. So one of the things which I'll highly recommend is quitting sugar. And obviously, if you quit sugar, you will see that even it will help you to improve your health, it will help you to reduce your weight. Even from a cardiovascular point of view, if you have got some cardiovascular disease, it is been proven through the research that it is reversible after quitting that. So, and a lot of market, like, if you see the market right now, a lot of food industry, they're endorsing this thing and that thing. It's all myth, because people know that we have adopted an unhealthy lifestyle, and therefore these industries and these companies, they have got a chance to come in the market for a quick weight loss and this and that. And I don't believe in that. The first thing is you need to pay attention. What are you doing? What are you eating? And the other most important thing, how much water you're drinking. This is also very important, that ensure that you're drinking a right proportion of water, like at least 2 to 3 liters, because this is something which is needed for your healthy digestion, for your skin, for all your metabolic activity which is happening inside your body. So my fourth thing would be ensuring that you are drinking a lot of water. And third thing, as I said, was about the food. Okay. If there's any questions, CK, please interrupt me, because I'm just speaking and I don't want it to be monotonous as well. But do you want to say something here?
You're asking us to quit sugar. I think that's very, very worrisome. I don't think most of us can do that.
To be honest, CK, it's a matter of just a change of lifestyle. Because as I'm saying, that we have adopted some of the unhealthy lifestyle, and we have considered that this is a normal norm now. But actually it is not. Actually it is not. And it's just a matter of taste. And trust me, if you're able to do it, if you challenge yourself and able to do it for a week, then you'll feel more encouraged. And then maybe for a day, just try with one day, see how it goes. And if you don't feel that you have missed anything from your diet, you can go for 2 days and maybe a week and then 2 weeks. Maybe you can challenge yourself. But this is my next mission, that I have to quit sugar. And that is what I'm trying to do at the moment.
Well, what happens to the milk cake, rasgulla, gulab jamun, balushai, son papdi? How can we quit that? Every day, 2 times a day at least, we have to have our sweets. Very, very tough.
See, let me give you a situation. Like, during this COVID, we all have seen how much it was a risk factor for those people who had underlying comorbidities like hypertension, diabetes, cardiac problem. These are the patients who were like maximally affected. And it's just not during COVID, like right from the beginning. If you see which are the patients who are more at risk of lot of other problems, these are the special one who are always being categorized as a high risk, the one which has got hypertension, diabetes, cardiovascular diseases, or whatever. And I think even like, yes, it is difficult, like if you say that about the taste and those things, yes, I may understand that, yes, this is something which is difficult for the Indian diet, like specifically where the sweet is a part of our eating. But still, it is not difficult in a way that if you are determined to improve your well-being, you have to understand what is good for you and what is bad for you. And the sixth thing which I will always emphasized on is also like with time, smoking, drinking, and too much addiction with the pharmacy, like, taking small medication for small thing like headache, okay, paracetamol, okay, this thing now ibuprofen, okay, this thing we are sad, okay, let's go out with the friends and have a drink and smoke. So these all the things, like we have to think from a perspective, are we really doing any good to ourselves? And if we ask this question to ourselves, the answer from inside will be no, because this is not what is going to help you to come out of from your depression, from your anxiety. Probably it's going to make everything more worse. So first thing which you have to understand, what are you doing in your life which is helping you? And if you see, and if you think the answer from your own self is no, this is what I'm doing is not good for myself, then you have to make a conscious decision that whether to continue it or whether we have to quit it. Okay.
Yes, I think there I fully agree with you. Smoking is definitely not a good habit at all. In fact, it is very, very counterproductive to your own health and also your relatives, your friends, and people who are near and dear of who are standing nearby when you're smoking. All those, I think it's very, very harmful for health and everything in life. I think it shortens your life by almost like 10 years.
Exactly.
Drinking can also be fatal if you do it in excess, but I think 1 or 2 drinks in a week, I think should be okay. So I think there I fully agree with you. We can get rid of smoking at all.
Now, the other thing is like, caffeinated drink, that addiction with a caffeinated drink, like coffee and tea. Even like I do take tea like twice a day, and that is something. And sometime when I'm working, I do take coffee as well. And these caffeinated drinks are equally harmful for our body. Obviously, as you rightly said, taking anything in precaution and in a right proportion is always okay. But if you're taking excess, then obviously, even if you take too much of caffeinated drink, it increases your blood pressure, it increases your heart rate, it prevents you to sleep properly, and in the longer run it has got a long-term side effect as well. So again, like being cautious how much you're drinking, and if you think that you have an addiction with the hot drinks, maybe try to replace 1 or 2 cup of coffee or tea, whatever you take on a regular basis. Maybe you can take only 1 cup and then rest you can replace with the green tea. Again, green tea, again, how much it is beneficial and how much it is not, but obviously we know that caffeinated content is almost negligible. So in a way, you are actually taking something which is decaffeinated. Basically, it's a caffeine free. So this is what I'll say. So seventh thing is not too much addiction with your coffee and tea, and just being very careful what you are taking and what you're not. Now the next, moving to when we call about the food as well, there's something which is coming up like pizza industries and McDonald's and all the junk foods. Like we all love eating cheese. Like I'm also a fan of cheese and I'm not going to deny that. But if we see these junk foods, they are really rich in carbohydrate, they are rich in starchy food, they have got too much of oil and grease as well. And if we see, yes, they are very good in taste, and that's why they are more tempting for everyone to consume. But at the same time, if we see how long it takes to digest and how much it contributes to an obesity as well, it is way above what we expect. So obviously, in a week, once in a while is okay. In like once in a month time or twice in a month time is okay, but not regularly, not every second day or third day, going out and eating out. I do understand sometimes it is tricky as well, but given the situation of COVID, I think we all have become better. That we spend more time with the family and we eat at home, and we do understand that there's always a risk going out. So in a way, something good has happened as well during the COVID pandemic, that we are more bonded with our family, we are spending more time, and we know that this is the safest option at this given point of time. So it's something which is good has happened as well to our lives. Do you think so?
I also, I agree with you. I can't say no, it is wrong. I think it's right. But let me share 2 incidents which happened to me while traveling into Ethiopia, I see everybody drinks coffee, and so is in Brazil. And I have asked my partners in Brazil, hey, man, how you actually sleep at night? You know, you're going and taking your very strong espresso double shot at 9 p.m. in the night. So the answer was, it helps me sleep better. So, which I know for sure, I fully agree with you. If you take caffeine, it'll make you not sleep, actually, it'll make you active.
I think it's all about the habit. It's all about the habit and psychological dependence rather than actually, just saying that coffee makes me sleep. It's not something which happens like it happens other way around. But I think it's all about the habit. And that's why I'm saying that we have adopted these lifestyle so normally in our life that we don't understand that these are unhealthy practice. And it is not good for us like in a longer run as well as for a short term as well.
Well, hope my Brazilian friends are listening to me, and if they are not listening, I will actually tag them after this discussion. But the second point,
that's a wonderful action you'll take. I think that's a wonderful step.
Well, the second point I wanted to tell you is about the pizzas. I'm a vegetarian myself, and while in Beijing once, I've been in China twice only in my life, and I don't intend to go back again because of the food problem. And language, second problem is the language, because people don't speak English and their pronunciation is also different. Suppose you say Hilton, the way they say Hilton, I will not understand, and the way I say Hilton, they will not understand. So it's very, very tough. So I used to keep two placards in my pocket. One was Hilton and other was Pizza Hut. You won't believe me, but the only food I had for 7 days from breakfast, lunch, and dinner was a margarita.
Oh dear. I do understand. Sometimes it is a problem, specifically when you're traveling. And this similar thing happened with me as well when I went to Paris, because we were struggling to find some vegetarian place, and wherever we were going, they only had like non-vegetarian menu card. And eventually I end up having just sandwich or pizza. So I do understand sometimes it's a problem when you're going predominantly in a country which is non-vegetarian. You really struggle with the food. So I do understand your pain. Okay, moving forward. So other thing is nobody can deny like how important it is to have a good sleep hygiene. And for a healthy lifestyle, so good sleep hygiene means always it's a well said dictum: early to bed, early to rise, make a man healthy, wealthy advice. And actually, it was said and written with a purpose, because this is a proven fact that those people who go to bed on time early and get up early, they have better efficiency throughout the day, and even the work they do, their work is more productive as compared to those who are basically a night seeker. So this is also very important. And when I say about the sleep hygiene, what it means is before going to bed, at least 10-15 minutes, devote a time to yourself. That means not watching news and taking all the things which is wrong happening around yourself, inside your brain, inside your heart, and then going to bed. So always and always, one of the things which all the spiritual gurus in India, like even if you hear Sadhguru or Sister B.K. Shivani or like Gaur Gopal Das Ji, everybody has emphasized that just before going to bed, 10-15 minutes, just get indulged in some sort of mindfulness activity. It could be a meditation, it could be a reading good book, or it could be listening some spiritual guru, but something good which gives you a hope and which gives you a kind of peace within your brain before you go to bed, because this is what you're going to take for next 8 hours or 7 hours or 6 hours of your sleep. It's very important that you go to bed on time. If possible, I know as a medic it is not possible because we do have our odd shifts. We are doing sometimes night shifts. We are doing some twilight shifts or day shifts. It's not possible. But still try to maintain that. If it is possible in any way, then try to maintain that. But I think those people who work from 9 to 5, I think it is very easy. To have a regularity in life, it's very important. And like eating your meals on time, sleeping on time, that's always and always beneficial, and it improves your life expectancy as well. So this is my 8th thing which I would emphasize, that please have a good sleep hygiene. Other thing is, sorry, CK, you're saying something.
No, I think I wanted to say that I fully agree with you. Get up early, sleep early. I think not spend too many late hours in the pub, I think is a good, I think we can get rid of that lifestyle and we can get into a more more sane lifestyle, which is getting up early and sleeping early. I think I fully agree with you.
Sure. Thank you. The other thing which I would emphasize is, which is in our life we have forgotten, is to smile and laugh. Yeah. And if you see, like even researchers have proven that I think last time, CK, we had a session on laughter yoga, and we emphasized like how important it is for our well-being, and we saw its effect as well, how it increases all the beneficial hormones in our body and help us to recover and in our well-being. That's why it is very important. But with the researchers, it is being proven that an adult, a normal adult, usually laugh in a day almost like maximum to maximum 5 to 6 times, versus a child almost like 200 to 300 times. So imagine with this lifestyle, with this stress around, with this rat race which we are in, how much it has become difficult for us to laugh loudly, to enjoy life happily, like with our family members, with our loved ones. And obviously, it is not just something which will uplift your mood, but it has a proven effect on your body as well. It releases endorphins, it releases dopamine, it releases all the beneficial hormone which is needed for your life. And even it is being said that, that 10 minutes of laughter yoga, that is laughing from within, from your belly, when everything is like, your belly is shaking, that is called laughing from within. This laughter yoga, it improves your lifestyle, it improves your life expectancy as well. And 10 minutes of your laughter yoga actually burn almost like 300 calories. So can you imagine, like you are running on a treadmill versus you are just sitting at the chair and laughing loudly. So it is something which will happen, but only if you're aware about these benefits. Is something which is a doable kind of thing. So just ensure in a day, take a time out, maybe in few hours time, just laugh for something, or try to make somebody happy, and then it will give you the same joy in abundance in your life as well. So please don't forget to smile and laugh loudly.
I think I remember that episode, Neha. I think we discussed about starting, especially for kids, starting a clown department where doctors can dress up like clown and make patient laugh.
Yeah.
For kids or for, even for elderly. I think that was something that I still remember because off the hat we discussed that as an idea.
Yeah, absolutely. So moving forward, the other 5 things which I will emphasize is, because I know that we are running short of time as well. The other 5 things quickly, I'll say that don't have a habit of binge watching. Means there's nothing to do. You're just watching something, like just spending time. Maybe rather than that, just give a time to your mother, just give a time to your spouse, give a time to your children. Because this is something which is more which is more beneficial for your own well-being rather than actually binge watching. So I would say be very careful what are the things you're taking inside yourself. And one of the things which I was listening recently from one of the spiritual guru was, everything is happening around us, okay? But what happens, it is only we who takes it inside over our heart and brain. The most important thing is be very careful what you're taking inside and be kind to yourself. Be very kind. Before forgiving other, before showing your kindness to other, please forgive yourself. Please be kind to yourself and be very clear what you are taking inside your heart and brain, because this is what is going to change your behavior and this is what you're going to do for the rest of your day. Just be careful. Don't take the negativity inside. Just be very careful what you're watching is not going inside. Keep it very out, like keep it very external. And if somebody is saying something which you feel is going to affect your well-being, just cut the talk. Just say, let's talk something different. Don't indulge in those kind of things, because it's not good for anyone. So this is what I'm going to say, that this is my 11th thing, that don't binge watching and just be very careful that what you're taking inside. The 12th thing which I'll say is, be very careful about how you're using your resources. Too much electricity usage, wastage of water, this is not good for others. Not for ourselves, not for others. And obviously, right now, even when we say about the food, I've seen we eat the food, but many times we just leave the food. Oh, this is not good in taste, and this is not. But just imagine those countries, like poor countries in Africa or remote part of India as well, where people are even starving, like they don't have even a one-time meal. So only take that much of proportion which you can eat. Don't disrespect the food. So it's very, very important how wisely you're utilizing your resources, and just be very careful about that. And obviously, like 13th thing which I'll say is emphasizes, when we say about the well-being, it not only includes your physical well-being, your mental well-being, it also includes your financial, your spiritual, and your social well-being. So most important thing is pay attention to all the 5 domains. Where do you invest in? Because obviously, if you're financially constrained, you can't take care of rest 4 domain. If you are not socializing, you're just sitting at home, you'll be more depressed and it will not be even productive for your own health. If you have everything but you not have a good health, then obviously you can't enjoy anything. If you have everything but you are a depressed person, you're an anxious person, you're phobic all the time, obviously you'll never enjoy the life, the beautiful life which you have got. So most important thing again is again and again, which I'm emphasizing, is when we say about a healthy lifestyle, that means you need to pay attention to all these 5 domains. You can't afford to ignore any one of them. And if these things are being basically taken care of, obviously your life will be different. So I think there are a lot of things which I would like to say, but few things which I would say just pay attention to these small things. And even like when we are going out on a gym or for a gym or running or anything, we always play a loud music with a headphone here. Don't forget the fact that these loud noises exactly like it is hitting your tympanic like your eardrum, and it has got its long-term side effect as well. So pay attention to what all things you are doing in your day-to-day activity and try to improve and make some lifestyle change so that you can improve your well-being. And this is the only message which I would like to give today on this day.
Excellent, Dr. Neha. I think there has been a lot of learning, and I think it's a time for us to take a pledge, because tomorrow is 15th August, which is 75th anniversary for our independence. All Indians are celebrating, 1.3 Indians and so many other Indian origin people across the world. I think it's a matter of celebration and also taking pledge of improving our lifestyle. And I think you have given us direction today. If we follow all these 15
steps, I will feel more humbled. I will feel more humbled even if a single person today can quit a sugar for one day. And again, as I'm saying that I wanted to always dedicate this session to Dr. Kailash Chand and Dr. Asim for all the tough time. Like, Dr. Asim is going through a tough time at the moment, and I know how it feels because Dr. Kailash was his only blood related person who was there, and now he has lost him. So I know how it is going. So I would really feel being blessed, even if a single person, even including myself, if we can quit sugar, that will be a tribute to him.
I think it's a very good idea, and I will urge the viewers to share their thoughts about quitting sugar. I think it will be a great movement. I think let's start a hashtag called quit sugar. I think you can use this hashtag and reply to our video in the form of comments. Engage with us and we'll see how it goes. Any advices if you need from Dr. Neha, you're most welcome to shoot your questions to us or directly to her. The email will be published in the end of the video or in the description down below, and we will make the connection happen. So thank you so much, Dr. Neha, for finding time today morning and coming over to our show and basically talking about so many good things today with us.
Pleasure is absolutely mine. Pleasure is absolutely mine, CK. And I wish everyone who is watching this session, and even those who are not watching, but my wishes are there. Please remain safe. Please remain healthy and safe, and just adopt a healthy lifestyle. COVID is still not over, so please take all precaution, and hopefully we'll see a better morning, a better day soon in our life, which will be COVID free. So I'm looking forward to that, along with all my Indian people.
Thank you so much, Dr. Neha Sharma. We will catch up in the next show. Until then, I'd like to say goodbye. Stay safe.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmek Live. My name is Chandrakant. Today in Doctor Speak, we will talk about a very, very deadly disease called typhoid. And, it gives a lot of fever, very high fever, usually when you contract typhoid. And many times people are not aware of simple things that you can do to provide solace to the patient and reduce the threat of typhoid. So before we start our discussion today, a word on our giveaway.
Akulmac works with many SMEs and startups world over, helping them in not only building their sales and marketing teams, but also help them in improving their success rate. As you can see, we have summarized our years of knowledge into these easy to follow steps, which can be used by any smart leader to promote their group or a company. In order to encourage people to take the right step at the right time, we have used this proprietary graph in our corporate memorabilia so that the knowledge can be accessed by whoever, whenever, wherever it is needed. You can become eligible to get one of these beautiful gifts delivered to your doorstep for free. All you need to do is to subscribe our channel and smash that like button. Also, please watch this entire video and provide your valuable comments, suggestions, or you could also share your experiences. Person with the best comment and interaction would be chosen to become a free recipient of one of these displayed item here. In addition, we would invite you to Akul Mac Live to participate in our show as a distinguished panelist. What are you waiting for, friends? Go for it. Now, let's get back to our discussion. Friends, today we want to discuss about typhoid, and let me introduce our guest. She's joining from Shimla. Her name is Dr. Pooja Bedi. So, without further ado, let me introduce Dr. Pooja to you.
Greetings, CK. I hope you're doing all fine. Thank you so much for the generous introduction.
Everything well, and I think our viewers and myself would like to know more about typhoid. And I think it's a very scary type of disease, and whenever there is a typhoid, people get scared. So I think you can clarify some of these doubts today.
Yes, CK. Absolutely. It is a scary disease if it is not catered timely, for sure. But if it is catered timely with the right uh, kind of treatment, it is not that scary as well. But typhoid, as we all know, it normally comes whenever the weather changes there from the uh, winters to summer patch. But it is not because of the weather change, it's because of the unhygienic habits that we tend to follow, and it leads to the typhoid fever itself. So typhoid is basically a bacterial disorder or a disease which is caused by Salmonella typhi, which is one of the serotype of the Salmonella enterica bacteria. So it has got different serotypes and they tend to affect the liver very, very dramatically. So typhoid is one of the manifestation in which the Salmonella typhi, to be on a very, very understandable note, that it is a bacterial disease. It is caused by the Salmonella typhi, and it usually comes or is caused only because of one reason, that is the unhygiene that we tend to follow. So the typhoid can actually spread by the oral fecal route, that we are pretty much aware of, that in case there are some kind of already pre-existing bacteria of the Salmonella which are present in the food, and if the unhygienic habits are followed, like for example, not washing the hands before preparing the meals or the food, you can say, so it tends to travel from one individual to the another. And it can happen, CK, the individual who is actually a carrier can be a chronic carrier. So he or she might not be having the clear cut indicators for the typhoid, but they become a good mode of transmission for the other humans. So it is very important to follow the very, very clear cut hygienic guidelines, especially considering the COVID pandemic that is going on right now. So it is the fecal oral route that is the main one of the main reasons why it spreads. Contaminated water that we tend to drink from any of the sources, specifically golgappas. You know, during this particular season, summer, it is relished a lot. But please consider the COVID pandemic and the typhoid also. It tends to affect the gut system of the human dramatically. So it can lead to, if we come to sign and symptoms, it leads to very high fever, but it's not that it happens abruptly. There's a slight fever that comes, and gradually it increases to a very high temperature. So normally the fever that we speak about in typhoid is the step ladder fever. Now, if we look at a ladder, there is a slight rises there, then it tends to stay there for some time, and then again the slight rises there. Same is there with the typhoid. unlike the other fever that comes during this particular season. So this is a very clear cut indicator that it can be because of the typhoid. So there's a step ladder, slight gradual rise of the fever is noticed in the individual, along with other symptoms like headache, profuse diarrheal disorders can also come up along with it. And in some cases, it has been seen that the constipation tends to happen. But since the diarrhea is more remarked in such cases, so we say that the fever, diarrhea, colic in the abdomen, headache, if somebody tends to feel the weakness, lethargy, there are dramatic changes in the diet also, in the appetite level. So these are the clear-cut indicators that the individual is having the typhoid fever. But uh, there are some cases, as you correctly mentioned, it can actually become a very, very severe disease in itself. So we have to be very clear about whenever the fever starts and just observe it for 2 to 3 days. If it is accompanied by all the signs and symptoms I just shared with you, then it is a time when you should ideally be seeing the doctor. It's very important to see the doctor on time, to get the treatment on time, and follow the protocol, especially hygiene factors for sure, and the diet also, because one tends to undergo tremendous weight loss in typhoid as well. So it's very important and crucial to focus on the diet. So these are some of the signs and symptoms which can lead to severe, uh, you can say later on, results if not catered properly, right on time with right kind of treatment. There's one more aspect, CK, I would like to add that we all are aware that antibiotics is usually given to treat the typhoid. But there is one more thing that we should, in fact, couple of things we should be very precise about. First is the kind of the diet we are taking if somebody is diagnosed with typhoid. So the first part is I basically divide the food into two different categories. First is to maintain the hygiene, the kind of hygiene we tend to maintain for the kind of the food we cook at home. So, considering the pandemic that is going on, I personally suggest to soak your vegetables and fruit for 30 odd minutes in, you can say, filtered or RO water. And after that, you can, wash it. So, pre soaking of vegetables and fruits is very much required to take out all the bacteria and you can say to extent of some other pathogens as well. And then you wash it and then you can just cook it nicely. So, avoid as much raw food as you can. It is very important. It's difficult for the body also to digest, and it can definitely contain any amount of pathogens. So, do not neglect the hygiene factors that are to be followed. So, this is the first thing about the food, and the second this is the preparation part of the food and the kind of food we should be taking. So, I highly recommend to go for the moong dal. I am just considering the Indian population and the kind of food we usually take every day. So, moong dal is one of the best. Can say source of instant energy for people having the typhoid. They can have mild chicken soups, and they need to have a high calorie diet. With high calorie diet, I don't mean to take on, chocolates or on all this stuff. Better replace them with honey. Go on a high carb diet as well. There has to be a minimal intake of the fat. As such, the liver tends to suffer in typhoid, so we can't overexert it with add-on of food products like that are rich in fat. So try to avoid fat, try to avoid chili, and if somebody is a tea or coffee drinker, I recommend them to, if they can just lower their intake, since it's a habit, we can't avoid it. So if they can lower the intake. So more of moong dal soup, more of veggies, more of fruits that are rich in fluids. Why this is a big question, because in typhoid we tend to lose the uh, you can say fluid level of the body. It has to be replenished with the high and a good and a very smart way of fluid intake or the hydration we tend to take. So sipping water every time will not help to compensate for the fluid that we tend to lose, or you can say a solution for the dehydration. The better thing is to take the lemonades, take the buttermilk or lassi that it's very apt for the season. Curd one can have, fruits that are rich in water content like watermelon. It's a seasonal fruit. So these kind of replacement of the fluid or you can say hydration components for the body are much better than what we tend to take it otherwise. So I had a couple of days back, I had a case, CK. of the typhoid fever. So the person asked me, "Can I take the energy drinks?" So, so this is what I'm highlighting this point. Please don't go for the synthetic form of the hydration. Go for the more organic or the season friendly hydration tips that I've just cited with you. Go for that. And hygiene, definitely. Please wash your hands as frequently as you can, specifically during this COVID and the typhoid season that is about to come. So wash hands, take bath every day, be on a very good light diet, which is less in fat, and avoid food from the market for sure. That is the first recommendation. Again, the COVID also. But considering the typhoid can actually turn out to be a very severe kind of disease, and it can end somebody's life very easily in just couple of weeks span. So it's very important to have uh, food from the home. There's one tip for people who tend to travel. Now, considering COVID, since not much of the traveling is there, but whenever the people are traveling, try to carry your own bottle of buttermilk, or you can say lemonade or water, or washed fruits that you have done at your home. So all these recommended things are uh, there from my end. So be very precise with the hygiene. That is one of the mantra for to cater for typhoid.
Well, I think, Doctor, you have explained the whole thing in a very nice way. I think you have emphasized the importance of being hygienic, wash your hands, and regularly, make sure that you're eating the right kind of food and things like that. However, I have one question, which is. Usually typhoid comes through what? Is it a waterborne disease? Is it an airborne disease? Or is it because of the wrong food that we are having, or not hygienic food? What is the cause of the typhoid?
See, the cause of typhoid CK is very clear cut. First is having unhygienic food or stale food, or getting exposed to the kind of food we tend to take or tend to bring from the market, and we don't wash it properly. So fecal oral route, you can say, is one of the factors from where the transmission of the bacteria happens. If somebody, for example, is a restaurant owner, is already having a typhoid and can be a chronic carrier of the typhoid bacteria as well, so he or she might not be having any indicators. So, but if unhygienic protocols are being followed there, so hands are not washed properly and the veggies are not washed properly, it tends to happen that the transmission of the bacteria happens to the other individuals who are consuming that particular food. So it is a fecal oral route basically which happens, and the contamination can happen via food, it can happen by water, or you can say any kind of fluid intake. It is not airborne for sure, but the main thing is to follow the hygiene protocol. That is very important.
I think you have emphasized this point quite emphatically, that the hygiene of yourself and the right quality of food you have to take. And you also mentioned some tips like washing the vegetables and soaking them before you actually start, storing them in your refrigerator. So I have a question related to that, and that question is about you when you soak your fruits and vegetable, is it the plain water that you're supposed to soak, or you need to add some additive like salt or something like that, or plain water is sufficient to kill the bacteria?
May I answer the question? Acha. Uh, yes. So, CK, first is to pre-soak your veggies and fruits for 30 odd minutes. It can happen in the normal water as well as in the RO water. But considering the kind of water pollution level is there in your own city, for like in Shimla, the water is of very good quality, to be very frank, and in fact, it is applicable in all the hills area. So, just soaking the veggies in normal RO water will suffice the need. It will not kill the bacteria, but it can happen that if you wash it properly, it tends to take off the pathogens from that particular thing. But considering the metro where the water pollution and air pollution is on real high, so I'll not recommend, because that water source can be one of the reason for the transmission of the typhoid as well. So I'll recommend people have ROs at their home. If they don't have, just lukewarm the water a little bit. Soak your veggies and fruits for maybe 10 odd minutes if it is a lukewarm water, and then you can rinse it off nicely in the water and just store them.
Thank you for this very important tip, Dr. Pooja. And I think the last question that I have is about drinking a lot of pulses and soups. And you also mentioned a little bit non-vegetarian. If they can, if vegetarians are there, they can have a moong dal, and if non-vegetarians are there, they can have the light soups based on their choice. So why moong dal? Is there a logic behind only moong dal? Why not any other dal?
Yeah. That's a very good question, CK. That's a very good question, CK. Why I normally insist a lot on moong dal is, first is that it is a very economically viable option for all the starters. Secondly, it takes hardly any time to cook. Very easy preparation is there of the same. It is very high in protein content also. It's easily digestible. You don't feel bloated after having moong dal. If you compare it with the other dals in which the content is little high of the amino acids as well, so the individual tends to feel the bloatedness. But with the moong dal, the digestion is very easy. I think it is very taste friendly for the Indian tongue as well, and it tends to provide the instant energy also. And the preparation time is hardly anything. So even if somebody is living alone in a metro, they can do it by themselves rather than going for the synthetic options of the soup. It is very easy to make, a very good source of, you can say, essential elements and protein levels that we require, and it is very light. Very, it takes hardly any time to get digested in the body.
I think, friends, we don't have to get scared if we are diagnosed with typhoid, because as doctor said, we have to change our diet a little bit. We have to be very careful with our hygiene, and we have to shift to a diet which is easily digestible. So, Dr. Pooja, thank you so much for coming to our show and explaining this very beautifully, very nicely to people in very easy to understand steps about this deadly disease. So thank you so much.
Thank you, CK. It's always a pleasure. Thank you so much.
And we will catch up next time again with some other medical tips in the next show of Doctor Speak. Until then, I like to say goodbye.
Hello friends, welcome to Akul Live, and the big question today is, can we get out of our past? Forget going back in time and changing our past. Can we even get out of our past? And as we go on living our life, a lot of events keep happening, and we sometimes wish, if I had taken a different decision, then my life would have been different. But really, can we get out of that situation? Can we even allow to think in that manner? So to solve this problem in today's program, I will actually do a thought experiment along with you. So let's say if we have a person sitting on his table along with a table lamp. As you can see, he is just simply enjoying his sitting there in his room along with his table lamp, and the table lamp is giving light to him. And as you can see that this man has no intention, but he is just getting his surroundings and he himself is getting illuminated by that light. But by just getting illumination from that stable lamp, what are the impact on our surroundings, on our life? So if we understand a little bit more in detail, as far as our understanding goes, the table lamp is going to give light in all directions. And this is what our perception tells us, that when we switch on the table lamp, it is giving lights in all directions, which is true also, because table lamp is giving the light, all the photons are traveling in all 360 degrees in a spherical motion, and it is spreading the light. However, when we actually like to see the portion of the light which is getting to us, then what is that portion that is getting to us, and then we are able to notice that. So taking this thought experiment forward, really, it is this particular triangle is something that we actually see. And whether you believe it or not, the light which is traveling at the angle of 45 degrees from the zero pitch, that is our pitch when we're looking straight into the table lamp, from that line, 45 degrees up and 45 degrees down is the cone of light, is what we actually see. So essentially, when the light is getting emitted from a table lamp, a 90-degree cone is what is visible to us at all time. So even though our perception is that the table lamp is giving 360 degrees of light, but in true sense, we are not actually getting all the light, because all other light is getting illuminated going out. Sometimes it is getting bounced off from items in the room, or sometimes if there is an opening, it is going out of the window forever, not reaching us. So the light and the photons which have escaped out of the room, we will never see them. So therefore, if this is a reality, let's make the things a little bit more complex. Let's say this room exists in space, and as you would agree with me that space is not stationary. While we are sitting in the room, we feel that we are sitting stationary, but in real sense, the space, the earth, everything is moving, and we are moving through space and also in time. So let's say for this particular picture, let's say we are moving in straight line through space, and as you can see that the cone of the light keeps increasing and spreading outwards at the speed of light. So let's say if we start switch on the table lamp, that is time 0, and from there on our journey starts, and then we keep progressing. As we keep progressing in our journey through space, the cone of the light which is coming at the 45 degrees angle towards us keeps increasing in diameter at the speed of light. So we will be traveling at certain speed, say 100 kilometers an hour, let's say, but the speed of light is constant, as we know. So the speed of light will always be casting a light bubble around us, and as we keep going forward, the bubble keeps expanding and expanding at all times. So there could be an instance where we are actually also moving in time. So if that is the consideration also, if we consider that we are also moving not only in space but also in time, then our movement can be projected in this manner, as you can see in this picture, where we are traveling at a slight angle, where if we are traveling at the speed of light, then we'll be traveling vertically. But that is not the case. Nobody can travel at the speed of light, and where the time becomes 0 and we are only traveling in time. So since we are traveling in space and time, and the speed is very, very slow as compared to the speed of light, we will be traveling at a slight angle. But light, being light, will be always traveling at the speed of light and will be casting a cone 45 degrees from our line of view, from the source of the light, and this cone will be ever expanding to infinity. And if you can imagine the situation here, as this gentleman, he is just sitting around and the time is passing by, he is getting engulfed in a bigger and bigger cone of the same light which is being emitted from the table lamp. And as the time passes by, the cone of the light which is getting emitted from the table lamp keeps increasing bigger and bigger. And there is no way, even after 100 years, he will be still submerged in this light which has been emitted by the cone, by the table lamp, and it has now formed a much, much bigger uh, cone. And therefore, you can never get out of this light which has been emitted by the table lamp. Even if you get up and go to a different room, but this light is already emitted, and since you're traveling in space-time, you will always be traveling within this cone of light. And even though you're not able to see, because the light would become very faint as the time passes by, but the fact of the matter is that light will be there, and you will always be able to see yourself as it existed few moments back because of this light which was emitted. Now let's say hypothetically you increase your speed, because right now we are saying that we are traveling very fast. If you increase the speed and if you're able to travel faster than the speed of light, which will never happen, but even if you increase your speed, the first cone will also always be there, which will always keep surrounding you. You'll always be submerged inside that first light which has been emitted. So, in nutshell, there is no way you can get out of your past. Whatever you do, there is no way. Physically, it is an impossibility to get out of your past, simply because I've given you this thought experiment. You can think about it. Write to me what you feel about this thought experiment. And it's just a thought experiment. I have not used any of these scientific equations, or I have not taken anybody's name like Einstein, or I have not given any theorem. It's just a thought experiment where uh, even if you take a candle, the light of the candle will behave in the same manner as the light of a table lamp, or light of a much bigger source like a sun or a star or even a galaxy. Whenever there is a light which is coming to us and we are observing that light, from that point onwards, that same light will keep increasing their cone, and we will never be able to escape that reality. And that becomes our reality, that becomes our past, that becomes our present, and also sometime in some cases, if we are moving very fast, also becomes our future. It is an impossible task to get out of the past. This is what I have to say. If you have any suggestions, any comments, do write in. We can have a debate, we can have a discussion, and I will read out some of these special messages that you send to me in the next episode of Akul Mac Live. I'll stop today and say goodbye, only to catch you again in the next one. Hello friends, welcome to Akul Mac Live, and I am Chandrakant. India is a union of states, and there was a major exercise done earlier in 50s, soon after India got independence in 1947, to integrate India from all these dominions and princely states. And one of such state was Jammu and Kashmir. So in today's episode, we will discuss about how the integration of Jammu and Kashmir happened in India. Before we start our discussion, I must tell you that there is a giveaway. Please stick around till the end of this video, as in the end we will tell you how you can win your free gift. Welcome back, friends, and
Today we will discuss about how Jammu and Kashmir, state of Jammu and Kashmir, or J&K as we call it, got integrated into India. And for this discussion, let me invite my friend from Ahmedabad, Mr. Jeet Bhatt, who is also practicing advocate in Ahmedabad High Court. So without further ado, let's begin our discussion.
Hello, Chandrakant. Good afternoon, and thank you for having me on your show. Yes, today we are going to discuss about the integration of Jammu and Kashmir into India and the historical aspect of how it got integrated. But before we delve into 1947, a brief history of the rulers in Kashmir is interesting. As till the 14th century, Kashmir was ruled by the Buddhist and Hindu dynasties. And the earliest source of Kashmir is provided in the works of a famous writer named Kalhan, who has provided in detail the entire history of Kashmir in his work called Rajat Rangini. Rajat Rangini is the river of kings in Sanskrit. So certainly it was a dynasty, it was a kingdom, and it was known as the river of kings. And from the earliest sources, he has traced the history of Kashmir in this work in the 12th century. But later on in the 13th century, Kashmir first fell into the Muslim ruler named as Shah Mir, and who ruled Kashmir for 2 centuries till 15th century. When in 15th century, Kashmir fell in the hands of Akbar, and Akbar established the Mughal emperor in the year 1587. And for the next 200 years, the Mughal emperor established its empire and also termed it as the summer residence of the Mughal emperors. And that is why we see these Shalimar Gardens and Mughal gardens in Kashmir, which were originally built by, especially the Hari Parbat fort, etc., which were built by Akbar himself and then by other Mughal rulers. So in 1752, Kashmir then passed from the Mughal Empire to the Durrani Empire under the rule of Ahmad Shah Abdali, who was the powerful ruler of Afghanistan. And he ruled Kashmir for a period of around 70 years, when in 1819, Kashmir was conquered by Maharaja Ranjit Singh, who was the Sikh ruler. So it is in 1819 that it came under the rulership of a Sikh ruler. And he had established one Ranjit Singh Dio as the commander of Jammu. And later on, who was the Dogra chief of Rajput descent. And his great-grandnephew was Gulab Singh. But in 1846, the Sikh lost the Anglo-Sikh war. And therefore, in the negotiations that ensued, the Sikh Maharaja was called upon to pay an indemnity of 1 crore rupees to East India Company. And he also had to forfeit large territories in Punjab. But as the Sikh Maharaja, the Sikh ruler, was not in a position to pay this war indemnity, he ceded all his hill territories from Beas River to Indus River, which includes this Kashmir Valley, to the Britishers. Now, this was entered into the Treaty of Lahore and mentioned in that treaty, where the Sikh ruler ceded his territories to the British. But the British were not so much interested in having an administration in Kashmir at that time. And Gulab Singh, who was also the ruler of Jammu and was the great-grandnephew of this Dogra chief of Rajput dynasty, who was ruling Jammu, he came forward and saw this opportunity, and he agreed to pay the war indemnity on behalf of the Sikh ruler. And he paid this 1 crore war indemnity to the Britishers on a condition that the British give him the entire rule of Kashmir. And that is how the Treaty of Amritsar was signed on 16th March 1846, which marks the commencement of the history of Jammu and Kashmir state as a political entity. So this is how Gulab Singh became the Maharaja of state of Jammu and Kashmir. And it is the Hari Singh, the ruler of Jammu and Kashmir in 1947, is the great-grandson of Gulab Singh, Maharaja Gulab Singh. Maharaja Gulab Singh's son was Ranjit Singh, and then his son and Ranjit Singh's grandson is Gulab Singh. And Ranbir Singh is important because a lot of acts in Kashmir are known after Ranbir, because Ranbir Penal Code, Ranbir Code of Procedure, also the Constitution mentions him. So Gulab Singh was the Maharaja, and he succeeded his Gadi on 23rd September 1925. So since then, Maharaja Hari Singh is the ruler of Jammu and Kashmir, and he played an important part in acceding Jammu and Kashmir to India. But geographically, if we understand, Kashmir consisted of 4 natural regions. In the south is Jammu, in the center is the valley of Kashmir, in the north is Gilgit Baltistan, and between Kashmir and Tibet is Ladakh. So Ladakh is predominantly Buddhist dynasty, and Buddhist people live there. But in the valley of Kashmir, Gilgit, majority are Muslims, whereas in Jammu, majority are Indians. So at the time of partition, around 77% of the entire population was Muslim, whereas only 20% were Hindus. And so it was very difficult for the Maharaja in 1947 to decide whether he wants to accede to India or Pakistan, as per the 3rd June plan of the Britishers when they were to leave India. And the paramountcy of the Britishers were to lapse. So Jammu and Kashmir was thinking whether to accede to India or Pakistan, or to remain an independent, because of the natural regions and the population it consists. Because if Hari Singh had acceded to India, it would certainly have had some repercussions in Gilgit, Baltistan, and some other areas. Whereas if it had acceded to India, to Pakistan, then the Jammus and the population of Jammu would be in some difficulty. So therefore, he was not able to decide. But he had, on 12th August 1947, entered into a standstill agreement with Pakistan. He also wrote a letter to the government of India saying, I want to enter into a standstill agreement with India. But India, at that time, the policy of India was to enter into both the Treaty of Accession as well as the Treaty of Standstill Agreement. Because standstill agreement only ensures continuity of trade, travel, communication, and similar services which were existing when the Britishers were having the paramountcy. So it was just a standstill agreement, but without a treaty of accession, instrument of accession, India was not willing to enter into a standstill agreement. So,
Jeet, I have a question here. In fact, you have explained beautifully that there was a Sikh rule established, and it was almost there for about 200 years and odd. And that is why there is a lot of Sikh lineage in Jammu and Kashmir area, and there are Dogras also there. But I think it's also open fact when you say the demography was 80-20 in favor of Muslim population. But during the Shahjahan's reign and Aurangzeb reign, there were mass conversions done in Kashmir. And those brutal acts have been recorded in some of these gurdwaras in Delhi, where they pictorially depicts the history of Kashmir, where the atrocities were committed. And you say that 20% were Hindus, but the entire 80% population of Muslim descent were also Hindus 200 years back. So I think that is a slightly complex situation. But we would like to know exactly what happened after 1947 from you.
Yes, absolutely, Chandrakant. Yes, because till the 14th century, it was a Hindu and Buddhist dynasties which ruled. So certainly Mughals and Muslims came afterwards. So there must have been conversions. But then what happened is that Jammu and Kashmir entered into a standstill agreement with Pakistan. And also because there was contiguity with Pakistan, as it was its neighboring state, and around 460 miles of border it covers with Pakistan. Also, Gilgit Baltistan had contiguity and also road connections with Pakistan, and also the natural resources, the forest resources like timber, was being exported to Pakistan, and it was one of the major sources of revenue for Jammu and Kashmir. So they had a lot of trade with Pakistan, and roads and connections in these areas like Gilgit Baltistan, etc., which had immediate contiguity with the Pakistan dominion. So they had entered into this standstill agreement, but also talks were going on with Hari Singh, with the government of India, and Pakistan at that time had become insecure because of what had happened in Junagadh. And Junagadh, though India conducted a plebiscite, but Kashmir, the government of Pakistan was not so much in favor of conducting a plebiscite at that time. And the Lord Mountbatten, who was the last British Governor General, wanted the people to decide in case where there was a issue with regards to the ruler not being able to decide on which state to join. But because of this insecurity growing amongst Pakistan, and they stopped the supply of essential commodities in Jammu and Kashmir. So in that time, Jammu and Kashmir situation, especially Srinagar, was so bad that they had to request the government of India for 5,000 gallons of petrol to avoid complete breakdown of transport in Srinagar. And this is what the government of Pakistan was trying to play and pressurize Kashmir to accede to Pakistan. They were also conducting military pressure of hit and run and border raids in the border areas, and also trying to increase insurgency, which ultimately on 22nd October 1947 resulted into an around 5,000 to 10,000 raiders, the tribesmen, who attacked Kashmir, the state of Kashmir, and due to which on 24th October 1947, Hari Singh was extremely, the Maharaja, was in a precarious situation, and he made an urgent call to the government of India to help. So it is because of this call that Lord Mountbatten, Sardar Patel, Nehru all decided what was the next course to be done. But under the international law, the Indian army could not be in a position to send its troop to a autonomous state, because till that time, the state of Jammu and Kashmir was an independent state. So therefore, that was not feasible. And that would have created international pressure on India if it would have done so. So Lord Mountbatten, along with Sardar Patel, came to the conclusion that if the Maharaja was ready to accede to India, then India was in a position to send its army to Jammu and Kashmir. So therefore, on 25th of October, personals along with army, some members were sent to Kashmir, where they had a word with Raja Hari Singh, and he was asked to come to Jammu. And on 26th October, he agrees to enter into a treaty of accession and signs the treaty of accession, whereby he agrees to accede to India. So it is the instrument which was signed on 26th October 1947, by way of which the state of Jammu and Kashmir accedes to India, and which was accepted by the Governor General of India, stating that we are ready to accede to Jammu and Kashmir into India. So therefore, it is because of this treaty of accession. But I must mention one important article of this treaty of accession, which is very much material and which is right now being discussed. And it is the source of Article 370, which we popularly know. Because in the treaty of accession, Maharaja Hari Singh has mentioned and has been accepted by India is that nothing in this instrument shall be deemed to commit me in any way to the acceptance of any future constitution of India, or to fetter my discretion and to enter into arrangement with the government of India under any such future constitution. So therefore, the state of Jammu and Kashmir acceded with respect to three subjects, namely defense, communication, and external affairs. But it reserved its right to constitute its own constitution, and also not to concede or accept the Indian constitution as it is. So this is the clause in the instrument of accession, due to which there was a special arrangement under the Indian constitution, due to which an Article 370 was drafted. And it is through Article 370 that a special status was given to the state of Jammu and Kashmir to have an autonomy. So this is the basic history of 370. But on 26th October 1947, this instrument of accession was signed and was accepted by India. And on 27th October 1947, immediately after the accession morning, the Indian army was airlifted to Kashmir, and without much planning, because it was to be done immediately. At such a remarkably short notice, around 100 civilian and Indian Air Force planes were mobilized to fly troops and equipments and supplies to Srinagar. The Indian Air Force and the civilian pilots rose to the occasion and worked heroically to make the airlift a success. And this was at that time unprecedented and one of its kinds operation, which was undertaken by the Indian Army. Even Lord Mountbatten, who was the supreme allied commander in the Southeast Asia and had an experience of a lot of wars, even he said that an airlift of this nature put into operation at such a not short notice was never heard of. So when the troops landed in Srinagar, the raiders, though, were in Baramulla. And therefore, the troops immediately advanced to Baramulla and were able to disperse the said raiders. And ultimately, the situation was brought under control by the Indian by the end of November in 1947. But thereafter, there was even Pakistan had entered, brought their military, and there was almost a war between India and Pakistan, which lasted for around a year. And Pakistan occupied a lot of territories in Kashmir, which is known as the Pakistan occupied Kashmir. Now, at that time, by that time, the issue of Kashmir was taken over by the Ministry of External Affairs, which was headed by Jawaharlal Nehru. And therefore, the Ministry of States was not was not concerned with the issue of Kashmir because it had already acceded into India. And therefore, it went away from the hands of Sardar Patel into the hands of Mr. Nehru. But on 31st December 1947, India sent a complaint to the United Nations Security Council, appealing it to help in order to secure peace. And therefore, the appeal was made under the UN Charter. And India went to the United Nations in order to secure peace and a plebiscite. So this is how, in 1949, the United Nations Committee on India and Pakistan was formed based on our complaint to the United Nations, which sent its delegates and its report and its recommendations. But Sheikh Abdullah was made the Prime Minister of Jammu and Kashmir by the Maharaja Hari Singh at that time. So this is how the accession of Jammu and Kashmir took place by way of a war with Pakistan, and ultimately sending the Indian troops, and ultimately the Maharaja Hari Singh acceding to sign the treaty of the instrument of accession on 26th October 1947, that J&K became a part of the Indian Union.
This is very, very important lessons for us to learn. You know how such a critical and large state also got united into India. And why Pakistan was so much interested in acquiring Jammu and Kashmir. Some people say that it's because of water. So what is your opinion? Because all the water which flows into Pakistan emerges from this area. From your point of view, is it the water treaty which was causing trouble in the mind of Pakistani rulers at that time?
In fact, I think it was water as well as trade, and also contiguity, and also the some areas of Kashmir because of its demography, that Pakistan was very much keen on acquiring Kashmir as a part of the Pakistan Union. But Kashmir, I think they always, even the Maharaja wanted to have a separate and independent state. But since because of this attack, he had to join and accede into India. And we had a special relationship with the state of Jammu and Kashmir by having Article 370. But basically, Pakistan, immediately after coming into existence, within 3 to 4 months, because 14th August 1947, they also became independent along with India, and two dominions were formed. But within 3 to 4 months, they acted in such a manner to prejudice the people of Kashmir, that Kashmir had to accede to India. So therefore, the conduct of Pakistan at that time, by sending these raiders along with the Pakistani army, training these raiders and invading Kashmir, was absolutely unjustified and a breach of international law.
Well, Jeet, J&K or Jammu and Kashmir is not the only state in India which had 370. There was Nagaland also that had 370. Uh, but then I think when India approached United Nations and UN rightfully said that it has to be done on the basis of democratic rights of the people, and the plebiscite was supposed to be done. So why it has not been conducted? Do you have any opinion on that?
Well, yes, the commission formed by the United Nations on India and Pakistan, through its resolution of 13th August 1948, carried out certain arrangements for the plebiscite, which were to be carried out by both India and Pakistan, wherein the Pakistan had to withdraw its troop as well as all the raiders from the region of Jammu and Kashmir. Also, it had to hand over the Pakistan occupied Kashmir to India, to the Indian territory, because as per the Treaty of Accession, it became the part of Indian Union. Also, it had asked the Indian government to withdraw its troop and uh, 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 and and only necessary in order to secure law and order were to be kept. Otherwise, all the troops were to be withdrawn. But Pakistan, in order to comply with this condition, never complies, and it neither asked the raiders to withdraw, neither it withdrew its troop from the Pakistan occupied Kashmir, and it also never handed over the Pakistan occupied Kashmir to Indian Union, and therefore the plebiscite fell through and was not possible to conduct a plebiscite under the auspice of United Nations. So that is the reason why it could never happen.
So I think a lot of water has flown under the bridge. It's been almost like 72 years, and now finally it looks like, it appears so, that J&K has been finally integrated in 2019. From your point of view, what has happened really in 2019, and how Indian government integrated the entire region into India?
Well, in 2019, the presidential order was passed, whereby it and the constitutional amendment, whereby it deleted Article 370 and Article 35A from the Constitution, and also it withdrew all the earlier presidential orders which were passed by the president from 1951 onwards. So yes, Jammu and Kashmir was part of Indian Union, but the special status that was given under Article 370 was revoked, and Article 335A, which provided the state of Jammu and Kashmir to enact laws, was also taken with regards to the permanent residents, and also with regards to immovable property and settlements in the state and employment. And therefore, now it has become a union territory rather than a state. So that is how they have integrated Jammu and Kashmir now as a union territory into the Indian Union.
I think your narration about the events which preceded after the independence of India, and in the past episodes we have discussed about Junagadh and Hyderabad, and this is a third one where a very complicated situation arose, and it has taken a lot of years, a lot of sacrifices of our soldiers and civilians to integrate J&K finally into India in 2019. So Jeet, is it final, or the matter is still under courts, sub judice? What is going on right now?
So yes, this constitutional amendment has been challenged before the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court has already constituted a constitution bench to decide on this issue of Article 370. The matter is sub judice and pending before the Supreme Court for adjudication. So that will decide the finality on the issue of the state of Jammu and Kashmir.
All right, so we'll keep visiting this particular subject, because I think the matter is still in Supreme Court, and decision will be taken. So, but until now, I think this is very, very important, the way you explained, right from very early beginning, almost 1,000 years back till now, what has happened. It is very valuable lesson for all of us. So thank you, Jeet, for finding time and coming to our show today, explaining this very important lesson from history.
Thank you, Chandrakant, for having me.
So I'll catch you in the next episode. Until then, I'd like to say goodbye.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
We have some unique Akulmek memorabilia which will make you look outstanding. The graphics on these corporate gifts are based on the global best business practices. To become recipient of one of these gifts for free, you have to watch this video till the end and provide your valuable comments. Or you can also share your experiences. The person who makes the best comment would be chosen to become a recipient of these beautiful Akulmak gift, absolutely free, delivered to your doorsteps. The winner would also get a chance to be invited live as a distinguished panelist during our next video. What are you waiting for, friends? Please subscribe Akulmak and smash that like button.
Dear CEOs and industry leaders, you are most graciously welcome to Akulmak Business Bunker. This is a forum where you are able to showcase your products to the masses, to the investor, to the prospects, and to your client. And if you want to promote your company and yourself, you have landed at the right place. Before we continue, do like and subscribe our channel. Friends, as you know, we have our expert, Mr. Naveen Toshniwal, who has been guiding us during the past few weeks about the grapho analysis. And last week, we did a episode where we actually analyzed a handwriting live on the show. And today we want to basically discuss how this therapy works and how this person's handwriting changes attitude. So it is going to be a very interesting episode today. Don't go anywhere, friends. Before we start our show, let's welcome Naveen ji.
Hello, everyone. Hope all are doing well.
Welcome to the show, Naveen. Everything is fine, and I'd like to wish you, most profound greetings for our 73rd Republic Day. I beg your pardon, which is 2 days from now. And also, I'm very happy that Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose statue has been coronated also at India Gate. So I'm very happy, and I want to share the same feeling with you.
Yeah, it's definitely very nice to know that. And I too wish all the viewers a very happy Republic Day.
Great. So last week, Naveen, we actually analyzed handwriting, and subsequently you gave your therapy to this person. And after a couple of weeks, this person wrote another handwritten document which we want to compare today. So over to you, and I will bring up the document also.
Right. So last week we had done some very brief analysis of the first handwriting. And thereafter, this person went through a therapy for 3 weeks. And as I told you, the therapy is a very simple process where you are required to practice the stroke changes only 5 minutes a day. See, I'm repeating 5 minutes a day because these days we hardly write. So people are a little afraid and apprehensive how they can go through the therapy. But it's now no big deal. Finding out 5 minutes a day to improve yourself for ever is a very, very simple thing by graphotherapy. So now we will compare what I had analyzed last time, what therapy was given to this person, and how this person felt after the analysis and therapy. See, now over here, if you see the original handwriting, uh, carefully note the T bars. You will see that the T bars in the first line, last word, the, then again the in the next line. They were cutting towards a lower side. Now, if you go down slightly on the fourth, fifth, sixth, fourth line from the bottom. There is a probably a word which is university or something. The TY you can see clearly. There again, the T bar is cutting very low towards the bottom of the T stem. This was a sign indicating low self-confidence or low self-esteem or lacking confidence in abilities. After this person went through the therapy for 3 weeks, now you see in the right handwriting how the changes have come. See the T bars very carefully. The second line, you again, but you will see the T bar cutting towards the top. The word just below that, don't, D-O-N-T. Again, the T bar is cutting right towards the top of the T stem. And again, the next line after that, we are going to T-O. There again, the T bar is cutting towards the top. See, now it is not just the T bars which have changed. In fact, the person has also changed. The person has expressed in so many words that the desired changes are being experienced or felt by that person. That is what is more important. That is visible now in the strokes which have come into the natural handwriting of that person. So now we will see some other letter in the handwriting. Okay, now let us see the downstroke of Y. I am showing you the new handwriting. In the fifth line, there is a word Friday. The Y is ending word in the word Friday. The Y is finishing straight down. The straight downstroke indicates a person with a strong determination. And 3 lines below that or 4 lines below that, there is a word nutritionally. Again, the Y is finishing straight down. So, and even more Y's are coming after that, even in the third last line, D-A-Y, day, and the second last one line, only and today. Everywhere you will see that this Y is finishing straight down. In the earlier handwriting, the Y's were either incomplete or incomplete in the sense the loops were not fully completed. They were going just halfway through. So now the Y ending words are finishing straight down. That indicates that the person's determination has increased because the Y ending stroke down stroke is an indication of strong determination. Okay. Now, the most important thing which we had to tackle in this handwriting was the resentment. Now you see the first line in the old handwriting, the last word, the. You will see a small tail coming in the beginning of the word. When the T is starting and going towards from bottom to top, there is a small tail-like formation. Even the word in the next line, there also you will see this straight line going from top to bottom with a tail. So this was a sign or indication of resentment. Now, resentment, as I had explained to you in the last episode, is a negative stroke because it prevents a person from moving ahead. Person is just resenting over some incident or episode which might have happened days back, weeks back, months back, or even years back. But the person is not able to get over this resentment and regularly broods on the thing whenever the thought comes to the mind. So it is of no use because whatever has happened is over. What is the use of brooding over something which is already over and finished? So this was the stroke of resentment. Now we will see the new handwriting. Now in the right side handwriting, you will see there are no initial strokes at all. All the strokes starting in the beginning of the words are does not have the tail, does not have the tail. Now if you compare the first T and the T is written over here, or any word starting where the stroke is going from bottom to top, that is not a single stroke of resentment. So this person has got over the resentment and this person has even expressed. See, now remember one thing, when we say a person getting over resentment, one of my clients asked me that why don't you make me forget the episode which is giving me resentment? Now that is practically not possible because handwriting analysis or therapy is not for wiping out the memory. It's practically not possible. Yes, it will change your way of thinking, the way you will face that particular situation when that thought comes to your mind. Earlier, you would have resented and felt sad and brooded over that incident. Now, when the same thought comes to you after the therapy, you will just try to ignore it. You will say, okay, forget about it. What has happened is happened, and you move ahead. So, that is what therapy does. It changes the mindset and it actually helps to get over the negativities in a very systematic and scientific way.
Naveen, thank you so much for covering this in detail. And I think a couple of questions I have of my own. One is that, some may say that these two handwritings are not looking very similar. I mean, if you look at it, these two handwritings are not looking similar to each other. So that is why some may question that, some may question the effect of the therapy itself. So do you have any opinion on that?
No, actually, see, from expert's point of view, there is a difference only in the strokes. The handwriting is of the same person. And see, let me also tell you that there are also some positive side effects of the therapy. For example, you are doing therapy for two particular traits, like gaining self confidence and increasing determination. So, if you work on these two, it is quite possible that your other traits, which were negative, might also take a positive step ahead. Then it may also help you to define a long term goal. So, that stroke will change automatically because you are going through therapy for some other traits or characteristics. Some other traits and characteristics may also improve on their own. So those stroke changes will come automatically in the handwriting. But you can be rest assured the two handwritings are of the same person, and this person is not, even after the therapy of 3 weeks, this person is in touch with me on a regular basis and keeps taking my advice on what further changes are required after the first therapy was over. So this practice is not required every day now. Even if you write, say, once in a week or twice in a week, so that you are not going back to your old traits because of the prevailing circumstances or situations. So the handwritings are of the same person. It is just that the strokes have changed. So it appears to you that they are of different people.
So Naveen, how much strokes can be changed? I mean, as you can see that the tea is something which is very very personal to us. Tea creates a lot of artistic way of writing. When we learn, when we are starting to write in school, we want to be more artistic, and tea is one of the word which is very artistic. But here you tells us that if there is a tail to the tea, it is a negative trait, and you have made this person change and increase the determination in this person's attitude. So how many layers to this improvement are? If I have to ask you that.
See, what happens is that when we start a therapy, it is practically not possible to change 5 to 6 strokes at a time. It's very difficult. So what we try to do is that we try to give change of say 2 or 3 strokes when we start the therapy, trying to take care that those 2 or 3 strokes take care of the maximum possible improvement in that person. For example, when we change a T bar, it may have multiple effects. It will help you to build your willpower, to define your long term goals, get over resentment, and uh, get over self doubt. So, one T bar has the power to change four traits at a time. So, in the first therapy, we might go in for just one or two or three letter changes, like finishing a Y straight down for determination, making the T bar towards the top, and that will take care of multiple strokes. Once that improvement is felt by the person, then we can go in for the next therapy for other minor traits which are to be changed in the person.
Well, Naveen, I think it was such a great pleasure learning about these things, and this is a very vast subject, and it requires years and years of practice, like Naveen has done. So, viewers, if you want to basically leverage this thing, you can actually reach out to us. We can make the connection happen. And if you want to subscribe to Naveen's services, they are listed on our website, and you can go to akulmac.com/subscribe and you can directly subscribe. Or if you want to have a conversation, send us an email. We will make the connection happen. The email will be listed at the end of the video. So for today, I like to say goodbye to Naveen, only to catch again in the next one.
Hello friends, welcome to Top Brass. This week, I would like to draw your attention to one of the leading story which happened last week. And in this program, we will not talk about the unrest in northeast part of Delhi, but a news which is related to this particular episode. And this is regarding transfer of Justice Murlidharan. Now, as we all know, Justice Muridharan has been a remarkable judge. He has given some great judgment which had far reaching effects on the Indian society. He is a remarkable, to the core professional, a legal luminary. Uh, you know, he is the best judge, one of the best judge in Delhi High Court, and he in level of seniority he is number 3 in Delhi High Court. Now what happened is that during the Trump's visit to India, there was a little bit unrest in northeast part of Delhi, and there were the rioting going on. And during this period of rioting, there was certain area, small area in northeast Delhi, was on boil, and there was little bit of law and order situation. Then there is a lawyer who are the sort of a lawyer and the activist, human right activist, and basically Mandars. They are the father and daughter. So the daughter Mandar brought out a petition in Delhi High Court, saying that the people are having a lot of problem, and the ambulances and the police and safety and so on is not reaching the people in that area on time. And this was brought out, and it's sort of an emergency. So normally judges sometimes also hear cases in their homes. So this is exactly what Justice Murlidharan did. In the middle of the night at his home, he called his another judge, his fellow brother judge, and then he gave his ruling that hey, Delhi police should provide protection, and that is 1:30 in the middle of the night. And in the morning, what happened? So the next hearing for this particular case was set up at in the afternoon, around 1 o'clock or 12:30. In the meantime, in the morning, when the judge resumed his activities,
there was another petition filed by this time the Mandar, the father, who is also a well-known lawyer and also an activist, related to the same incident. So what happened is that now these cases are being sent to Justice Muralidharan's court. Now he has got two petitions filed, and then so he was going through the cases, and it was in the courtroom, and then there was a lunch break in between around 1:30, and by 2:30 the order came out uh, that there are certain things that Delhi police is lacking, and there are certain words which were used like unprofessional and so on and so forth. But so this is what has happened, and this created a little bit of news. However, the news related to the incident, which is the rioting, is much bigger than this one. In between, what happened is, I just want to draw your attention that this has happened in a period of 14 hours, which is 1:30 in the night and 2:30. So roughly about 13 to 14 hours duration, where people have taken they are they have slept, they have attended to other things, and then at 2:30 he came out with a ruling which is sort of, or which looks like that the Delhi police is being put on the spot, and they had given the judge has given the Delhi police 24 hours to give response. At the same time, Delhi police fighting the rioters, and there was a huge problem at hand to solve for Delhi police. So Delhi police got in a fix. In the meanwhile, I'd like to draw your attention that this particular judge was transferred on to Chandigarh way back on February 12th. But the government of India did not notify that. And since the Delhi police is very bravely, countering the activities which are related to mayhem and rioting in northeast part of the Delhi, it became sort of a situation where the Delhi police is getting a lot of bad news from all over. They were losing their people, their constables and officers were under attack by the rioters, so they were solving that. They were trying to make sure that they don't start shooting or use some aggressive measures to ensure that the rioters will calm down and stop creating mayhem on the street. And at the same time, judiciary is also questioning them. So it looked like too much on their plate at that point in time, and they should have been given some time to respond. However, considering this, the government had to also keep the morale of the police high. They notified uh, the transfer in the evening. So what happens is that whatever judgment this particular judge has given with the follow-up cases stands null and void. So by notifying on the same day, government ensured that whatever Delhi police was given as a negative or sort of come back next day type of uh, judgment by Justice Muralidharan will not be heard next day. So this is exactly what has happened, and so this is a normal process. It happens. This is by the law. Whenever the judge is transferred, all the orders taken on that very day when he is transferred are null and void. So this is exactly what has happened. However, the political parties had all the opportunities to talk about it and politicize it, and which they did. They took it to very high level. It was all in the media, but it is not such a big deal, because the consent of the judge were also taken before the transfer orders were given. So it was a collegium of the Supreme Court which transferred the judge. The consent was given by Justice Muralidharan, and it all happened by law. The only one minor thing is that since that judgment came on that day, on the same day, government notified the transfer to Haryana and Punjab High Court, and he has been asked to join the services in Chandigarh. That was the only thing which happened. It coincided with that, but legally there is nothing wrong in this particular event. So this is my analysis. And I personally feel that Delhi police was having too many things on their plate on that particular day when they were trying to calm the people. They were losing their officers to rioters. There were a few deaths also. I think all of us know about it. Um, and at the same time, Delhi police uh, definitely needed some time to cool things down so that they can get back to the court and give a proper response. So this is exactly what has happened, because the Chief Justice of Delhi High Court is back and they have given them 6 weeks or something like 1.5 months time to respond. So which is sufficient time for Delhi police to prepare and give a proper response. Now there is calm. The life is coming to normalcy in northeast part of Delhi, and I think this is everybody is happy. And this is the event that happened last week, along with the mayhem and the violence in northeast part of the Delhi. So this is my analysis for this particular event, where the judge was transferred within uh, on a day when he gave a judgment to, and asked Delhi police to respond the very next day. So I will meet you tomorrow again with some more analytics about the current affairs. Till then, bye bye. Hello, friends. This is Akul Mac Live, and I am Chandrakant. Recently, G7 concluded their summit in London, and one of the major agenda on the table was climate change. Climate change has been such a chronic issue. The entire population of the world, 8 billion of us, are affected by the climate change, and not to talk about the billions of animals and other wildlife which are also affected by the climate change. What we can do to control situation around us as an enterprise and as an SME, as individual citizen of the world. To discuss this matter, we have a very interesting personality joining us in the studios. So friends, stick around to this very interesting discussion. I will catch you in a minute. Welcome back, friends. And as you know that the climate has become very important, and to discuss about what policies the corporates and enterprises must have in order to control climate in their own ecosystem, we have a very interesting personality. His name is Mike Bradley. He's joining us from UK. So without further ado, let me welcome Mike to our show.
Good afternoon, Chandra. How are you?
I'm good, Mike, and I always envy your background and the beaches and the environment-friendly pictures that you have in your background. It's really nice.
It is a very pleasant area we've got here. I recommend when we have our tourism trades opening up again. This is the Goa of England.
Look forward, Mike. So I think the topic of our discussion is how do we handle the environment concerns, especially when it comes to enterprises and corporates. So we'd like to know from you, what are the things that enterprises must do in order to control the environment around their own ecosystem?
Yeah, well, I think this is very interesting. I was on a session yesterday morning where there was a professor of a university who had come up with a very complex model, as all professors do, because that's what they get paid on. They came up with an interesting, comprehensive, but very complicated model as to how companies can become or get towards net zero. And that got me thinking that actually, we must, with this subject, we have to start by not trying to boil the ocean. And it doesn't matter what organization you are or what you are as an individual. What you can't do is try and solve the global crisis yourself. The only thing you have control over is what your organization or your household can actually achieve. So if you are a householder and you leave all the lights on in your house, you're not helping the environment. So the first thing you could do in a household is you could walk through and have a best practice, which is when I leave the room, I'll switch the light off, for example. So within the corporate space, I think I think there's two aspects to this. But within the corporate space, what we have to do is the 80-20 rule. Okay. You can either try and drive for 100% net zero and spend the next 30 years trying to achieve it. Or you could take the 80-20 rule, which says, let's identify the 3 things we could change that would have the most positive impact on our environmental footprint. And I think if all organizations looked at that, that is far more impressive than having a 100-page policy around carbon change. It's far more effective because actually, if you focus on those 3 items, which maybe are, let's say, 80-20 rule, 80% of your carbon footprint is generated by these 3 items, you'll have a major positive impact on your carbon footprint. So I think it's find those 3 things within your organization that can actually make a difference. So it doesn't matter what size you are. You know, maybe like say, if it's an SME and they got a business, it's switching the lights off if that's a big thing. It's turning the power off when something's not in use. I don't know, recycling the plastic bottles properly. If it's a larger organization, maybe it's more efficient way of having your staff working. So, for example, if you are a white-collar-based business in the tech sector, do you honestly need to bring your staff into the office every day to do their job? And if the answer to that question is no, honestly, then maybe a remote working policy is the biggest single change you can make that would reduce your company footprint on the planet.
I think
those are my initial teaser thoughts for you, Chandra. What do you think?
Well, I think, Mike, these are very profound words that you've said. And I think every guru like yourself is saying that almost 50 to 60% of the workforce will actually get into contractual kind of workforce, and they will work from home or work from cafeteria or work from anywhere, but not from the office. And those kind of work will get outsourced. And I think you're talking about how do we control the environment around us. So I will tell you that the government of India has already banned few things for all individuals, and that may be very relevant to bring it here for information to be passed to global viewers here. Number one is that across India, it is not allowed, India does not allow citizens to build bore wells and draw water out from earth. So there are very few places where you can draw water out of earth. Otherwise, it is always a piped water. India is a large country with a lot of rain, but in spite of that, the water table has receded, and the government has taken a very stiff measure not to allow any bore wells across India. There may be few exceptions here and there, but by and large, almost 99% bore well does not work here, or does we don't depend on bore well. Number two is the electricity. So what is happening here is that 25% of the electricity is coming from the electric farms which are being installed right now, and this is a recent development where the goal of the government is not to depend on hydro or thermal and gradually transition to solar. Why solar? Because there is so much sun here and it is all going waste, and a lot of open land where nobody lives. So those are the places where huge solar farms are being built, and consequently new businesses have also emerged. Tesla of Elon Musk has already shifted their giga factory to India, where they are going to do not only build the batteries for vehicles, but also do R&D, so that the range of the vehicles can be increased. So a lot of R&D is being done in India, where the extender of the electric life in battery can be implemented globally. And number 3 point I like to make here is the goal for India to become all electric vehicle country by 2030 is the goal that has been set. So already there are many car manufacturers in India, because personal cars are one of the biggest contributor of pollution into the environment. So because of this, I already see a lot of two-wheelers going around with no sound, no noise pollution at all. Quietly they'll be going around, and I know at least 300 to 400 car manufacturers are already there and building their products, selling it online, like any other merchandise. And I think the goal is that gradually all the large SUVs and all existing cars will be transitioned with the same body and chassis into electric cars. So I think that is a very aggressive goal that India has set up. These 3 things I wanted to bring in order to bring the environment. Since we're talking about environment, these are the 3
conversation. Yeah, it's interesting. You see, you know, one of the other, and you already mentioned, like Tesla is adopting this approach, but I think again, large multinationals need to examine the top 3. It's fine for Tesla to say they're going to produce this factory, but what is their carbon footprint in terms of bringing people into their office every day? So there's 2 aspects to this. There's how you run your business and the business you do. There's 2 aspects to it. Also, there's massive opportunities coming out of the change, because where there's change, there's opportunities for new entrants. As you say, on the car position, I would suggest that also from the water perspective, I'm sure that there's now a big demand for different ways to generate water across the subcontinent. So that again gives, with the right support, that gives SMEs opportunities. The same with utilizing solar power. You know, if you're going to use solar power, you need teams of local people who can support local businesses to help them adopt these things. So there is actually lots of opportunity for SMEs in that space. So again, there's 2 aspects. There is one, how you actually use the solar and the power yourself and the energy yourself, and there's also and the environment, and there's also how you can help drive that change. But I think there's another aspect to this, which is it's fine to ban something, okay, but the more effective way, and as I see it, in both the personal and the corporate space, the best way to incentivize people is through the tax system. Because whether it be not many governments at the moment can give discounts on tax. So it's probably better to say that governments should consider charging a premium to companies that don't adopt green policies. They don't adopt their top 3. Maybe the largest multinationals or the quoted companies should have to identify these top 3, and if they don't identify those top 3 items that they're going to change, that there's actually going to be a premium of corporation tax for the consumer themselves. Maybe this is around, there's a fair use policy on the amount of electricity you use. And if you've got X number of rooms and X number of people, that translates into a certain amount of energy. across the board. And if you use more than that, maybe there's a premium charge. That way, I think people would think, oh, hold on a minute, maybe I should switch this light off when I go out the room. Maybe I should stop doing that. So I think there's the fiscal aspect, there's the personal responsibility aspect, and thirdly, there's the business opportunity aspect.
Well, Mike, there is one more thing I forgot to inform you is about the solar cells. And the solar cells are quite expensive because they're made of rare earth elements, and most of it is coming from China world over. You know, they are the masters of rare earth elements. So what has happened here is that it's heavily subsidized by Indian government. So if you have a plan, if you are an Indian citizen, and if you have a plan to completely rely on solar power, then it is 80% subsidized. You actually end up spending 2 million rupees to put a solar cell on the roof of your house, but it is 80% subsidized. So government is pushing a lot of citizens to go on the solar way and not depend on the grid.
And maybe there's another opportunity there then, to actually find a technology which means that India can provide solar cells itself.
I think that is the opportunity, because the solar cells are quite expensive, and because they are made of rare earth elements, so maybe there is a new kind of solar cell that is required, which is low in cost, low in distribution, for the masses. So
freely available, cheaper raw materials, easier to produce, more readily available, more consumer affordable. There's an opportunity. So maybe this is where Mr. Musk can employ some of his R&D money, is to look for cheaper ways, more efficient ways to produce batteries, to produce solar cells, etc. Of course, you have the benefit on solar compared to us. Well, we have to look more towards wind power and possibly hydro. I don't know, but wind power for sure. And these technologies need to be more efficient as well. We need to be driving efficiency, as you say, on the battery side. You know, battery life is vitally important. Also, you know, that is a great goal of moving to electricity by 2030. But there's got to be two things, in my view. One is there's got to be enough electricity. And we know that most national grids are already struggling to supply the electricity that's currently used. So somehow we've got to generate more in more efficient ways, faster and easier. Secondly, there's the utilization factor. Now, India is a lot larger country than the UK. But I know if I go from the south coast of the UK and I go up to the northeast of the UK in a purely electric car, it won't get there in the 5 hours it takes me now, because it's going to run out of juice. So it's not actually practical. And I would suggest that in India it's even less practical, because you've got vast distances between different cities and places. Obviously, there's aircraft, you know, that maybe it'd be cheaper to fly in terms of environmental impact. It probably is, in fact, probably cheaper to the environment to fly people, and particularly if that plane was solar cell powered. You know, so there's lots of potential for change. There needs to be, in my view, a lot more investment and support. But the answer isn't purely just to say, well, we're going to hand out taxpayers' dollars to people who do this, because it isn't necessarily practical yet. We need to get the whole supply chain and R&D and product life correct before we can say across the board we're going to do this. However, I'm not saying we should say, oh well, we can't do it now, therefore we shouldn't do anything. What I'm actually saying is, let's start with the big things in your life that you can change. Be your corporate life, be your household life. What are the big things you can make a change on? Because if we all sought ways to improve the 80% of generous energy we use today, or environmental damage we cause today, chances are we can make a fairly major dent in the damage that we create.
Well, I think there are very few countries or the cultures. I would not call India as a country. I think there are multiple cultures that exist here, and similarly, a country like Switzerland, and there are maybe one or two more countries which are masters in recycling. So the culture here in India, at least I can talk about, and I have actually been to Switzerland many times. They are even better than Indians in terms of recycling. So the Indian population actually recycles everything. Everything is recycled into something, and very little actually goes to waste as a waste or as a harmful material which causes environmental changes. We are animal loving country. We are about 70-80% are vegetarians, so the animals also thrive along with us. So I think that is why the current form of environmental conservation, which has been promoted by G7, and recently they finished their summit in UK, where India has not really agreed to the G7 proposed climate change policy, simply because the way they have drafted it is not friendly for the Asian people, in China, Chinese included, because I think India, even though India and China are the largest population, but they don't, talking about Chinese, I think they eat a lot of animals of different types and kinds, but at least Indians, they don't harm the environment as much as American would do, and our waste and the usage of water also is very, very lower than the average American. Simply because India has almost like 20% of the world population living in this country, but have only 2% or probably less than 2% fresh water. So you can imagine the scarcity of water here. So already as part of our culture, we actually conserve water.
I think that's right. And I think there is a danger in prescribing the way that the net zero policies are administered. We talked about households, we talked about companies looking at the top 3 things. What 3 things can they change to have the most positive impact? The same is true of countries. Right, and maybe the objective should be, look, what we want to do is reduce our impact, and we can all sign up to that, or should all sign up to that. What we shouldn't do in these multinational, multilateral agreements is say, well, the way we're going to do it is X. Because the top 3 priorities in America won't be the same top priorities as we have in the UK, won't be the same top priorities as you have in India. But the overall goal is to reduce environmental impact. So let's look at, even on a countrywide level, what are the 3 major changes we can make to have the most positive impact on the environment? And let's make those short-term goals, not 2030, not 2050, but actually let's say we have got these top 3 items. Within 5 years, we're going to reduce this.
Well, Mike, I think the environment policy is not the mandatory clause right now for any contract. For example, if you look at the new things which have been added in across the world in all contracts, is the POSCO policy, which is any cruelty towards the youngsters, small children below 18 years. So that policy and that clause is the mandatory clause. And also sexual abuse at the workplace is also a mandatory clause. So I think what you're saying is that in any contract for any corporate or any SME or even startup, I think the environment clause must be made mandatory for all agreements. I think that is where we can start.
I think that's a good idea. I think, again, it needs to be kept simple. The problem is, as soon as you complicate it, particularly the SMEs are going to struggle because it's more red tape. And and if we're not careful, it's another reason that SMEs won't get their fair share of major contracts, because a large organization can have half a dozen lawyers, 3 teams of people spread across the country working on their policy, their climate change policy, and their, whereas an SME maybe is a team of 5 or 10 people, if that, will then have, oh my goodness, I can't compete in this contract. I've got a great innovation. I can supply this across the globe. However, because I can't tick this box, because I don't have 30 people sitting in the side getting paid lots of money, I can't actually tick that box. So that's where, for me, it would be a better solution to say, you as a company identify these top 3 priorities. You say in your policy to tick that box what those top 3 are, what your current consumption is, what your targeted consumption is, and what you are doing to change it. 3 things. You can fit it on 1 page. It doesn't need, a management consultancy to come up with a 100-page document that has to be updated every week. That will not work. It's not practical, and it's not going to have a big impact, because the largest companies that can do it will actually still find ways to go around it. And probably they won't achieve, well, maybe they will achieve it by 2050. But if they start with their top 3 and aim to achieve it in 5 years' time, and everybody did that, then there'll be real change, and fast.
Well, Mike, we learned many things today in our discussion. I think it's a very vast subject. Many things we did not cover because simply in a few minutes we cannot cover things like water conservation, e-waste. There are other issues. So I think you are making a lot of sense when you say that identify 3 things and incorporate that in your environment policy. And as long as out of a laundry list of 20 items, if you have complied to 3, you are good to go. So I think it's a very good suggestion, and people who are listening to this, can start contributing, enterprises and SMEs, to see how we can help the environment globally.
Yep, absolutely. Sounds like a very good idea. I wish I'd come up with that. I did, actually.
You are the person behind the inspiration, so whether you say it explicitly or you just inspire, it's one and the same thing.
Thank you, Chandra. No, that's true. I do think there's a way to do it. Maybe there's a version of the executives eco chair that we should be discussing, how to tease out what those top 3 are.
Absolutely, Mike. It was lovely talking to you, and we will catch up next week again on some.
Look forward.
Sure, Mike. Catch you next time.
Look forward to it, Chandra. And I think I've already got a subject in mind that I think would be quite interesting.
Sure, Mike. Catch you next week, same time, same day.
Look forward to it. Take care, Chandra. Have a good rest of the day.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmac Technologies, and today is a bright Monday morning here in India. It's quite sunny, and the rain and the gloom has become thing of the past. So with this positive word, let me invite my friend from London, Mr. Naval Gun.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Yes, your seasons are changing, and so are ours. I've got a sweater on, as you can see. It's pretty chilly over here now. So heating's on, sweater's on, and we're into a new season. American elections this week, so we'll see what happens over there. And unfortunately, the weekend, one of my idols passed away. Quite a sad event, really. Sean Connery, or as most people will know him as James Bond, the original James Bond.
Well, I have one word to describe this. Bond is broken. And
Bond is broken. Very true. Very true. He certainly did. He certainly did set the tone, and it was very, tongue-in-cheek. Somewhat misogyny was going on in that era, which was, if you like, acceptable at that time, if the word acceptable can be used. But he certainly did set the tone, and it was very tongue-in-cheek. And we saw new gadgets from Q, and we've seen rapid change actually, and we've seen many other people try to take the role on. Daniel Craig, as we know, is doing his last films now, so I suppose we're all going to see who's going to be the next Bond. Maybe it'll be a woman like Doctor Who. Doctor Who was the current Doctor Who's a female, so you never know. You never know.
maybe the black guy.
Yes, could be. As I say, you never know. It's about time we sort of mixed it up a bit. And I suppose it's interesting because this month as well is International Vegan Month. Did you know that?
Well, I have been vegan for last 20 years, so
Well, that's another opportunity to, again, change things up. And vegan in their sense means somewhat more than just eating vegan. It's about practicing vegan behavior, lifestyle. But could be a huge change for people. So the question we've got for people this week is, are you ready for change? Are you prepared to change? We all want change, don't we? We don't want things to stay as they are. I mean, if you ask anyone, if you put your head out the window and says, who wants change? I'm sure everyone would put their hand up and say, yes, please. But then if you ask the next question, who wants to change? Who's prepared to change? In other words, are you prepared to change? The answer to that question will be, not sure about that. Oh no, I'm quite happy where I am, thank you very much. Then when you ask the next question, who's going to lead this change then? And all of a sudden the whole room disappears. There's no one around, because not only have we got a shortage of leaders, we've certainly got a shortage of people that will lead change, because as you and I both know, most change doesn't succeed. It's true, isn't it? 80% of change in big organizations just doesn't succeed. So who's going to lead that one? That's an exit strategy.
right. So I think you rightly put, Naval. I think I will go back to Sean Connery. During my childhood, I was lucky. During my college years, there was a festival going on in one of the theaters near the college, and I watched all the Bond movies in the morning shows, which are very, very cheap. All of them up to that time. And after that, I have seen all the Bond movies which came subsequently. So in all of these Bond movies, there has been significant change. And if you look the movies where the Daniel Craig is doing a fantastic job, the the style and the persona is so physical. So even the Bond has changed over the years. And you mentioned vegan. I think when I was in US, I did not find any trouble while I was in US, because there were a lot of vegan friends, a lot of vegan restaurants available for me to go, and there was acceptance also. So to bring that change in other parts of the world, I struggle sometimes. But Neville, I don't have any animal product on us. We don't have leather, belts, shoes. So it's not only the eating habits is also the lifestyle which comes along, and that requires a lot of change. So if we talk about business, as you rightly said, nobody wants to change and nobody wants to lead the change. And that is where the concept of risk management comes in, where the change manager has to incorporate the risk associated with every change and then make the changes which are appropriate so that you succeed. And as you rightly said, if you just change without any risk management, the chances are the organization will fail. But if you do a subsequent risk management and change towards positive, I think the likelihood of positive change is very, very high.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, as you say, it's a bit of risk management, but like anything else, we've got to do any sort of change. We all want to improve. Everyone says they want to improve. They want to get better. But the interesting thing is, they don't actually know what they do. They don't know how they do it. They sort of know the process because it's repetition. You know, I did this yesterday, I'm doing the same today, and I'll do the same tomorrow, and I'll do the same ad infinitum. But the question is, if you're not prepared to change, you're not going to improve. You might get, a small improvement just because something happens out there that you haven't really noticed. You know, someone says yes when you expect them to say no, and all of a sudden you've got a contract that you weren't expecting, but you don't know how you got it because it's the other person that made the decision, you know, and then you turn around and say, oh, that was lucky. And each time you need to have that little bit of luck. Well, people that are really good at improving themselves and are really good at things actually know what they're doing. So let's just look at something. You know, we talked about massive change in the film industry. Well, let's look about the massive change in another industry. In the Olympics, let's say a 100-meter runner. You know, although we may not acknowledge it, 30 years ago, the fastest runner in the world was running at a second slower than today's fastest 100-meter runner. So Usain Bolt is approximately a second, 1 second. That's almost 10% better than we were 30 or 40 years ago. That is a huge stride because we're only talking over 100 meters. You know, you can actually see 100 meters. And to be 10% better internationally on a world stage is something to be recorded, something to be reckoned with. But now let's look at all of the different athletes, all of the sizes of the athletes that we've had over that 30, 40 year period. Some have been tall and skinny. Some have been tall and well built. Some have been short and stocky. Some have been short and skinny. But they've all run 100 meters and they've all added to it. I mean, if you look at the physique of Usain Bolt and then look at the physique of the person that comes second, Usain Bolt is 8 or 9 inches taller. The guy that came second is stockier, you know, but he's only marginally slower than Usain Bolt. And who knows, the next person, I mean, the current fastest person in the world isn't getting to where Usain Bolt is, but they're shorter and stockier. So we're coming through some sort of cycle here, are we? Or is it luck? The point is, it's not luck. This is about process. This is about being better than I was yesterday. Athletes have it really easy because they do something called personal best. And they know that if all the conditions are there, they will achieve their personal best if they're on top form. If they've had the right breakfast, if they've done the right warm-up session to making that run. And notice they don't do all of these big runs, these major tournaments. They're not week in, week out. The Olympics is once every 4 years. World Athletics, again, once every 4 years. So they have a huge build-up period. But in business, we don't have once every 4 years. Most SMEs, it's week to week, month to month, day to day. But the thing about this is, the message this week is, if you're not prepared to change, you won't improve. And then the issue is, what are you going to change? Just do something slightly differently. Go and practice, go and experiment. Something that isn't going to make a massive impact in your organization, but something that ultimately could make a big impact if you do things slightly different than what you're doing today. Hope that makes sense.
Neville, if I take this learning from you and apply verbatim as it is, I mean, you mentioned about the athletes and the advantage the winner has is only few microseconds. And that is what makes all the difference between gold and silver. So you see, a few advantage in a business also will make a great deal if you're able to change and make those few advantages add to your own business. So I think if I have to apply your teaching today in absolute businesses, the message I can give to my clients and my prospect is that, hey, change is inevitable. And I think as a business, we should be able to change. And today, for next 2 years, we know for sure that digital age has arrived finally. So why not leverage it? So I think that is one thing which the today's entrepreneurs who are waiting and watching, the message is very clear. I think you should embrace the digital age, change, leverage experience of people like us, myself and Neville and our colleagues. We can help you there.
Absolutely. I mean, as you say, the digital age is here. It's been here for a number of years. It's something that some people have recognizing that it's actually landed because of COVID. They've been stuck at home. They haven't been able to go to their businesses. So just embrace it. Don't worry about it. Change is inevitable. Just do something slightly different than you did yesterday. That could be, go onto LinkedIn and renew some of your relationships that you have forgotten for a while. Pick 5 that you haven't spoken to a while and just send them a little note. Not spoken in a while. COVID's really made a mess of the world. How about having a discussion and seeing where we can go? If you don't make that first step, don't expect someone else to do it. Leadership is about doing things, and good leadership is about getting ahead of the curve and doing things first, being the trailblazer, that experimenter, getting ahead of that curve. And let's face it, that curve has been flattened, as they said, for some time now. So just do something different. And it's within your capability. You're an entrepreneur. You've done something different to become an entrepreneur. Trust me, all you got to do is go back and think, what did I do then? And try again. Just see what's happened, what's changed. And then you'll get better. It's as simple as that.
Absolutely, Neville. I think these are very good advice today you have given to our viewers. I think they can add little change to their lifestyle, the way they do business, the way they reach out their clients and prospects and employees and investors. So with this, we can end our discussion today. I think it's a good learning for all of us. And I'd like to say thank you to you for today's advice
Pleasure.
and tips.
Well, let's hope people can go and do it, because let's face it, the world needs leaders. It needs entrepreneurs to get out there and do something. So take this advantage. This is the first Monday in November. Make the change.
Thank you so much, Neville. We will catch up again tomorrow.
Cheers, CK. Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Well, welcome
Good
to
morning, CK. Very
So,
sunny morning again.
of course, we are almost touching 40 degrees today. It's quite hot and humid. Not so humid, it's dry. Humidity level is, because it's too hot, it's about 10%. It's dry and hot.
Lovely. I love that weather. I'll come and experience it. Drift, blow a little my way, will you? Just blow a little. Let me feel it.
You know, this kind of hot blow can give you heat stroke. Take
True,
chance with
true.
it.
Oh, I've got a heat stroke. If only the digital world could do that, so we could experience a little bit more. Eh? I'll have to have a temperature gauge in front of me. But in all seriousness, you know, we're moving further into lockdown, and you've got some news, I think, that your Prime Minister gave earlier today.
Yeah, so I'll before I share the news, which the entire India got today morning at 10 a.m., I will like to tell you that I think this is a perfect time for India to test whether the coronavirus can survive in this heat. Because so far, mankind has been waiting for summers, and the Indian summers are here. So we will know exactly next couple of weeks whether the corona survives or not, and then we can tell the world that our assumptions were right or wrong about corona.
Very good.
So I think the news that I would like to share with you is that today is the 21st day of the lockdown, 3 weeks lockdown, which India announced about 3 weeks back. Today, Prime Minister came on TV, addressed the nation, and he said that we have done pretty well as compared to other nations because we were in lockdown, even though we could have done better by following certain stricter norms. So far the Indian cases that we have recorded are 10,000. And the fear is that we have not reached the community spread so far. So Prime Minister and the government of India specifically want this to stop. And they have said that next 3 weeks or roughly about 19 days will be in a much stricter lockdown. It will be total lockdown where you're not allowed to even step out of your homes. And tomorrow there will be complete policy guidelines that will be issued. Today is the last day, so I think tomorrow will be the first day of this stricter lockdown. And my assumption is that I think most of us will have to go through a pool test kind of a scenario where the pool test will be conducted, and if they find corona, then the entire area will get into confinement zone. So I think the government wants to eradicate corona, and it's a very massive fight they have taken, where they want to eradicate street by street. It's almost like a street. They're winning or basically fighting corona street at a time. So that is the plan for next 3 weeks.
Wow, that really is locking down the lockdown. Really, it's going to make life a little more unbearable for some people, especially actually if you haven't got yourself into a routine yet. I mean, I'm hearing around the world, you know, people are not getting into a routine. You know, they're not physically going to work, so that means they're not mentally going to work. And it's difficult. You know, it's not easy, cooped up in, you know, maybe 1 or 2 bedroom flat. You haven't got many places to move around that flat. You look out and there's no activity, but you do hear the birds singing. You don't see aircraft. You can open your windows and actually breathe in some really good fresh air. So even though, you know, things have drastically changed for everybody, we can take the best advantage now of moving forward. And you've got whatever difficulty you've had for the last 3 weeks, you've got another 3 weeks of it, and it's going to be tighter. So let's get ourselves into a real routine. You know, let's start with, I mean, you and I have a regular discussion first thing in the morning, within an hour of me getting up, I wake up before my alarm goes off because my body clock seems to have done that. So I sort of I'm lying there and I'm snoozing away and I'm waiting for the alarm to go off. I put it on snooze so my wife can wake up afterwards. So it's snoozing away. That's a routine we've had for years. We're not going to stop that. And then I get up, I get dressed, I get washed, have a dress, get dressed, have at least one cup of coffee. As you well know, CK, this is my motivation in the morning. And I have a light breakfast, and then you and I are online because, India's 5.5 hours earlier than the UK. So this is my early morning, if you like, probably before a lot of people are even up. That's my routine. And I'm sure you've got a routine, CK. Pretty similar, I would imagine. Not exactly the same, but you've got a routine first thing in the morning?
Oh yeah, Neville, I also have a routine just like you. I know that I have to finish all my work before I get on to this session, which is starting at 12 o'clock at my time, because it's almost like noon for me. So before that, I need to finish my routine, my work, which involves right now, because we are working from home, so a bit of helping kids logging on to their systems so that they can join their schools, and also working with my office colleagues to see what is pending, stuff like that. So first thing I do is answer my emails in the morning after my cup of tea. So I take a morning tea, black tea. Unlike you take coffee, I take tea. and and I then answer my emails. And if I don't do that, my work will get piled up. So I first finish along with my tea, my emails, and I also check the news. And then I start my work at 9 o'clock, talk to a few people and all that. So it's a fairly set routine throughout the day. And so far what I've seen is that I'm working till 8:30 in the night. So I switch off my systems at around 8:30 or 9 o'clock and have a light dinner and then go retire to bed. That has been a routine.
And that's presumably, because as you and I work in this virtual world quite a lot of time, it probably hasn't changed apart from you're now doing it from home.
The work has increased now because there is no more time, so you can squeeze in more work. Unlike previously, you had to plan for your little trip from home to office, then little trip in the evening back home. So, and then little trip to, to the washrooms and all that. So all those things are now reduced quite a bit. So I think there is additional 3 to 4 hours of time now, good quality time which I can devote in my work.
And of course, with your children being at home as well, you're sharing those duties. Those are not normally what you would have while you're at work. So, and I know for a fact that you cycle to the office. So you're losing, although you're gaining that time more productively, you're actually losing that time because you're not exercising. I know that was your form of exercise. So how have you managed to fit in, quite a strenuous exercise, really, good 20-30 minutes cycle into the office?
Yes, fortunately, I have a gym at home. I built my gym and I have a cycle in the gym. So I paddle for 10 minutes.
So despite the fact your routine has now radically changed because you're not going to the office, you've maneuvered your routine so that it hasn't really changed a great deal.
It has not. But one thing I like to share with you, I think it is, we men can share about this. I think it's a revelation for most men that they can also cook.
I love cooking. It's an opportunity to, throw a few things into a pan and, come up with a new recipe.
Right. That is the additional part of, if you may say so, it's routine. So a bit of cooking. it's like a de-stressing way of during lockdown you can cook a little bit, de-stress yourself, cycle a little bit, lift weight a little bit in between. So I think one thing I realized is that earlier I had to finish my gym early on and then get on with my day. Now I'm actually doing it. I work for 1 or 2 hours, then I go work out for 10 minutes, 15 minutes. So that's the way I'm ensuring that I don't get stressed about my work during the day.
That's really good because this can be a really stressful time. Where in essence we're all locked into these four corners. For some people, it's quite a big four corners if you've got a huge property. For others, it's a small four corners. So it's good to break it up a little bit. As you say, the stress. You've probably evened out your stress levels, so that whenever you and I talk, you're never under stress.
Oh yeah.
So and going through the day, I'm sure we all peak at certain points. Some people go up and never come down. They live an incredibly stressful life, but now's the opportunity to get into a little bit of routine and saying, okay, I'm recognizing when that stress is hitting. You know what? I'll go on the treadmill. I'll go on the bike. I'll go and help the children with their, TV watching or something, because again, they've got downtime too, and it can be incredibly difficult. But the point is, you're going to have to break through that barrier. To make the next 3 weeks, because let's face it, we're only halfway through here in India. My guess is we're only halfway through in the UK too, although they haven't really said as much yet. But equally, when we are unlocked, it's not going to go back to everything as usual, the way we were 3 weeks ago. There may be other restrictions on movement. I mean, we call this social distancing here. As you well know, I prefer to call it physical distancing because you and I are socially connecting, so we're not really distancing here. But routine is absolutely fundamental. So get that workspace. You CK and I have our own studies. It may be that you haven't got that luxury of a very dedicated area where you can go and work. When you're finished, you shut the door behind you. You could be working on the kitchen table. You could be working on the dining room table, and all of your family is doing the same thing. So you could have your parents there, you could have your children there, you could have your brothers and sisters living with you. As we know, people have got very cosmopolitan lifestyle and a family lifestyle. So this is now about negotiating your way around your day and their day. There could be broadband, bandwidth issues, certain peaks. I know in certain places around the world, there are blackouts. The electricity systems cannot cope with normal time. So you have to maneuver your way around those as well. Certainly, when I was in India many years ago, that was a feature. There were in some of the cities there were blackout hours, and if the generator didn't kick in, then you got the candles out. The same in the UK. We had a winter of discontent. We had blackouts. We got the candles out, so we knew where the candles were. So this is about, again, that's a routine. There's nothing worse than fumbling in the dark to say, where did I put those candles? You know exactly where you put the candles and exactly where you put the lighter. So this is really an opportunity now to get that routine in place. I can't stress it more, really. It is absolutely paramount that you get up at the right time, get yourself ready for work, start your work, take the breaks, drink water, fluids. You like tea in the morning? I like coffee. I like tea in the afternoon, actually. I don't know why. That's probably just historical. So that's a routine I got into.
I tend not to have coffee after about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Does it do me any good? Does it not do me any good? I don't know, because I've not actually tried coffee later on in the day. Maybe now's the time to do it. Change the routine, experiment. Go ahead.
So basically, as you know, Neville, I've lived in 4 or 5 countries before I moved back to India. And so I got introduced to real filter coffee when I was in Africa. And so I have my coffee around 11 o'clock, and that keeps me awake for next 8 hours. So, you see me so awake right now because I had a cup of coffee or shot of espresso just an hour back, and I'm going to be awake till 8 o'clock, and it'll charge my batteries, and the batteries start to juice out only in the evening. And so that's my secret. So I have tea in the morning because I don't want to wake up so abruptly, because if you have coffee in the morning, you will just, wake up in the morning. I just want to ease it down a little bit. And, but, you mentioned about routine. I think it's very important. Initially, when we went into lockdown 3 weeks back, the kids were having a gala time. They said, "Oh, freedom." They were singing songs. They were watching TV nonstop. And although it was supposed to be their school time, and the schools were shut off, so they felt as if it's a freedom for them. They don't have to get up early in the morning, leave home at 7:30, and be in the school and all that. But I think after a week, they also started getting little panicky, or they wanted more activities. So what we did, we actually forced children to make their own timetable. Because if we give a timetable, it will look like it is being forced to them.
Absolutely.
So we encourage them to write your timetable, but the parents have to vet it. You cannot write 3 hours of cartoon time. So we actually force our kids to write their timetable, and then we basically reviewed it and vetted. Okay, signed it. This is what you guys need to follow. So we are actually, when they deviate from their timetable, we point towards that. Hey, you guys only wrote it, so you better follow it. So I think that's another exercise that we have to do. Where how do you do kid management or children management? It's something that we have done. Maybe others can follow the same thing.
Oh, absolutely. And the interesting thing is, you're working with all of your team members, and they're following their own schedule as well. So when you take your breaks, that doesn't mean they're going to take their breaks. So they're following their own routine, and it's really important that's negotiated between you and them. So if you're running a team, understand what their timetable is. Again, don't enforce it. What we're hearing around the world is that there's a lot of enforcement going on, and as you start to enforce, people are saying, well, the productivity is going down. Duh.
Right.
What does that say? Well, actually, enforcement really doesn't work. So don't constantly be on their back. Work to outcomes. Let them work their way how they're going to get those outcomes. If you say, we need to finish this project together, when realistically can we finish? And if everyone agrees, well, we can finish that by Friday at 4 o'clock, great. Let everyone then work out how they're going to do their bit, when their bit is going to be part of it. Because like anything else, this team we're working with, you tend to pass the process on to somebody else. So you do your bit, then someone else does their bit. They may then give it back to you, and you do a bit more. So you're constantly working with this routine, this project time, all the way through your working career. Now's the time to really lock into that and manage it on the project base, not by the hour. Because by the hour really is not going to be, that's an enforcer. That's like, the truncheon on the back of the head all the time. Have you done this? When is it going to be finished by? Give people the latitude, and you never know, actually, because they're so focused on what they're doing, they will achieve a better result in the time frame that they've agreed to do. And remember, it's them agreeing to this. That's how you get engagement. Don't get engagement by poking people in the eye. You know, that's 70s management style.
Right.
You know, the whiplash. But yeah, it's great. I mean, you know, everyone listening, you know, work with your kids, get them to do the timetable. That's what we call engagement. We're not going through the alphabet today, if everyone's noticed. We're chopping around the alphabet, but the key message today is to get a little discipline around what you're doing, get yourself into a routine, have a timetable, call it what you like, but make sure you're not looking at it in isolation. You're now looking at it with your family members, your team members, your customers and your clients. Because again, remember, business will return to a little bit of normality for them. You know, as you and I know, TK, there's not much difference in our world apart from we don't have to struggle in the car, in traffic jams, to meetings that don't start on time, pretty bad cups of tea, not very good cups of coffee. You know, I can have the cup of coffee I want when I want it, you know, in the comfort of my own home. So I love this. I'm loving this opportunity. It's getting people to think, and a lot of people are becoming far more productive because they've got a routine.
In fact,
And indeed, you go ahead.
in fact, you mentioned about managing the team. So it's a very long subject, but I think both of us have a methodology which we can share to the world. It's difficult to share it in a small video clip like this, but if somebody is struggling and wants to know how people, you know, they can, some entrepreneur can manage their teams in during lockdown or even beyond. So Neville and myself can help you there. So please reach out to us. We will tell you ways of how to handle, because we have done it, and we are already managing our teams by using different methodologies. So we can share those methodologies with you. So I expect people to reach out to us.
Yeah, please do. I mean, we're more than happy to share, you know, what we know. I mean, we may not have seen your specific issue, because until you explain what your problem is, we're not going to give you a solution. You know, as far as we're concerned, it's a blank prescription. We're not acting like doctors. No coach will act like a doctor. A mentor will have a lot of experience in your field and perhaps can get you to the answer a lot quicker. Coaches will get you to the answer a lot quicker, but as in these times under lockdown, a coach's role is to unlock you. And until we understand what your problem is, we can't actually suggest what you might do to unlock yourself. So it's really important that you do reach out in these times, and we're always available. We'd like you to come on here, you know, and if you're feeling confident to come on a screen like this and say what your problems are, we'll happily have a discussion, a team discussion, and solve those problems. But more importantly, you've got to go do the work. You know, this is your business. This is your opportunity. We're not. There's no rocket science here. This is about, you know, you've got a blockage. It's a bit like it's a little bit like the kitchen sink is blocked. So what do? Call a plumber. You know? Alternatively, I would go and get a plunger and see if I could plunge out the sink. I'd fill the sink up and see if I could plunge the sink out using additional pressure. There are lots of things you can buy off the shelf in the supermarket that say this unblocks your sink. Well, I'd probably try that too. But ultimately, I might have to call the plumber. So the question is, you know, what stage are you? What have you tried? What have you done? If you've done nothing, trust me, you need to go and think about doing something. And if it is unblocking a sink, it's a really good phrase. It's a 21st century phrase. And I have to mention it really quietly because it's a secret. Google it. Go onto YouTube. Google it. It's crazy, isn't it? You know, the answers are out there, but we are locked, and we're almost blind to seeing the answer, and it's in front of our face. All we've got to do is ask. You know, leadership of the 1970s and 80s would say never ask, because it's showing a failing, it's showing your fragility. Only go and ask other leaders. But what if those other leaders haven't got the answer? And your team have, because they're so naive, you know, that they're saying, well, isn't it obvious? I'm sure everyone's read in their childhood The Emperor's New Clothes.
Yes.
Yeah, and there's a I can't think of his name now, but he's a famous American dancer and singer, and there was a song written, and it goes, the king is in the all together, the all together, the all together. In other words, the king's naked. The Emperor's New Clothes were so finely woven from really expensive silk that actually they weren't real. And it took a child to say, the king's naked. Remember that one?
Oh yeah. It's
Coming back.
Song.
You may have called it Hans
Chris.
Christian Andersen.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And these are just children's fables, you know. So in other words,
interesting thing is that when you see the illustration of the story, you'll see that king is wearing these cufflinks and only this part, and rest of the body is not wearing it.
There's nothing there. You know, it's a very famous story, you know. But the point is, it took a child, you know, through a child's eyes. So this is a great opportunity now, you know, to solve the issues that you've currently got. Unlock yourself, unlock during lockdown. So yeah, come online, come and have a chat, you know, reach out to us, because we're here to help. That's the whole point. And once we help you, you can help your team. And, you know, that's how we get this ripple effect. Because believe you me, with the downturn in the economies, we're going to need a big ripple to come back. And it's only going to be those companies, those leaders, those managers, those entrepreneurs like you, to really take advantage and push forward once the unlock starts to happen. So yeah, please, you know, come online, come and talk to us. We can't say more than that, really, can we?
Yes, Neville, thank you so much. And I think we will be back again tomorrow. Neville will be back and we will discuss letter P. And so I think today we need to get in routine, get in shape, prepare ourselves for next 3 weeks of strict lockdown.
Fantastic. Always a pleasure to speak with you, CK. Have a great day and enjoy planning, because you need to get your provisions in.
Of course. So be safe and see you tomorrow.
Take care.
High five.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmek Live. I am Kanchan Verma, and today yet again we are taking you to a very interesting city, And we have an interesting guest on our panel today for this discussion. And he will be discussing our great connection with that particular city of the world, which is one of the cosmopolitan city and a great city. So stick around to this episode till the end. You will find many, many more information about the city. Welcome back, and today we are going to a very interesting city, and our esteemed guest is taking us to that particular city, and I will definitely ask him where he is taking us. So I would like to welcome Mr. Sitesh Srivastav, who is an IT professional. He has a deep interest in radio broadcasting. So welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing?
Bamba Kanchan-san, Genki desu ka? That means good evening, Kanchan. And today I would like to take you and our viewers to a famed world-class city which I was destined to meet my own.
Very nice.
Tokyo.
Okay. Going to Tokyo today, and it is one of the interesting city of the world, and definitely many people eager to go to this city and work there. Many people work there. So what is your experience with the city?
Well, what best today to tell you that Tokyo is waiting for the Olympics to happen from next month. And despite the pandemic, the Japanese resilience is on the show again, where they say that we will go ahead with the Olympics. And that is one of the small revelations about the Japanese society that I got to see when I went to Japan in Tokyo, and I lived there. And I lived there for almost 6 years of my life. 6 years of my precious moments in Tokyo. So Kanchan, how have you been? Would you like to go to Japan with me?
Definitely, I'm very well, and really I'm eager to come out of the house from social distancing. I'm really eager. So take me to the Tokyo.
Well, Kanchan, so Tokyo, as we all know, this is not an unknown capital of the world, one of the greatest financial centers, the heart and soul of Japan, the place which brings us to great innovations, great developments, and also all of this in the last 70 years, in the 70 years of the modern history after Japan was defeated in this World War II, when the bombings in Hiroshima and Nagasaki happened. So it is very remarkable to come to Tokyo and see how the soul of a country comes together and makes it great once again in this world. And I had a great chance to be there. And I thought, no, I can't sustain here for more than 6 months. And I stayed there for 6 years. And I loved every moment of it. And I saw, going from India, I felt that it is heaven on earth. And this is the medal that I gave Tokyo, or probably Tokyo gave me. So journey has been amazing. It has been really historic, personally as well as professionally. And I have learned a lot, many things from this city. And from this city, I saw the Japanese culture.
Let's find out what is the history of this city. And this is one of the premium cities of the world. So how it originated, what are little history of the city?
Well, if you go back to, let's not go back to the ancient history of this place, but I am more interested in the modern history of maybe 2, 3, 4 centuries before. If you see there around 1800s time, Uh, it was a landlocked, not landlocked, the locked country Japan, the famed country Japan, which was not allowing ships going through the Pacific to harbor in the Tokyo Bay or the Osaka port. And it was all famed that this is a self-sufficient country, and Tokyo was a pride of that land. Only somewhere around end of 1800s, where it was open to the Western countries, the US and the UK, and then people saw from the outside world. Then they saw the place that we know as Tokyo. Actually, it is Tokyo, and but we from the different parts of the world, we call it Tokyo. And it's a very, very bustling town, as much modern, as much ancient, as much medieval, and it is a cosmopolitan where one can find all kinds of indulgences, whether it is learning, whether it is earning, whether it is entertainment, fun, and the humility of the Japanese people. And great bustling Indian community over there, which I discovered, and lots of memories that come to my mind today. I'm really unsure whether I would be able to cover everything in one episode, Kanchan.
Well, I've heard a lot about religious places and political places in Tokyo, but I also heard that the nightlife of Tokyo is also awesome. So tell us, what are the places we can visit in Tokyo once we visit this country, Japan?
Well, Kanchan, I am kind of unauthorized, travel evangelist for Japan and Tokyo especially. Whether it is a 2 days itinerary or a 2 weeks itinerary or a 1 week itinerary, I can tell you all. How, when, how much money, where to stay, how to go about it. And this place, the city Tokyo, is surrounded by some great suburbs. Each of those suburbs have their distinct cultural importance in the Japanese society today. And it is also one of the densest population in the country. And we have seen the Tokyo Tower. We have seen a latest sky tree, which was made somewhere around 15 or so. It was ready. And then there are a lot of temples in the city, the Shinto temples, the Buddhist temples in the city. And it has also famed the Japan metro train network inside the Tokyo city. And my special affection for Japan started with the Bollywood movie Love in Tokyo. That was somewhere in 1964 or 66. I hope you have also seen it, Kanchan. So the songs of that movie, they were so iconic. It just got imprinted in my mind. But I never knew that I would ever visit Japan. As the luck would have it, I visited Japan, and then I saw that movie many times in Japan again. Love in Tokyo was by Joy Mukherjee and Asha Parekh. And that was the first movie made with between India and Japan. And I was so enamored by it that I translated those songs in English, Kanchan, to explain the Japanese people about those songs, that the movie songs made impact. So Tokyo as such is, as I said, it's a metropolitan city, and it is surrounded by great suburbs, very, very rich suburbs, very, very quiet suburbs. And the best way is to see it by foot, as I always say, and also the metro train. The public transport is amazing. You don't need to have a car for yourself to drive around. And of course, Tokyo Tower which is known all over the world. Looks like sometimes that you are in front of Eiffel Tower, Paris. But it is a hallmark. It is a hallmark. And then there are some great, architectures, buildings that we can see in the Shinjuku district, in the Marunouchi district, in the Odaiba reclaimed islands, just outside of Tokyo. And then there's a great city called Yokohama next to the Tokyo. And then there are for the international visitors, you can also see a German village over there. You can go and see how the German villages are. And one great attraction is the bullet trains, which they call Shinkansen.
Well, at this point of time, I want to ask 2-3 things. First is, you mentioned religion. I mean, you mentioned temples, you mentioned Buddhist temple. So what religion is to Japanese people? Because here it is something very, very big thing for Indians. So I just want to understand how they react to their religion and other religions.
Well, when I reached Japan, I never thought that this country or the people would be so much of religious people. But I was taken by shock when I saw during the New Year's Day, lots of Japanese, almost all of Japanese, they go to the temples. In the last week of December, in the 1st of January, which is a holiday in the country, they go to all the temples. And that's where I realized that I need to understand the religious aspect of this society. And I was told, I saw there are two main religions, Shintoism, and the second one is Buddhism. So Buddhism in Japan did not reach from India directly. It traveled from India to China, and from China it reached to Japan. So the Buddhism that we see in Japan is influenced by the Chinese sect or the followings of the Buddhism. And then there are more very popular Buddhism sects. Nowadays, actually, there's one very popular is Nichiren Buddhism, and there is one great international community called Soka Gakkai, SG. They also follow up. I think it is Nichiren Buddhism there. And so when I say these religions, Shintoism or Buddhism, it is basically Buddhism is like a middle path. So extremes are not seen. The religion is separate from the politics. The religion is separate from the administration. Its influence is not seen. And I think that is one of the great reasons for Japanese success, Japanese industrial success or economic success. Religion is a very, very private matter in Japan. People don't discuss about it. It is not taken very lightly to talk about religion in Japan. They also don't ask and they don't entertain these questions also. It's a very, very personal matter. And I think that's how they have kept their progress and their religion two different things.
Well, when we are talking about Japan and here in India and elsewhere in European countries or in US, we see ninjas and we see katanas, we see long films of katanas. So these kind of traditions are still popular in Japan.
Well, I think the traditions with the Japanese people, as I saw in Tokyo, culture is the utmost thing that they hold very, very close to their hearts. Culture, and second thing is their language, Japanese language. These two are non-negotiable things in Japan. Whether they become modern, whether they become anything, the culture and the language. And that is something I feel is one of the core of their success. The traditions are seen, the kind of festivals they have. I remember Tanabata festival Hinamatsuri festival, and a lot of other such festivals. These are so close to the culture, and so close to the culture. At the same time, they are able to mix it with the modern technology, modern aspects, modern outlook, and assimilating the world themes as well. But these two cultural traditions are non-negotiable in Japan.
Well, if anybody plans to go to Japan, or I mean Tokyo, so what is the maximum time he requires to visit all the places and enjoy the visit?
As I said, you can ask them to connect with Sitesh. I can give them a 2 days itinerary to 2 weeks, 2 months, and 2 years of itinerary as well. But I must say, and I keep telling people, my friends, my colleagues, my customers in India, in UK, in South Africa, I have told them, one place in this world before you die, you must visit Tokyo. You must visit Japan. And I'm telling you, Kanchan, when people go, they come back, they hunt me down, and they ask me for a coffee, and they say, thank you that you asked us to go to Japan. And I would say leave August, month of August. It's a summer time, 1 month. So better time is to go to the Sakura season, or the autumn season. So Sakura season is also called Golden Week, which comes around the last week of April and the first 2 weeks of May. The whole country is decked with sakura flowers. Sakura is chrysanthemum. It's the national flower. The whole country is decked in those flowers. There is a great tradition of going out and sitting, beneath the sakura trees, and then with their families, and have the flowers falling and enjoying. The another great time is the autumn time. That is somewhere around October and around the end of November, when the whole country goes completely autumn colors, fall colors, golden, orange, reddish. And those are the great times to be in Japan. But again, Tokyo as a city is a place which is evergreen, ever inviting. And I have met people who have only come for Disneyland, or to see Disneyland. Some people have only come to experience the bullet train, which is Shinkansen. I mean, in the morning, you can sit in a train and travel to 800 kilometers in 2 hours' time, spend the whole day there, and come back in the evening and have a cup of coffee again with your family or friends. So some people go there only for the cultural reasons, and some people are looking for anime. Anime. I mean, all those TV channels that children see, the graphics. So it is anytime city. Tokyo is anytime city, and I know you will ask me about food, so I will tell you.
Especially food for vegetarian people.
Yes, so Japanese also have a rich tradition of vegetarian food, and I have seen it personally. But it is a lot of boiled food, a lot of with just boiled and salt, with very minimum of oil. Of course, Indian food is available with Indian restaurants around the city. When I was there, I can think of around almost like a 400, around 400 or 350, 400 Indian restaurants in Tokyo itself. So food is never a problem. Food is never a problem. The only thing is that you would have to ask for it. You have to find it. So Indian restaurant, you will get it very easily. But if you try it out in a Japanese udon, you can try it out. Wagashi is the sweets, Japanese sweets. So it is a foodie's delight only if you experiment.
Well, we have traveled to you and find out that what is the culture and what are the places we can visit in Tokyo. So, what is that one place which you just recommend not to leave while visiting Tokyo?
Well, as always, I like to see the history. I like to, see the historical aspects of the country. And that is what drives me again and again. So I think there are a lot of museums that I want to see. The Emperor's Palace that I want to see, and of course Tokyo Tower, and then Sky Tree, and there are numerous places within 100 kilometers range of Tokyo, which one can go and see what is the fame of this place in last 200 years or 250 years or so. And Indian embassy in Tokyo is at a very, very beautiful place called Yurakucho. There are some great gardens around. Shinjuku is a great neighborhood. Ginza is a great neighborhood. And as I said, a lot of model villages are in and around Tokyo to go and see. And then there is hop on and hop off bus as well. So you can see some sakura behind me as an image. This is in the Golden Week that one can see across the country. And these are the autumn colors that is decked across the Japanese landscape. And this is important to understand that there's no one place that I can recommend. There's no one place, because Tokyo, every station, every suburb has got a history to tell. People are ready to talk to you. The humility of people, when we realize, do these people still exist on this planet? And that is the experience that I carry with me, and you can say I carry a portion of the soul of Japan with me every time I'm around.
I've been discussing different cities with you every week, and I come to know that Banaras is also one of the city which is very close to your heart. Now, I have also realized that Tokyo is also a very city which is very close to your heart. Both the cities are sitting in your heart at the moment. So, what you will say, maybe describe Tokyo in 2 or 3 words?
Visit it once. Visit it once and come back, and you will thank me. Don't have any incident which will not impact you. I have lost money in the local train, and I have thought that I will never get it back. And I got it back with goosebumps. I have lost, left passport in a public transport, and I have got it back. And the humility is something that is to learn for all of us. To achieve what we want to do, we don't need to be in a rat race. That is the ultimate learning that I carried back with me when I came back. And the way the people live there there are lessons to be learned. And those lessons are about collective living, community living, where they believe in their leadership, they believe in their nationalism. And just to tell you, you go to the electronic district, which is called Akihabara inside in Tokyo, which is supposed to be Asia's biggest electronic market. You ask for a phone, they will show you an iPhone. They will always show you a Sony or a Panasonic phone. You ask for a car, they will never show you a Mercedes. They will always show you a Toyota. And that is the nationalism I talk about, being proud about their products. They will never go for cheap and low value products. And nationalism is seen through everything that they do. Country, but their hearts are large, and their self-respect is bigger than the Everest that I can tell you. Go for it.
Well, as usual, it is so lovely to talk to you today and listen all the feelings you have. You're pouring all the feelings which you have for this particular city because you live there and you have a special connection with this city. So we'll be meeting again with the same enthusiasm, with the same zeal for other city. And I'm sure you are the best person to describe a city. So till then, bye-bye. Take care.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akul Mac Technologies, and I welcome you all on today's edition of Jeremy Blaine's Live. And today is a very special day because we have an exclusive presentation by Mr. Jeremy Blaine about the emerging trend, which may be valid with regard to leadership and the new landscape of business for the decades to come. So without wasting any further moment, let me welcome Mr. Jeremy Blaine.
Good morning, CK from the UK. How are you?
Yes, I'm good, and we are in Delhi, so it is as cold as London, probably.
It is.
So we don't have frost here, but I think you're going to heat the environment by really talking about what what you're going to present in your report, which you are bringing exclusively for our viewers.
That's right. It is an Akul exclusive today. I have just, with another business partner, completed a global piece of research on the emerging leadership traits and skills for tomorrow, today, particularly looking at the decade ahead. We've gone through enormous transformation and change. We've talked about this in our discussions over the last few weeks, CK. Digital transformation, workforce transformation, ways of working. That was before the pandemic, and now the pandemic hits. We've got the business imperatives front and center. How do we get back on track? But how do we bring our people along with us when we also still have new competition coming? We're not sure how the economy is. So much hitting leaders, and really it needs something to give leaders a roadmap for the way ahead. And we felt that the time was right to do some research. So we looked across 4 regions and 27 countries, including India, as it happens. I'll pull out a little bit of data today. Almost 2,000 leaders, but also within that as well, we interviewed employees. So we brought in the leadership perspective as well as the employee perspective to give us an idea of not just what the challenges are, but how leaders are doing and what needs to happen differently over the next decade, but starting now.
I think this is a very important subject, because there is a lot of confusion in the field. People don't know what steps to take, and especially the leadership. They don't know which direction they have to steer their organization. So I think your work and your assessment would be very, very important and valuable. I mean, if your research can give a little bit directions to the leaders, specifically in Asia Pac, it will be very good.
Yeah, well, it's very interesting that you say that, because I will pull out this very first piece of data, is that it is clear that leaders in the Asia Pacific, across Asia Pacific, so if I look from India to the Pacific, are most prepared in the world for tomorrow and are ready to do things differently. And in terms of the top 10 countries in Asia Pacific, India within our survey, we're at number 5. So making progress, getting up there and more enlightened. You know, what's interesting for me, I'm calling you, of course, from the UK here. It's interesting for me, the three key areas that were really struggling at the other end of the scale was the territories in Africa that we surveyed, territories in the Middle East we surveyed, but specifically the UK. Least prepared, but that comes with a very big Brexit effect as much as the effects of what's impacting leaders that I've talked about before. So actually some real challenges for people, but the Asia century has really begun, which was a term coined by the Financial Times last year, and I really subscribe to it. In fact, the top three challenges when we asked leaders in our survey, what are the top three sort of 5 challenges that you have over the next decade, particularly as we start in 2021, post pandemic, he said, hopefully, was the first one was keeping up with the pace of change, which is fairly obvious because that is ever accelerating, and the pandemic has been a further accelerator into that. The second was attracting and retaining appropriate talent. And when we went deeper into that, leaders have started to realize that talent does not just mean your permanent employees. It means those independent workers who will increasingly be part of your workforce, and therefore who are the highest value that need to impact your company. We've not particularly formalized that process. That was the second. The third was enabling the business to operate in the digital era while maintaining the human touch. So what are the tools that we need, the appropriate technologies to fuel the business, to drive greater collaboration and communication across all of our people, whether they be permanent employees, independent employees, stakeholders everywhere in the business, customers, partners, you name it. And then the final two really that came out within the top 10 and within actually the top 5 were leaders starting to acknowledge that they needed to upskill for the times that we're in. They recognize that traditional leadership skills, while really valuable, are not just what they need anymore. They need a new suite of skills for tomorrow, which give them the power and understanding of, for example, how to manage data effectively, how to work in more agile ways for them and their organization. And then within all of that, the final piece that came out from the leadership from a key challenges perspective were the balancing needs of all of the different stakeholders, which were now part of the mix that they had to manage, not just shareholders, not just the executive board, but it is customers, partners, it's workers, it's workforce, it's also community, which was a strong part that came out of it. Those were the top challenges, CK, that came through initially.
Javi, you have put it very nicely. I think to get to the direction in which the entrepreneurs must take the next steps, I think which way the industry is going is, you have to understand very well. So I think you rightly pointed out that the transition is happening, and a lot of industries have to look at transition in a very big way. For example, if there is a hospitality industry, which is a very big industry in the areas where our tourism is the main source of income. There are few pockets in India, there are few pockets everywhere. And I think these entrepreneurs who are very big in this arena have to relook at their strategy, what they have to do. Similarly, entertainment industry. I don't think there is any new movie. Have you seen any new movie lately? I mean, I don't see anyone releasing any movie. So I think that is also one big change people have to look at. I think the biggest change would be in the arena of production, because and the advertising further. How do you promote your items which you are producing? All that is now undergoing a tremendous change, and people have to realize where the industry is going. So my pointed question to you would be specifically to these areas which are very badly affected, like entertainment, hospitality, airlines, tours and travel. What is your specific advice? Maybe you want to give it now, or maybe you want people to come to your report to see it in a complete picture. But if you can throw some light, it will be great.
Well, we do have actions that we recommend actually, but I will let people read the white paper and And I've given you the link to our webpage. This is not going to be released until sort of later this week, but I've given you the link where your viewers and network can see it first as an exclusive. And also, I'm going to be doing a web event in about 2 or 3 weeks' time with Paul Marks, who was my partner in this research, where we're going to go into it in a little bit more detail and talk very specifically about the actions. So we can provide that link so people can register. It's just an Eventbrite too. However, I totally agree with you. There are some industries which are really suffering. Some, of course, which have done very well. Let's not forget during this as well. So there's a huge shift with what's happening. And I think at the end of it, you mentioned entertainment. I did actually go and see Tenet at the movie theater, but it was a very eerie experience. There was a whole ring around us of seats, and it was just not the experience that I wanted. And so, what are they going to do? Because they're losing money hand over fist. So from a leadership perspective, there are two key things that are happening here. The first is that they have short-term business imperatives, which are driven by survival, which are trumping everything. They have to get back on track. They have to think about what they're doing. Fortunately, some more enlightened governments in the world are putting together schemes whereby they're paying a certain percentage of their workforce's salary for a number of months, often called a furlough scheme. Others are kind of struggling themselves. But the other end of the scale, which really comes straight into our research, is that there's a very, very strong need for a new brand of leadership, because it is not just the leaders who have challenges. It is everybody that works for them who are worried, who don't know if they're going to have a job tomorrow, don't know if they're going back to work. Yes, they may be furloughed and being paid a salary, but they're at home. They've got a balance. You don't know what their home life is like. So we know that there are mental health issues, well-being issues, which are growing as well at the same time. So what was quite interesting that came out of the research was, if there is one big headline that came out, was the need to usher in a new age of human-centered leadership. That was absolutely number one. And at the top of that list was leaders demonstrating far more empathy. So if you track that against what we've just been talking about around some of those industries, leaders have a headache around their business. They don't know what the future looks like. And yet they're having to really, really think about how they interact with their people, because the very best leaders who are coming through this are the ones that have demonstrated the greatest empathy within the greatest challenges as well to their people, and the people will remember it. So this is, if you think about the challenges I talked about for leaders, number two was attracting and retaining talent. Now, if leaders demonstrate the great empathy-centered leadership through this pandemic that their employees and stakeholders can really get behind while trying to protect the business in very uncertain times, they will emerge as the ones who will be the most attractive leaders for employees everywhere looking. So of those traits coming through, those more human-centered traits coming through, I talked about empathy. The next one is being a master communicator. The next one is also living and breathing the transformation that needs to happen in the company, even if it's adopting remote working for the longer term. They need to be able to walk the walk as well as talk the talk. The more enlightened leaders are acknowledging they need new, different skills. So if I think of some companies like Citibank, for example, they are practicing actively reverse mentoring. They're bringing in their millennial workforce into the boardroom, and they're saying, you need to help us. How do we integrate the most appropriate technologies to help us here? So that's really key. So actually, the things that the worst leaders are doing from a pandemic response. So let's go back to your question as well. Let's say there are leaders who are really worried about business survival, and they can't see beyond that. They're not able to see what everybody else is going through. And the number one challenge and the number one factor, which employees who are responding to us find the most negative trait, was the pandemic response, a poor pandemic response. Poor communication, focus on the short term, but also they see their leaders being overwhelmed by multiple pressures and priorities. In fact, to the extent that through the survey, what became very clear was that employees were seeing a narrowing gap between their capability and the capability of their leaders. So in some of those industries, for example, in particularly hospitality that you mentioned, employees are starting to stand up and say, give us a chance to help you, because we can also do things at our level which are beyond our job description, but also will help you with the health of the business and the future strategy. So they're forcing an age of empowerment, which of course the more enlightened leaders are embracing, because they think that, and they feel that this more collective approach to business help, short-term business challenges, long-term maneuvering and navigating of the business is best shared. And you've got some fantastic people in the business to do that with. So there's a few things that came out of it specifically for that, CK.
I'm sure your report is very, very enlightenment based, and the leaders of today need to access your report and get the ideas driven out from that, because I think you have done a very wide survey. You have studied a lot of variety of businesses in variety of countries. So I think in today's environment, it's really a global village we live in. Your report will be very valuable for the viewers and the leaders who are watching this program. And I think there is as much discussion we can have. It's not sufficient. So I think it's best to do reading on the about the report. So we will publish that link so that people can access the report, and maybe also join your webinar, which is going to be planned in 1 week's time. That may be very valuable for the viewers.
Yes, thank you. And I would say that when you go to my webpage, one thing that I would recommend doing, if you just want to snapshot any of your viewers, is that just scroll down a little bit of the page and you'll see that there is a press release. That press release is kind of like an executive briefing. The white paper itself that we've produced is a very robust piece of work. We pull in case studies and emerging best practices from companies all around the world, which we put together with the data that have come out to provide kind of a roadmap of the very best things, but also some of the things to avoid. As well as at the end of the report, we have produced a number of actions and a brand new model, the Enlightened Leader model, whereby we bring all of these together. In fact, the three components of this, as I mentioned, it's human-centered leadership as number one, community-centered leadership, which is thinking about your internal community of your people, but also the communities within which you serve, where you're based, and your impact on society as a whole. And the third element, of course, is the business-centered leadership. So these are things like adopting agile, data-driven decision-making, speed of action, technology-enabled, new leadership skills for tomorrow. So it's all there. And in fact, later on today, probably if you give us about an hour, there'll be a video introduction on that page as well from myself and Paul Marks, who's my partner in this. Just 5 minutes explaining what we did in some of these headlines. But thank you, CK, for sharing those links as well. I'm sure your audience will find it very interesting when they start getting into the detail.
Certainly, because it's a need of the hour. People are very confused. They have to adapt to the new environment, and a person like you, who's a marketing guru, can tell them, show them the way. It'll be very good. So I will leave the link in the description below. And I will also urge viewers to subscribe to Germany Plane, because in next 1 hour, he's going to come out with a small introductory video with his partner, Mark. So with that, we can end the discussion today, Jeremy.
Thank you very much, CK, for having me again. And I trust this is of great insight and interest to your audience.
Certainly. So I will catch up with you in the next episode of Germany Plane Live. Until then, bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello friends, welcome to Akul Mac Live and I am Chandrakant. This video is sponsored by Performance Works International. More about them in a bit. Today's subject is very interesting. It is about the next generation iPhone, and it could be not only a phone but also a satellite phone. So what it takes to a phone, a normal phone like iPhone, to become a satellite phone, and that is the topic of discussion for today. And friends, we are actually live right now. So if you have a question from whichever part of the world you are watching this stream, you can actually use the chat function in your social media platform, and it will instantly reach to me. I will display your name and question on the screen and answer to your question. So coming back to the iPhone, it is the entire social media is getting flooded with the information that the next iPhone, which is iPhone 13, may have a satellite phone features. And why this is so important? I think number one is that the iPhone has to be the premium phone, that is why they actually target the creme de la creme of the users, and they want to offer more and more services to the users. So one of the key feature of iPhone is they should be able to allow all sort of applications available which are very premium in nature. And so far satellite telephony has been a very premium service, and I think it makes sense for growth perspective for iPhone to go to the next level, where they can start looking at providing the functionality which are provided in the iPhone, and usually in the satellite phone. So usually if you look at the satellite phone, the image that comes to your mind is that it is very thick, with a thick antenna, and very bulky, very heavy body, and very bulky mobile phone. But it is very useful for people who are explorers, who are going to places where there are no networks, cellular networks, and in case they need to communicate with people, this is the phone that you carry. I mean, if you're going on a jungle trek or a mountaineering trip, this is a phone that you need to carry, because this phone has the capability to communicate directly through the satellite to whichever number you have dialed. So it will have a connectivity which is always maintained, and you don't have to really depend on the cellular network. Before I proceed further, there is a few comments, and I would like to display those comments on the screen. One of the viewer, Mr. Sayyed Hussain, says that if you leave your phone behind at home, you will be lost. Of course, Mr. Sayyed, if you leave your phone behind, then you will definitely be lost. But let's get back to our discussion. So the capability of this bulky phone that you see on the screen, with thick antenna, which has the capability of connecting with a satellite, has to be provided in a smartphone device. So that is where the challenge is, and I think Apple is working on this particular challenge, where in the next release they would like to enable iPhone devices to also have satellite phone functions. So when you're traveling with your iPhone and you go out of the city, you don't have to look for any other additional device. You can just change your network from cellular network to a satellite network, and boom, you're connected back to the world, and you can do your calling and text messaging, etc. To enable the communication, you also need connectivity with the satellite network. So it's not only a challenge where you shrink everything down into a very smart, sleek looking device, because I think the competition is with the Android phones today, and iPhone seems to be making it more sleeker, more slimmer, lightweight, long lasting battery, quick operation. And if they have to add the mobile telephony along with the satellite phone features, then the weight has to go up. But at the same time, they should have a back-end network where Apple has to have some sort of tie-up with a satellite network, where the network then provides takeover from cellular to satellite and then provide the services to their consumers. So for that, I think there are multiple options. I will discuss that, but I think this is one of the key requirement before Apple decides to bring in satellite telephony into their smartphone devices, is to have a network to back this up. And imagine if they're able to do that, the market is waiting to explode, because you don't need to carry special devices if you're going in ocean or if you're traveling. I mean, you can have the same device while you're living in city like a normal person, and if you do an excursion, you just carry the same device, and all you have to do is switch your network from cellular to satellite. And for that, Apple must be talking to multiple satellite network provider, I'm sure. And the challenge is to fit everything into this sleek device that you love to carry in your pocket. It should be sleek, it should be long lasting, it should be feature rich, and it should be always connected. It should automatically switch from cellular to satellite, satellite to cellular. All those kind of things may be required to make this product viable. And they don't want to basically compromise on the form factor. So I think moving on, as I said, there are multiple options on the satellite network that Apple has to work through. They also need a chip which is capable of communicating with a satellite. So it is not going to be a usual Qualcomm Snapdragon chip which runs Android, or Apple chip which runs their operating system, iOS operating system. They would need some sort of collaboration with a chip manufacturer. For example, Qualcomm has one of the chip which has the capability to communicate with the satellite. So they would need to upgrade their mobile devices with a special chip which can take over and communicate with the satellite. So I think that is the requirement number 2. And I think this is where the Starlinks come in the picture, where they are already building a lot of satellites. The Starlink of Elon Musk is already building a lot of satellites. They're sending, using their Falcon 9 space program, they're sending multiple satellites which will communicate with their consumers. And as of now, North America and Europe and also India are covered. The major countries are covered basically. And if you're in India, the cost of getting a Starlink network in your home is as much as any other 4G network that you go and in the market. So right now in India, there is a beta program running from Starlink. So I think Apple must discuss with companies like Starlink and provide the coverage. The most important part of bringing the satellite telephony to your mobile device is providing that coverage, and Starlink can provide it at a very low cost, because they're already building the network which will enable the coverage across every part of the earth. It doesn't matter whether you have a fiber optics running there, because the link is coming from the sky, and it is in a lower earth orbit, something like 300 to 400 kilometers high. And if your mobile device is having that capability, that means having that high gain antenna, high battery lifetime, and also features where you can actually communicate using that special chip that you have, you can very well convert your normal sleek mobile device into a satellite phone. So I think this is where the world is going, and it's a very exciting news in the tech world, where a lot of speculation when it comes to the next leap. And Apple is always known for taking the next leap in terms of mobile devices. They have taken the first leap into a handheld smart device. They have taken the first leap in making the device lighter, smaller, sleeker. Now they're hopefully
take the next leap and convert their smartphones, devices into also having satellite network capability. So since satellite network are quite expensive, so I'm assuming that the operating system will have the functionality of choosing the right network at the right place. Say, for example, if you're in city, then you don't have to communicate using a satellite telephone. You can use a normal cellular network which is available there. But if you're moving out of the city, you should be able to either create automated switchover, or there should be a sort of a button where you can switch on the satellite network, and then your mobile device gets connected with the satellite. So you will be able to maintain your network throughout your journey, even if you're moving out of a cellular network. So this is something which I thought I'll bring it to you, friends. Now, a word on the sponsor of this video. A big thanks to Performance Works International for sponsoring this. In fact, they are the reason for our channel to produce this kind of videos. And you must actually watch this message from them directly. And also, a link is given if you want to basically reach out to them. There is a link given in the description which you can click. There is a message from Performance Works International, and I like to say goodbye for today.
This video is sponsored by Performance Works International.
Are you ready for the challenges facing the modern workplace? Recent events have taught us the importance of transformation. Businesses now face a perfect storm of challenges. No business is too big to fail, and many are too slow to succeed. Our workforce is changing fast. We're entering a new age of empowerment, and everyone can contribute. The Inner CEO reveals how we can all play a part in making leading at all levels a reality. Written by Jeremy Blaine, an expert on business transformation and growth, it provides a roadmap to help everyone unleash their inner CEO and contribute beyond their job role, whatever their level. Traditionally, strategy has been owned by the few. Now it's time for the many to contribute. Leadership must come from a broader base. Everyone has the potential to step up and make things happen. It's a new model of collective and collaborative leadership which unleashes the power of people, enabled by appropriate technology and a supportive management structure. The book provides a roadmap for a bold new age of empowerment. Supported by a range of resources, the book provides a toolkit to help anyone unleash their inner CEO. Organisation health, development and growth is owned at all levels. Are you ready to unleash the inner CEO?
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmak, and in today's discussion we are announcing a giveaway, and the giveaway is about a graph which is very important for chief executives, or if you are an SME owner. Sometimes you're looking for ideas, and this is a graph which we have developed. We use this as a Bible, and you can use this graph to do things, to gain ideas, and you can take the next steps in your leadership journey while setting up your company. And the best part is we are actually giving this mug absolutely free. How to claim your mug, we will actually tell you in the end of the program. But let's get back to our program for today. Today's guest is a very senior, very distinguished, accomplished leader
from our industry. Her name is Aparna Ranadive, and she is wearing multiple hats. She is a CEO of Practical Magic Advisory Services. Which is based in Mumbai. She is also CEO of Gateway to India. She is also Executive Director of Global Chambers of Commerce, Mumbai edition. So without further ado, let me present Aparna to you.
Hi, good afternoon, Chandrakant. How are you?
Good, Aparna. I think something that we would like to learn from you is one of the leaves from your long journey. What is that you're going to discuss with us today?
So first and foremost, thanks for inviting me to the show. I would want to share, I think over the last 25, 26 years of my corporate career, there have been a lot of learnings that I've had personally. And I also firmly believe that what's the point of having that kind of experience if you can't really share it with people and for people to learn from it as well. So one of the many things that I learned is about the kind of confidence or how people development is a key role that a leader can play, and how he or she can contribute in that development of their people. So that's perhaps one of the key things that I would want to speak about, talking about the leadership journey here.
Fantastic, Aparna. So, I'm sure it must be related to some great experience you must have learned in the field while doing your job, while doing your duty. So, why don't you start telling us about what happened and what was the learning?
Sure. It'll be my pleasure. So this is an experience that I've had very early in my career. I was a part of a large engineering company as a manager HR. So initially I was managing their divisional HR, and then eventually I was shifted to the corporate. And the first assignment that was given to me as a part of the corporate was campus recruitment, and campus recruitment not just for management schools but also for engineering schools. And this was across the entire length and breadth of the company, so including the top tier colleges, as well as the second tier and the third tier colleges across the entire spread of the company, of the country. And so being an engineering company, obviously the pre-placement talk is all about the kind of projects that companies had, or whether it is central air conditioning, whether it is your other projects that get done, or whether it is specific kind of clients that you've had, and so on and so forth, and the multiple offerings that the company, or the products that the company had. Now, it so happened that we went to this college, and I was faced with about 400 students, and I was not aware that I would be faced with so many students. Initially, when the responsibility was given to me, I thought that it would be maybe at the most about 100, 120 kind of student batches like we normally have in management schools. But this was when I was faced with 400 students and all engineers. It kind of just shook me up and said, and where I had to make a pre-placement talk. So which means that the pre-placement talk did not have to be just like something that I had by hearted, or something that I was just reading off the presentation, but I had to be coming across as somebody very convincing, and making sure that it was exciting enough for the engineer sitting across the table to feel excited and feel that he's going to contribute or he's going to learn as much. So I thought that I was not prepared enough. Of course, I was a science student. I had a science background. I understood physics. I understood chemistry. I understood what the combinations were. But at the same time, I didn't feel I was qualified enough to sit across the table with an engineer and tell him what a central air conditioning project would be like, or a plant would be like, or whatever. And I turned around to so thankfully my bosses had come along, and the HR head of the company, who was an executive vice president. He had grown in the ranks in the company from being a graduate engineer trainee to becoming an executive vice president. So he spent about 30-35 years, and from being a service engineer to becoming the HR head. So he had traveled the entire journey, and he knew exactly what was what. So I turned around to him and I said, I can definitely not face as many students and not make sense talking engineering stuff. So he told me, he said, Aparna, you know about the products of the company, you know about the company itself, you know the ethos, and you know what you're offering. So what's the problem? So I said, if any one of the students or any one of the budding managers turns around and asks me an engineering related question, I will not know what to answer and how. So he said, let's cross the bridge when we come to it. Don't fret about it right now. So he said, right now, just take a deep breath, go in front and just perform like you would have been performing otherwise. So I have been a performing artist myself. I've held the stage on many an occasion for many a things. So I said, okay, this is the real test that's going to come up, and I need to do the best that I can. And he said, the one thing that stuck on with me, and I think was a leadership lesson that I learned and I took it along with me through my life, was the fact that he said, Aparna, if you fail, I'm here. So don't worry at all about that. Just go right out there. Make sure you do your best. You give your best. And should there be some question that you can't handle or you can't, kind of face, I'm going to be here right behind you to take up that question. So you don't need to worry. So, somewhere I was assured that while the responsibility was mine, while the accountability was mine, but somewhere I had a safety net as well. So it did not make me complacent, but at the same time I knew that I was going to be taken care of. I was not going to be left out to the wolves to kind of hunt for myself. And that was good. That was very reassuring. And that first session, I'm telling you, I still get goosebumps when I think about it, was so good. It was such an exciting experience that I kind of just answered every question that was there, every query that came up, whether it was for company related, job related, engineering related. Funnily enough, I had studied enough about the company to be able to go and answer as many questions as they would be coming. And I came back completely relieved. I mean, it's like that high that you get after a great performance or after a great talk that you do. I came back really feeling high, and then there was no stopping me. Then that entire, that portfolio was given to me completely to handle independently, and I had my own time cycle. So come September, I was planning, my trips around the countryside and along the country and to all the engineering colleges. So I went from a Thapar engineering in Patiala to it's a PC in Chandigarh to a VJTI in Mumbai to what have you. I mean, the entire length and breadth, and it was so exciting. And not just that, then after the engineers joined back into the company, since I was the one who was dealing with them and coordinating with them, so then I was also entrusted with the entire graduate engineer training program, the management training program, and it was a whale of a time I had. I mean, I think it was so exciting. But had it not been, the lesson that I learned is that had it not been for that gentleman, and where he said that, Aparna, go ahead, I'm here with you. Had that assurance not been given, I think I would have done a very shoddy job in terms of being able to represent the brand of the company, or in terms of being able to, sort of come across as somebody very authentic, or somebody who was representing a well-known company like that. So a lot of that credit of what I did there, standing up there for the first time, and then for the next 4 years that I was there with the company, it all goes to that one incident and that one assurance. And of course, I mean, then when they saw that I did good, I performed well. Then, every time that there was something new that had to be done, something different that had to be done, I was the candidate to look up to, because they said, she's willing to take that risk, she's willing to take that challenge up, and she does a good job. She doesn't drop the ball anywhere. So that was a good credibility also that I built within the company, and it was amazing. I mean, but and I sort of after that as well. So even through my journey of leadership, or even through my journey across the corporate, or even now when I work with people, I think that's the one thing that I keep in mind. So even when I was, growing up, and my sister is about 10 years younger to me, so I apply that principle back at home as well. So even when we were growing up, we were always told that you'll never get spoon fed. You'll have to go hunt for things, you'll have to go do the things yourself. You'll have to find out your way around. We will be there to guide you as parents or as elders, but you will never be spoon fed. So I think that came in handy as well, I'm sure. But even when my sister would come around to me and tell me that, can you help me do this project, or can you help me find something for this, I would often tell her that no, you go find out for yourself, and I will be there. Should you falter, should you not find something, should you need help, I'm always going to be there. But I don't want you to depend on me completely and for you to become independent to a point where now she's so independent. And we call her the Google mother, because she does all her searching and finding on her own. In fact, she comes back and teaches us about a lot of things. Of course, she's a very accomplished girl herself, but nonetheless, so I'm just trying to say that it's not just confined to the realms of the corporate or your professional life, but the same principles can be applied back home or within your your civilian life, as it were. So I think that was a huge learning which stays with me lifelong.
Fantastic. And in fact, what you're trying to share with us is one experience which you had, and the wisdom of your senior who said, hey, why don't you go ahead and do it, and you're ready. So I think that was something which came from the experience. And now you're so experienced, you're already running 3 organizations. And what you're trying to tell the viewers is that you will never be fully ready. You have to do things.
Absolutely.
And if you don't do it, you will never learn it. So you have to do it with your own hand, with your own mind, and you have to have initiative. I think it's an amazing learning for all of us, Aparna ji.
Thank you so much. And in fact, this takes me to one of the other incidents also, that, earlier in life, of course, when I was still an NCC cadet. And the ceremonial drill is a big thing as an NCC cadet, and for you to qualify in it and for you to be, leading it as such. So I was, so every NCC battalion has an under officer, which is like the senior most rank there. And so my girls battalion had an under officer, and we were preparing for one of the 26th January ceremonial drills, to be, out there to be a participant in. And I used to be the right marker. So the right marker essentially keeps the entire rank and file together, and make sure that the entire platoon is going together, marching correctly together. And it so happened that at the last minute, my under officer fell in, and then the next in command was me. So obviously, at the last minute, you had to sort of take up that spot and lead the entire ceremonial drill for your battalion, for your for your unit and for your platoon as such. And I think that was another exhilarating experience, because you're not just faced with 400, 500, you're faced with thousands of people who are watching you on television or even otherwise at the ground at the ceremonial drill. You have your seniors watching you. You have people from the forces who are there. You have a dignitary who's either a state dignitary or otherwise. So I think it took me back to that incident, and the commanding officer, they said that you have to think on the spot, and the only other replacement that they could find was me. So they put me there up. And of course, we had practiced together and we had done the drills together and everything, but at the same time, I was not ready to sort of take up the center stage for the ceremonial drill as such. But I did it, and it was again another experience of sorts, which will always remain with me as a very, very fond memory of something that I've gone through in life.
I think the key learning for today is you have to do it. I think that is the key learning from our discussion today. And it was great learning about your experiences that you had, where your seniors expressed faith in your ability and your wisdom, your knowledge, and your ability to handle things. And that is what made you come in front. And it doesn't matter there are 400 people, 400 engineers, or 1,000 people, or some state dignitary. It doesn't matter. So as long as there is willingness to do things, You will falter, you will commit mistake, you will also correct them at the right time using your wisdom, but you have to do it on your own. I think that is the biggest learning we
Absolutely.
had today.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it was wonderful sharing that learning as well, and I'm hoping and praying that people can take at least a few nuggets from there as well.
Absolutely, Aparnaji. Actually, you are such an accomplished leader yourself. You're doing many things for the industry, for the people. I think turning one leaf at a time is too slow for us. But I think yet we will take this learning from our discussion today. We will take it, and also our viewers. So thank you so much for joining us today in our show, and we will catch up in the next show with some other experience of yours.
Thank you so much for having me here.
So, coming back to our giveaway, as I mentioned in the beginning of the program, that the giveaway is a beautiful mug. As you can see, it's orange in color, which is the color of energy, and it has a very nice graphic which tells all leaders and executives about doing things, how to do things actually in the field, and this is basically to arouse your inspiration, your ideas. So if you're short of ideas, you can drink your coffee, you can join your e-meetings, and also you get the inspiration to do new things. Now, we had a very interesting discussion with Aparna ji today, and she shared some of her experience about how to get things done. So what you have to do is basically engage with us, give your comments. I'm sure you have gone through various experience in life. Why don't you share your experience? And based on your comments and your input, we will send this cup directly to your doorstep, and we will also invite you for a live interaction with Aparna Ranadive in the next episode. Until then, I'll say goodbye, only to meet you next time.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Hello, friends. This is Chandra. Welcome to Top Brass. Today we will discuss about the Corona scare which has happened in India. Even though it came, it's a global news, but we have been hearing about Corona, how to prevent, etc. The government of India has been very proactive, and they have announced do's and don'ts, what we should do, what we should not do, etc., etc. So I will not repeat all of those because many of us have seen the directives. Many of us have basic knowledge of personal hygiene, and we are all of us are quite serious about not getting infected with this virus, and hence we have to take care of our own health. Now, one of the key things that has come out in this is that avoid social gathering, and even the Prime Minister of India is leading the way. He has already said that he is not going to celebrate Holi this year. And all of us know that Holi is such a big festival for Hindus. It's one of the major festival, and we are not going to play Holi. So this is something very very profound, and we need to convince ourselves not to get into social gathering, because that can start the epidemic. So I think we can do our own rituals. We can do puja at home, and we stay at home on Holi. That's the first thing that the Prime Minister of India is trying to convey to all of us. Second thing is, I think this concept of not uh, participating in the social gathering, at least for some time, give rise to a need, which is how do we carry on our business without getting social. There are certain activities which requires you to be in the presence of other people. For example, students are going to school. They will have to interact with 50 to 100 students when they are at school, and another 20 teachers on an average. Similarly, people who are in different activities which are related to public relations. So lately, after the new government has come in 2014, the emphasis has been on the online medium. So why can't we look at transitioning all these activities which require social gathering, and this is the right time to experiment with this. For example, the schools can get into very seriously into e-learning space, and then there is no compulsion for students to visit the schools on every day. They can visit on certain days, and they can make their studies while sitting at home, so they can have a combination of school and home study using the online medium. Similarly, carrying on official meetings, there could be software available which can create an official environment. In fact, there are companies which are already providing the VPN facility. In fact, there are a lot of companies using this, and because of this corona scare, a lot of companies have in fact encouraged their employees to work from home. How they have encouraged their employees? Because all of their laptops carry VPN, and when they use VPN, they get a secure connection to their office networks. So why can't we use sort of extend this whole thing into a virtual office environment where people don't have to go to office? So the technology is already there, it is available. All we have to do is basically package this nicely so that the interaction can be brought in online, and people start traveling only when it is very very essential. So what you will do, you will actually achieve the same results by using online medium. You get into meetings, you basically collaborate using a collaboration tool like Google or Microsoft, and yet you don't physically travel. You travel only on need basis. So you first save yourself from contracting all these different diseases. Second, you will save the fuel cost, you will save the environment, and you will not waste a lot of time getting stuck in the traffic. So you have your own personal time at your own hand. So number one, let's very seriously implement e-learning for education institutes and schools. Very seriously look for virtual office solutions, how we can extend the VPN facility which is currently provided and use into a virtual environment. Thirdly, we can also do already the TV is a very strong medium, so we can actually get into webinars, very serious interactive webinars. So where people need to give speech, they can actually have an interactive session. So there could be another medium like that, which is linked to social media. So these are the ideas which are coming to my mind, and I thought I'll bring to your attention. Especially it's the right time with the corona scare that we can start experimenting with some of these online medium. Even though these mediums are available for last many years, 15 to 20 years, but for some reason people have not really gone deep into this, they have not really experimented with this, and this is the right time to start very seriously migrating our education systems to e-learning, migrating our office to virtual office environment. So with this, I will see you tomorrow again. Bye bye. So with this thought, let me end this discussion today, but I will like to welcome your comments and what you feel about this whole concept, which I think is very doable in today's time, especially when the bandwidth is available, the solutions are available. All we need to do is the will and the packaging. So I will meet you again, friends, very soon with something more interesting and some more analytics that I feel are important to bring to you. Until then, bye bye.
Hello friends, this is Akul Mike Live and I'm Chandrakant. Today we have a very special guest on the show, and I've been told that I will be given a lesson on how do you think out of the box. So let's get back to our discussion, but before that I must tell you that there is a giveaway, so please stick around to this outstanding show which is coming up right away, and in the end we will tell you how you can claim your free gift. Welcome back, friends. And today, our guest is Mr. Naval Gund. He's joining us from London, and he is chairman of MindFit Limited. And today, he is actually throwing a challenge at me. I don't know what the challenge is, but I'm curious to know what kind of challenge he's going to throw at me. So, without further ado, let me invite Naval to the show.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. And yes, welcome to Friday, the Friday challenge, we might want to call it. Maybe we'll do this every week. So, CK, are you ready to put your thinking cap on?
Absolutely, Naval. I'm just waiting to see, because from the time you told me that there is going to be a challenge and you want to check my intellect, I'm trying to prove myself. I'm waiting for it.
Well, as people will know me and those workshops that we do on a regular basis for the very highest in the organization, the CX, the C-suite, right the way down to the employees on the shop floor, as you might want to call it, and even to students at university. We run these innovation challenges during our workshops. So this is about how creative are you? Where's your thinking going? Can you do something logical, but also think creatively? Solve a simple problem, okay? So what we're going to do is a very simple problem. And what I'd like you to do, CK, is to get up the whiteboard, and I'd like you to draw 9 dots in the shape of a square on the whiteboard, if you wouldn't mind.
Yes, Naval, I will do it. I have understood the problem and I will start drawing that.
Fantastic. So while you're doing that, a lot of people will recognize that when they played this game as a child, it was something quite simple. We would create literally a square box, and we'd have lots of dots around there and all little squares that would be made up from it. And we would play a game of connecting the dots. And if there's 2 of you, you know, it's a bit like playing noughts and crosses or tic-tac-toe. It's actually trying to create and make the box complete. And every time you made the box complete, you got a point. And what that meant was, if you made the box complete and you got a point, you then had an extra turn. And eventually, it got pretty close when you're working with your friends, because you were thinking all the time, or if they go there, I'm going to go here. So this is about logical thinking, and it's a competition. So the competition today, CK, is you and 9 dots. Nothing to do with me, all right? So what I would like you to do, in the minimum number of straight lines, without taking your cursor off the page, okay? So on a piece of paper, it's easy for me to do, because what it means is I can't take the pen off the paper. I want you to join all those 9 dots with straight lines in the minimum number. So have a go.
Yes, Naval, I've understood your question. It is basically straight lines without lifting my pen, and I have to connect all the dots, these 9 dots, in one go. So let me try and attempt this.
Yep, have a go. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hey, great. Okay, so you've got the answer now. So the number to beat is 5. So can you beat 5? Have another go. Start somewhere else and see if you can do it in less than 5. Oh, going diagonally. So thinking differently now. 2, 3. Keep going. 4, 5, 6. What part of this did you not understand? You're supposed to be doing it better than you did the first time, you know, because the first time was a practice, and now you've done it in one more, which is not actually the way to go. This is not performance improvement, is it?
You know,
I can see you smiling, CK, but you know, but there's an inside of you that's saying, "Oh, damn it! Oh, he's got me here." I haven't got you at all. You've got yourself. You've tied yourself up in knots. Notice how you've really tied yourself up in knots by making it really complicated. So you've gone from 5 to 6. So the only way is improving. So you can go backwards and get to 5. So have another go.
All right, Neville.
Now, the purpose of this, ladies and gentlemen, is when you start to get focused on something and it's not quite working out, you start to get annoyed. 3, 4, 5. Well, that's a pretty simple solution. You got 5. In fact, you've shown the letter S, which is where a lot of young people would have started. They would actually see a pattern and they'd go, well, I can do it like that. And there's the letter S. Okay. Now, I'm not going to frustrate you anymore, CK, because you're obviously feeling the pressure. This is a live video. You hadn't seen this before. And my guess is you're getting pretty frustrated and very annoyed with me. So here we go. We're going to do...
No, one more try. One more try, Neville.
One more try. Okay. One, 2, diagonally again. 3. Is he going to do it? 4, 5. 5 again, CK. Now, your report card from your teacher would say, must try harder, okay? So this is like, you're going to get, I'll give you a B minus, okay? How's that? Do you feel happy with a B minus?
Not at all, Neville.
Not at all. No. No. And I'm winding you up something lovely here, okay? And for those people out there, if you're in a team and you're trying to solve a problem and you're constantly trying to focus on the same thing, guess what? I can guarantee you're going to fail. So let me show you how you can do it in 4. Would you like to do it in 4?
Certainly, Neville. Show me the...
Okay. Do you think I can do it in 4? Because you've just struggled doing it in 5, and then you went to 6, and then you improved back to 5. So do you think I can do it in 4?
Well, I think that there could be some other pattern which I'm not able to guess right now. So I believe that you can do it in 4. I believe that.
Okay. All right. I'm going to give you an instruction and let's see whether you can do it in 4. So let's go back to the whiteboard. Undo that one. Now, I'd like you to focus not on the square, because this is where people have a problem. They look at 9 dots and they're focusing on the square. All of your lines stayed on the edge of the square or inside the square. And there's a great piece of work from Edward de Bono that said, think outside the box. So I'm going to show you what thinking outside the box really means. I would like you to draw with 4 lines an arrow head. Okay, and we're going to start in the top left. That's the top right. Top left, that's it. On the left-hand side. Left. That's it. Top left.
I'm in top left, Neville. But
okay, I can't see. It's the cursor. That's all right. Draw a straight line down through the 3. Start at the top left on that box on the top left. and just go straight down. Keep going, keep going, keep going outside the box. Right, okay. Now go diagonally to the middle square in the bottom line and connect with the middle square in the middle line and keep going. No, sorry, undo that. Let's start again. So go straight down, perfect. Now, what I'd like you to do is from that point, connect the middle square of the bottom line and the middle square on the right-hand side. Keep going and keep going to the top line. Keep going. There, stop there. And now I would like you to go to the left, connecting the top line to the left-hand corner. That's 3. Keep going. Keep going. 3, stop there. And now I'd like you to do the diagonal to connect the final 2. There we go. And it looks like an arrowhead.
Amazing, Neville.
4 lines. Okay. Do you think you can do it in any more, CK? Any less than 4 lines?
I'm out of ideas, Neville, very frankly, but I personally believe it could be done in 3 lines.
Okay, you're out of ideas, which is great. You're being honest, but it could be done in 3 lines because I've opened up your mind to moving outside the box. Okay? So let's just imagine for the moment that let's get rid of that arrow. And I'm going to draw on mine how you could do it in 3 lines. Now you have to use a bit of imagination here because I'm going right outside the lines to infinity and beyond, as Buzz Lightyear would say, okay? So I would have to go a long way outside, but draw 1 line like that and draw another line and then draw another line like that. That's 3 lines. Does that make sense?
Yes, I can draw it, but not like you, but I can definitely draw it.
Okay, so the point we're trying to make today is I didn't want to get you too frustrated at the beginning, but a lot of people will get very frustrated in this. And by the way, when we run our workshops, we spend probably 45 minutes to an hour on this simple program. And we get people to buddy up. And they get incredibly frustrated trying to do it in less. Oh, there you go. Perfect, CK. To infinity. They get incredibly frustrated in trying to solve what on the face of it is a very simple problem. So is it not an expectation, therefore, that with very complicated problems, you can get equally frustrated if you don't use your mind? So this is an exercise in using your mind. And in my background, you will always see our Mind Fit for Success banner that we take to all exhibitions and we put it up in our workshops. We're trying to develop a can-do attitude. So when you first started, you didn't have a clue how to do it, really. You just operated as most people would do. The vast majority of people would see 9 dots in a square and they'd stay within the square. And as you saw on your second attempt, you made it incredibly complicated and the answer got worse. Okay, so there's another message for today. Now, I'm going to leave you with a thought. A 4-year-old can do it in 1.
Well, Neville, I think, first of all, let me explain this to the viewers, is that why this answer is correct. Because your initial problem was not to lift the pen, but here we are actually lifting the pen and drawing another parallel line. So I think scientifically, I must tell the viewers that as per the theory of relativity, all parallel lines will intersect at some point. So that is why that is infinity. And so that is the first explanation why these parallel lines are considered to be drawn without lifting, as long as you keep going to the infinity and then keep coming back, and then again on the other side of the infinity, and then keep drawing that line again. So this is 3 lines without lifting the pen, as long as you draw till the infinity and back. Then I cannot think of doing this in 2 lines, because I think this is a limit of my thinking, Neville. And now you're asking a 4-year-old can do it in 1 line. I'm baffled.
Okay, well, just going back to your scientific explanation, the reason you've drawn the parallel lines is because, again, you're thinking inside the box. Imagine drawing it the way I did. Look at how those lines don't actually go through the center of the dot. So the top left-hand one starts at the top, but by the time I finished, I'm in the bottom of the right-hand one. So if I've drawn 3 perfect squares here, I would have gone from the top of the first square through the middle of the second square and then at the bottom of the third square. Now, you don't need to have relativity or parallel lines. That's not a parallel line, okay? Because by the time I get over here, I'm going to go through the left-hand side of the middle one on the right-hand side there, and then I'm going to go through the center, and then I'm going through the bottom. So I'm actually drawing the letter Z, although going beyond your piece of paper, okay? So again, you, through your explanation, got me to think about where you're going, because this isn't my journey that's important, it's your journey that's important. But you know, because of who I am, that you're intrigued now. And when I say a 4-year-old can do it in 1, you believe me. And interestingly enough, there's lots of research that's shown a 4-year-old can do it in 1. So would you know how to learn how to do it in 1? Would our viewers want to know how to do it in 1, or are we going to leave them on tenterhooks?
Well, Neville, I absolutely believe you, because this exercise is not about solving this puzzle. This exercise, now I get it, because when we started doing this, I was very confident I can do it, because there is nothing. These are a matter of just connecting 9 dots. I could do it, but then I realized in the middle that it's easier said than done. And now you're telling me it can be done in 1 line, and the exercise is about thinking out of the box. So I'm perfectly with you on this path that it could be done just using 1 line. And I don't know what is the answer. Maybe one of our viewers would know the answer, and they can tell it to us. I don't know.
It's up to you, CK. We can either tell everyone what the answer is, I can show them, or more importantly, you can show them, or we can leave it here for another day, but ask our viewers to come up with the answer. What do you think? It's entirely up to you.
Neville, I feel that, like, for example, today I failed to solve the challenge.
Oh, right. No, CK, you didn't fail at all. You went on a journey, okay? And the point about going on a journey is you're learning something. And you're now learning all of that management speak about think outside the box. You actually practically shown how a simple demonstration means you should think outside the box. This is limiting your belief in your behavior by staying inside a very simple child's puzzle. That's what effectively this is. So you haven't failed, you've learnt, and that's most important, right? Failure is something that just doesn't exist. The more we fail, the more we learn, frankly. Edison, remember, there's a famous quote about Edison. It was only on the 10,000th light bulb that he succeeded. That means he had 9,999 failures or partial successes. We know what the answer to that is.
I take that, Neville. Absolutely take that. And but I'm very curious. How many would be able to solve this in 1 line? So instead of you telling the answer, why don't we leave it open for 7 days and revisit this problem after 7 days, and see if people can solve it using one line and share their videos with us.
Absolutely. Let's do that. And what I will say to everybody, this is a very famous experiment and you can actually Google it. But if you Google it and find the answer, okay, tell us you've Googled it first. Be honest. I'm not going to tell you how to Google it because it's not that obvious. But it's a very famous experiment that's done all the time. But if you Google it, you will find the answer. Now, that's part of research, that's part of your learning. And if you want to learn about that earlier, do it. Alternatively, try and do it yourself. Get with your friends. Have a cup of coffee with a few of your business friends. Or if you're a student at university, sit round a table and draw those 9 dots and just say, how can we do it with one line? Get your thought processes really moving. So yes, CK, happy to come back in a week's time. 7 days. My goodness, that's a lifetime. That's more time than it takes to get to the moon. But anyway.
Well, viewers, there are 7 days to complete this challenge. It's partially done today during the program live between me and Neville, where I was the student. But now the challenge is increased to a higher level, to a next level, where you're supposed to connect all these 9 dots with just one line. So let me show that to viewers once again what we are asking for. So by starting my whiteboard. We have to connect all these 9 dots without lifting the pen with just one line. And Neville says that it's a school problem. It's a 4-year-old, even a 4-year-old can solve it. So it must be very easy. I think the lesson that we learned today is thinking out of the box. So answer is not in mathematics, not in geometry, but thinking out of this box. So that is a challenge. We will revisit this one after 7 days again.
Good stuff. Well, I hope you enjoyed that little trip, journey today, CK. And remember, everybody, everything you do, you're succeeding or you're learning. Failure is just an imagination issue between your 5 inches between your ears. So start thinking about doing things and not worrying about failure, because failure really doesn't exist. It only exists in your mind.
Absolutely, Neville. So thank you so much for opening my mind today. And I want to see how many people can attempt this and draw just one line interconnecting all these 9 dots which are laid down in a pattern of a square. So we will catch up after 7 days on this subject, but I will catch up with you on Monday again with something more interesting.
Fantastic. Have a good weekend, everybody. And please don't get frustrated with this. Have fun.
We have some unique Akulmek memorabilia which will make you look outstanding. The graphics on these corporate gifts are based on the global best business practices. To become recipient of one of these gifts for free, you have to watch this video till the end and provide your valuable comments, or you can also share your experiences. The person who makes the best comment would be chosen to become a recipient of this beautiful Akulmek gift, absolutely free, delivered to your doorsteps. The winner would also get a chance to be invited live as a distinguished panelist during our next video. What are you waiting for, friends? Please subscribe Akulmek and smash that like button.
Hey guys, what's up? I'm Chandrakant and this is Akul Mac Live, and today we will discuss about the unconscious bias and how does it affect our decisions in our business. And to discuss this, I will be joined by my friend, a very distinguished personality from UK, Mr. Naval Gun. So I'll just take a short break and join back along with the guest. Don't go anywhere. Good morning, Neville. Welcome to the show, and we are looking forward to this great discussion today about unconscious bias. How are you doing today?
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Unconscious bias. 2 words, my goodness, for a Friday. Bit complicated, you might think, but it's things that we do automatically without even thinking. And we do them automatically because we've experienced them time and time and time again, and that's what we do. What things do you do automatically, CK, without even thinking about it?
Well, I think there are many things, and within my mind, I'm pretty sure that whatever I'm doing is right, no matter what. You know, even if my father tells me to do it, I know for sure that this is right and this is wrong. And sometimes if I think now loud with you, that it can be sort of not very flexible nature, because based on my experience, I have sort of hardened on those decisions. So this is what I feel, Naval. I take decisions all the time.
I mean, it's good you take decisions, but as you say, those decisions have been hardened over time because you do them frequently, and the thing about that is if you do something often enough, you forget what you're doing, like brushing your teeth, like making a cup of tea, like getting out of the same side of the bed every morning. We do this automatically. Let me ask you a simple question, CK. Here you go. Here's one for you. Which sock do you put on first?
Well, that's a good question. Now, if you, well, I have to think about it, Neville, because suddenly I'm blank. Nothing is coming to my mind. But I think one thing I'll tell you is that certain situations are sort of hard-coded in my brain. Things like sometimes are related to people, sometimes it is related to countries, sometimes it is related to religion, but those things are sort of hard-coded within me, and I think some of the decisions are driven from there, and I have no I'm not shying away by admitting that there are some decisions that I take are driven from these biases that I have.
You're absolutely right, CK. And sorry for putting you on the spot again. But when you wake up tomorrow morning, consciously think about which sock you're going to put on first, and then you'll find out. But is that important? No, it's not really. It's irrelevant. You're just putting one sock on after the other. Does it make any difference whether you're putting the left on first or the right on first? Probably not. Frankly, it's just a futile exercise, but it explains exactly what we're talking about here. And you've hit the nail on the head. Biases. Even having a positive bias could be just as negative as having a negative bias if we're not careful. And let's just focus on networking, because this is a huge subject. But let's imagine now we're walking into a networking arena, and there's lots of people in there, and there's someone you've never met before. But you look at them and you think, I don't like that person. You've never met them, but your unconscious bias has taken over. And you will go and avoid talking with that person. And it's as simple as that. Have you ever experienced that in your... I've experienced that in my life, frankly, until I realized what was happening. Have you ever experienced that, or you seen it happen, CK?
Absolutely, Neville. It happens all the time, especially when you're traveling and then you are very cautious. When you're out of your comfort zone, out of your home, and you're traveling somewhere, you're obviously very conscious because you're not aware of the surroundings and you're not very free and you're observing everything. And in that scenario, you will see some people whom you don't like just because you don't like them. So I think there is a bias right away because you just don't like them. That's it. So it happens all the time, Neville.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Just because you don't like them, you've programmed yourself not to like that type of person. And let's look at the consequences of veering away from that type of person. You could miss a really good conversation with someone who's got a huge amount of experience in a place where you want to go as an organization. They may just be that person that is going to make a difference in your world. But you don't know that because your unconscious bias has kicked in and you say, talk to the hand, don't go anywhere near this person. If they come towards you, turn away and go and talk to somebody else. And these are things we do automatically. And just imagine that happens. And this person that could make a fundamental change in your business, you've now just ignored because you don't like them. Now, that's the worst form of unconscious bias. That's really going to limit your capability because, in essence, it's a limiting belief, and you need to push that limiting belief to one side. This has happened to me in the past. I can't remember. I'd have to go back some time to remember the last time it happened, but it definitely happened to me. Now let's look at a different consequence. I'm going to look at the antithesis of it. Okay. So in the first example, we were talking about somebody you look at that you really don't like. There's something just not right about that person, and they fit into this part of, I don't want to talk to them. I don't like them. They're not very nice. Now let's flip the coin. What about the other bias? About a characteristic you see in somebody. So for instance, exactly the same room, and you look across the room, there's someone new there, and they smile at you. And you think, oh, they're smiling at me. That seems like a nice person. Have you ever been there, CK?
Well, Neville, let me share something which is happening very frequently for past 1 year because a lot of people are now digitally connected. I have a bias. First of all, let me admit that before I start sharing my experience. There is a bias in me. Now, if some guy, some man appreciates my photograph and makes a heart around it, I automatically generates a bias. You know what I'm talking about. So I think to answer your question, I'm giving a real-time scenario which is happening so frequently past 1 year, where people are sending you heart and the other person is supposed to be a man, and there is a bias in me. I immediately shut off on that conversation.
Yeah, it's common. I mean, the thing is, it's you. I'm not going to be able to change you. But like anything else, we have all these Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, any of these platforms now where you can change the heart emoji to just like, thumbs up, or a gift, or a thank you, or something else. So the platforms have listened to you, CK. But the interesting thing is, not a lot of people know that if they hover over these things, that they can change the emoji. So there's a little bit of an insight. But the thing is, just like the unconscious bias, which is very negative, you've created another unconscious bias, which is incredibly negative, just as negative, by someone smiling at you. Smiling is a universal language, and we all adapt positively to a smile. I mean, that's psychologically proven. When someone smiles at you, you smile back. You're a very rough individual if you don't smile back. You've trained yourself not to smile. which you're a sad person as far as I'm concerned, because we should all smile and laugh. It takes fewer muscles to smile on your face than it does to frown, by the way. There's another throwaway. But we're talking about business now, and you've seen a characteristic in somebody that you like, and you flock to them. And the problem with that is it takes away all of the other characteristics that you're looking for. So just because this person has smiled at you, or they've written an article and you see this person, you think, oh, they wrote a fantastic article. It may not have been them that wrote it. Someone else may have written it for them and they just put their name to it. But the point is, there's something that kicks inside that says, that's a smart person, I want to talk to them. And it could be a complete and utter waste of time. And that's why the unconscious bias in that arena, seeing something really positive out there that you relate to in your past, because that's what bias is. You're relating to something that you've seen before, and the more you see it, the more you relate to it, unless you fight it. And today's program, I suppose, in some respects, is having the mechanisms to fight your unconscious bias, because you could be missing out on opportunities. As we said in the preview to the program, it could be your biggest ally or your biggest enemy. So, biggest ally or biggest enemy, CK? Which one do you think it is with you?
Well, I think it's my biggest enemy, and let me narrate another incident which happens very often. And that is, if you're sitting in a meeting room and you come across a presenter who is starting to give presentation. It's a very normal occurrence. It happens with everybody. It happens with me. And now, since I'm talking to you, I'm opening myself and telling you what I've experienced. So now he'll start from acknowledgement, blah, blah, blah. This is what I am. This is about my company. The A, B, C, D. It goes like a very, very, methodical flow. And for me, it's very boring. My mind is already telling me, hey, I've seen these presentations 1,000 times, maybe 1,000,000 times. Come to the point straight away. So that straight away is a bias. When I think of it, it's a bias. I don't want to listen to his background and his company profile. I'm too eager to jump to what is the context. And that could be a bias within me.
You're absolutely right, CK. And the interesting thing is, as your mind is thinking, get to the point, I've heard this before, you're shutting down. You're not listening to what that person's saying, because you're in your brain, there's someone going, boring, oh, get to the point, yawn. And the thing is, I can see you smiling, and the point is, we all do it. It is probably one of the worst things you could do. But we're humans and we've got unconscious bias. So there are ways we can get around this. We can shut down our unconscious bias by firstly recognizing we have a bias. 100% of what we've got to move to is 95% is being aware of what you actually do. And the other 5% is then easy, because you've done the other thing many times before. So if you've got someone out there that is literally given a presentation and you think you've heard it all before, you can do one of two things. You can switch off completely and go and do something else, or you can listen intently as to, well, even if I've heard it all before, maybe there's a little nugget in here that I wasn't listening to before. Maybe because my brain was saying, boring, heard it all before, not going to learn anything here. If you shut that part of your brain down, and believe you me, it's easy to do when you practice. You can practice it now, I'm going to say boring. And what I want you to do is just to concentrate on not being bored. You ready? Boring, yawn. Said it all before, done this, done that, seen the t-shirt, got the t-shirt, seen the video, cleaning the video. That's all boring stuff, wasn't it? Okay. But if you can actively practice on just listening through it and saying there's going to be something that's going to be important here in a minute, we'll find out what's going on. Now, the interesting thing is, if someone has locked onto that part of this discussion, they may have woken up thinking, what's he on about? What's he saying that for? And that's what we want to be doing. We want to be engaging our thinking brain. And it's as simple as that. We just need to think about what's happening. Have I heard that? Yes. Is it important? Yes, maybe no. Park it. Move on. Keep thinking. We can multitask. Even men can multitask, by the way. It's a myth that men can't multitask. Because in presentations, we do it all the time. We think about what we're going to have for dinner because we're bored, and yet we're still listening because we can't shut our ears off. And it is funny, CK. It is funny, and that's the interesting part about this. You can have fun doing this. Do you remember the days of the bingo card in businesses where there were, 9 sayings or 9 words that someone always says, and then you're actually going to, in a meeting, you're sort of ticking off how many times they've said, this company is futuristic. Oh yeah, another futuristic. We're engaging in our people. Engaging, but that's another one. And we used to play BS bingo, bullshit bingo, we used to call it, because that's what was coming out of the person's mouth. They were just literally repeating something time and time and time again because they liked the sound of their own voice. And the thing is, that's where we've got to get away from. We've got to actually see people for who they are, not who we think they are. And that's where unconscious bias is going to kick in. So the method of today, the moral of today is don't think you know it all. Throw your unconscious bias out the door, and in a networking environment, go to someone who perhaps isn't smiling and get a smile on their face. There you go. There's your challenge for the day.
Well, it's easier said than done, Neville, because it's an accumulated thing. It could be valuable sometimes. It may not be relevant. It could be total junk. You don't know, but it is still in your mind. And the way we are calling it today, and the subject is very apt. It is unconscious. Things which you don't know that you're doing. For instance, if you I'm an Indian, I have certain way of lifestyle, and if I go to Thailand and I follow my lifestyle in Thailand or any other country, they may think this lifestyle is not what we are looking at. So similarly, when a person from UK comes to India, they can turn into a complete spectacle. So we are all spectacle if we go to a different culture. All of us can be a spectacle when I go to Thailand, or if I go to US or Brazil, because I think that is something unconscious, and we are just doing it because it's there in our mind. For example, let me give an example. If you're in US, the standard hello is how are you? Right? That's the standard hello. They don't say good morning, hello. They will keep saying how are you? And they don't even wait for you to respond. I mean, maybe there is another a person like me like to say, hey, yeah, I'm fine, but the other person has moved on because for them it's just howdy, how are you, howdy, and then they just move on. So it's unconscious for Americans, whereas other national may want to seriously consider this as a gesture of responding. So here somebody asked me, how are you? And I am thinking, hey, he's really concerned about my health. I should tell him, oh, I'm fine or I'm not fine. I want to indulge in some discussion, but this person has already moved on because he has this subconscious method of doing things. So easier said than done, Neil. Any last comments on this?
You're right. It's easier said than done, but you've got to start. I mean, it's as simple as that. You need to. The first thing is be aware. So, if you're about to ignore something because you've just seen something you don't like, think to yourself, hang on a minute, is that me just being biased? So you have to be aware of it initially to be able to make the change. And if you're not aware of it, it's never going to happen. So you're always going to do the same thing. Let's look at doing something simple, okay? Because this is about having a habit, okay? Well, let's see how quickly you can break that habit. I wear a wristwatch, and I wear it on my left hand all the time. I never take it off. So here's something everybody could do. If you've got a wristwatch, take it off and put it on your other arm. And then work out when you stop doing that. Hang on a minute. Oh yeah, it's over here. Just work out, when you actually stop doing looking at the wristwatch on the left hand and look at it on the right, because you have changed your habit. Now, I've got added advantage here because this is a pretty heavy watch. This is not light. Okay. So I can actually feel it now consciously. Okay. Unconsciously, I'm still going to do that. But consciously, I can feel this over here. And the interesting thing is, it won't take you very long. Forget about 21 days to change a habit. It might take you a few hours. It might take you a couple of days. But it will certainly be less than a week, because you're going to be now more aware of it. You're going to say, oh, that's pretty stupid. It's over this side. And you can say that to yourself, okay, because no one wants to be stupid. Okay, no one wants to stick out. But the thing is, only you will know. No one else will know. Especially if you're in an open environment. If you go like that and then go like that, no one's going to even notice. Okay, so that's one little exercise you can do that will see if you can change a habit, and then you can say, actually, it's pretty easy to do. So once you've practiced one thing, you can go and practice something else. But it is a limiting factor in your personal and business development. And that's really the message of today. Unconscious bias could really negatively affect your business and your business growth. And here's the knock on here. Let's just say that person is a dignitary, very quiet individual, doesn't smile much because it's just not, they're shy. It's not their persona, okay? They're the ones that got the problem, not you. And if you were to go over to them and have a nice, friendly chat, they could be friends for life. And they could open doors for you, even just personally, just to make you feel brilliant, make you feel good, make you feel part of that person's network. But you'll miss that opportunity because of your unconscious bias. So there is a moral here, particularly in the business world. Put your unconscious bias to one side and get on with it. Because if you don't, you're missing an opportunity. Who knows where that opportunity will take you? Fascinating discussion. We tried to wrap it up in a fairly short period of time. There are so many examples of unconscious bias in our life. Listeners can put in comments about where their unconscious bias has taken them, how it's affected them. And the point is, a lot of people don't even know they've got one. But you have. And now to find out is, what is it? What does it do? Is it really helping you? Because it could be helping, but the likelihood is it probably isn't. So fantastic discussion today, CK. It's a huge arena, and it really will tell us more about who we are than who other people
are. Naval, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts and giving so much wisdom about this very important subject.
I think the message is your subconscious bias can make you a successful person in life, but the same subconscious bias can also make you a failure. It depends on the situation. So I think it is important for all of us to understand what is our unconscious bias. So I think we should spend some time understanding our personality. And I think we are running a series. If you have an opinion, you can share with us and we can come back on the same subject, because this is a very big subject. We cannot finish off in 30 minutes. So if you write to us, we can bring that particular subconscious bias as a discussion point in future. Naval, thank you so much. And I will catch up with you next week, same time. You have a nice weekend.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmek Live. I'm Kanchan Verma. Today we are taking you to a wonderful city. A city which has old history, a city which witnessed first telecast in India, a city where the first time metro is introduced, and a city where for the first time a mobile call is being done from Calcutta. Yes, I'm talking about Calcutta to Delhi. But before that, I would like to remind you that there's a free gift available for you. So stick around to this wonderful show and we will guide you how to avail your free gift. Hello friends, welcome to the show, and today I will be taking you to the City of Joy. And today we have Sitesh Srivastav, who will be telling us very very nicely about the city, because he is born and brought up there. So before I hand it over to Sitesh, I also want to tell you that Calcutta has been a very, very interesting city, because at one point of time after London, Calcutta used to be second city in terms of popularity in the world. So welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today?
Hello, Kanchan. কেমন আছো? খুব ভালো তো? Thank you for reminding me of my city, Calcutta or Kolkata. But I was born in Calcutta and I have very, very fond memories of the city. How have you been, Kanchan?
Yeah, I'm very fine, and I always loved Calcutta, the culture, the music, and of course, how can I forget the Mishti Doi and Chena Rasgulla?
Well, Kanchan, when it comes to food, Calcutta is a foodie's delight. When it comes to history, Calcutta is the epitome of the Indian subcontinent's history. When it comes to arts and culture, Calcutta has been at the top of the zenith of India's modern cultural and activism, which is seen through its great personalities and the movies and the people behind it. When it comes to Calcutta's industrialization, it was the industrial center. It is still the third largest economy, urban economy in this country. And if it talks about the Calcutta, what I have seen, it Calcutta of the trams, the Calcutta of the great musical journeys, musical hymns across the homes, in the streets, and the Calcutta is all about, you can say, the cultural capital of modern India.
Well, when we talk about Calcutta as the cultural hub of India, I would like to share with my audience that it is a city which has the credit of people of this city got 5 times Nobel Prize. So when we talk about Nobel Prize, Indian Nobel people who are getting Nobel Prize, Calcutta stands first. So I would like to know the places where people can visit and about your fond memories.
Well, Kanchan, I was born in Calcutta, a place called Baliganj, which is a very fond place, fond memories of that place, and is also and I was born very close to the house of a famous Bengali magician PC Sorkar. And Kolkata, as I told, is 138 years of capital of subcontinent India under the British rule from 1773 till 11. I sometimes imagine if the British would not have moved the capital from Calcutta to Delhi, probably we would have seen Calcutta as our capital, India's capital, or Kolkata as our India's capital. How would the life would have been? And the great part of Calcutta is its architecture. Architecture that was developed during the British times, 138 years of British dominion from Calcutta. So there are a lot of structures in Calcutta around it. People know about Victoria Memorial, people know about Fort William, and there are writers building where the government of West Bengal sits. And there are modern wonders as well. I mean, Eden Gardens, who does not know about Eden Gardens? Who does not know about the trams, the oldest trams run probably in Asia, run in Calcutta still. The yellow ambassador cars as taxis, and then Asiatic Society and Indian, the oldest museum in India. So Calcutta is a place which weaves so many kinds of modern memories which one can live with throughout his or her lifetime. And for me, I mean, apart from the history, apart from the food, the Calcutta's history is also about India's industrial development. And that is where I think Calcutta must find to its place of glory in the Indian subcontinent, in India.
I've heard Calcutta holds the oldest planetarium, and which is very famous. So I would like to know if somebody is planning from India or from outside, what are the maximum days one should spend to really enjoy the glory, the culture, and the films of Calcutta? Of course, food also.
Well, Kanchan, Calcutta stands on around 1,800 square kilometer, around a square kilometer city. And as I said, this city finds its modern face from 173 onwards, when it was just 3 villages. So from 1773 till 1911, 138 years, Calcutta was the place of action for everything that was happening in those days of India, from the development, trade. It was one of the biggest ports, riverine port, and the Nawabs of Bengal, the British, the fights, the treaties, the Battle of Buxar, and the Fort William that was raised to fortify the trade. That from then on, Calcutta has remained a central piece, you can say one of the arteries of India's entry. So any foreign tourist person or any Indian person who would like to be in Kolkata, I would think nothing less than 1 week. of this city, because this city not only holds the key of West Bengal, it is not only the seat of Bengali culture and Bengali traditions, it is also the greatest link to the Northeast India. It is also the greatest link to our industrial past, the modern industrial past. So, I mean, who will forget the ambassador cars? They were being manufactured near Calcutta. So I think it all depends what one wants to see. For me, Calcutta remains a city of dreams, though people will say Mumbai is the city of dreams, but for me, Calcutta is a city of dreams. And the luminaries that we have seen coming out, as you said, Nobel Prize winners. So Rabindranath Tagore, Saurav Ganguly, Aurobindo Ghosh, Swami Vivekanand, and of course, Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, one of the greatest freedom fighters. So, and the list goes on and on. You don't know where to stop. Even from the movie point of view, the Bengali movie industry is called Tollywood. But even before it was called Tollywood, it used to be the biggest beacon for what we call as Bollywood or even Hindi film industry, starting from Bimal Roy and Basu Chatterjee, Shashidhar Mukherjee, and Satyajit Ray, of course. And then from actors also, we know about Ritvik Ghatak, we know about Sharmila Tagore, and many more. And a lot of movies in the 60s and 70s were having a Bengali theme. Even in the modern times, recent times, we have seen a couple of Vidya Balan movies based on Kolkata. And therefore, I can say Kolkata is a flux. It's a flux or a melting point of cultures in India at par with Delhi and Mumbai and Chennai.
The city has a great history, and how can we forget Satyajit Ray, who has a great contribution. In fact, Bollywood is also known by his creative work. At this point of time, I would like to ask you the architecture of the buildings which are located in Calcutta, and how people really see these old buildings and how they visualize the art and especially architecture of Calcutta city.
So Calcutta is an architecture's delight, and sheer amount of that interest comes from the Mughal architecture that were brought in by the Nawabs, most famously being known Nawab of those, the Sirajuddaulah, if I remember correctly. And then from the British fortifications, we see a lot of growth in the architectural growth from the British side. Then also there were temples that were built, Dakshineshwar temple that can be seen behind me in this image. And there are many more temples which are the modern architecture. And Eden Gardens is another RBI building, the mint, the one of the four mints in India. They are there in Calcutta. And of course, Victoria Memorial, which was one of the British heritage that can be seen. So when you travel to Calcutta, you can see from modern India, current India versus going back 50 years, 100 years, even 300 years, going back up to 1700s. So just like Mumbai was developed on a few islands, similarly Kolkata was developed on few islands, and Calcutta was given the name by the British in 2001. It was given the name of Kolkata to make it sound more Indian as such. So a botanical garden is a great place in Kolkata, one of the very, very famous and places to be. And you can see in my background, this is Victoria Memorial. So architecturally, Calcutta or Kolkata is very, very diverse, and one can find a modern India, medieval India, and sometimes even very, very old India.
Well, when we are talking about the culture, and I'm also told that chena was invented actually in Calcutta, and that's how we are able to eat. I mean, chena murki or chena mithai here. So tell us about the cuisine of Calcutta.
Wow, Kanchan, it just makes me now to go and find out a Bengali street food or Bengali restaurant and have my food for today. See, Kolkata is known for chena, as you said, sandesh, rasgulla, muri, ghugni, and dimer dalna, macher jhol. Oh my God, it's just a culinary heaven to find food, and kosha mangsho, and the fish. And coming back to the sweets, we have seen the rasgulla being the coming from Calcutta, from Kesi Das, and it just takes you down to the memory lane. When we were children and we used to wait for the Bengali sweets to come home, and still during the Durga Puja time, all over India and all over the world, uh, finding out Bengali food, Bengali cuisine, it just takes you back to the streets of Kolkata and nearby.
Well, what is the best time to visit this city?
Well, I would say you should visit Kolkata beyond the rainy season. That is June to September is generally the rainy season. But the beauty of a tropical city like Kolkata is also to visit it during the rains. As a tourist who would like to have a clear views of the city and enjoy a clean and neat city, it is if one can go beyond the rainy season or the monsoons, I think that is the best time. And also around, I think the best time to go to Kolkata is around Durga Puja. And as we all know, Durga Puja is from Calcutta is known all over the world. And the way Durga is being worshipped in Kolkata and in Bengal in general is something that takes us to the trance levels. The Mahalaya starting off the Navaratri and all those Ashtami and during the Durga Puja, all 10 days, the way the streets are decked up, it is a view to remember all the time. So I think Durga Puja and around that time is the best time. But also, Calcutta is also known for its nightlife, Kanchan. So Park Street and a lot of modern joints, pubs and bars, and at the same time, places like historical like BBD Bagh. It was called Binoy, Badal, Dinesh. They were our three freedom fighters, and the BBD Bagh was a very famous place. It is still a famous place, historical place. Chaurangi Lane, you can say posh of the poshest people or place of Kolkata is that Chaurangi. There was a movie also, 36 Chaurangi Lane, if I remember. So yeah, I'm remembering Kolkata today, my birthplace.
Calcutta is one of the A-class city. It's one of the metro of India and very, very advanced city. So I would like to ask you now, in modern times, the economy of Calcutta is more of agriculture based, or it has become an industrial town?
Kolkata was an industrial town since 1910 or 1900s. The cotton industry was always there. Chemical factories were there. I think Calcutta was never an agricultural town to be known as, at least from the British times that I understand about it. Ambassador car production, cotton production, jute production, and being the port city, it was always the major industrial hub. And at least for 138 years, it was the center of Indian subcontinent. And even in the modern India after the independence, there is a Calcutta Stock Exchange. There are, it is home to four billionaires, four Indian billionaires, 2,600, around 2,600 or 2,600 millionaires in the city. And Calcutta is still, as I said in the beginning of the show, a third biggest urban economy. So you can understand people from northeast states, people from Odisha, people from Bihar, Jharkhand, and many other places. They go and they have made Calcutta their home, or Kolkata their home. And the Kolkata metro train, or the Kolkata famed Calcutta metro rail, not the modern metro rail, but the old metro rail, is a famous, the double deckers. They are the place where you see the real culture being prepared, made, and consumed.
Well, it is so lovely to know about Calcutta from a person who is born and brought up in Calcutta. So now I would like to ask you how you will describe this city of joy in 2-3 words.
City of joy. There must have been a reason why it is given that name. The joy, because this is the city where one can find their career. This is the city where one can find their emotional, because it is deeply seeped into culture. This is the place where the fate and destiny of India was made for 138 years. This is the place which has our consciousness in the name of Belur Mutt, Swami Vivekananda and Ramakrishna Paramhansa. This is the place where one can find also the dreams in the way of movies, in the name of culture, in the name of sports. Not to forget about football. Though I spoke about Saurav Ganguly, we should not forget the East Bengal, Mohammedan Sporting, Mohan Bagan, the football. So India's football starts and ends in the Kolkata. So this is the city, is the city which needs to be revived. This city needs to be not just resting on the past laurels of last 100 or 150 years. This city should be revived, spoken about, promoted as a modern city of India, which has equal opportunities for not just one industry or few industries, but all kinds of industries and people.
When I think of Calcutta or Kolkata, I also somehow think about Raja Ram Mohan Roy. So the one who has a lot of contribution when we talk about upliftment of women. So I feel Calcutta is a place for me, is when I talk about Calcutta in 1 or 2 words, is enlightenment. So I think that is where I would like to finish this episode for today. It was so lovely to really know Calcutta from you and discuss about various aspects of Calcutta.
Khub bhalo Kanchan, khub bhalo. Thank you so much for this talk, and now I will have to make a plan to visit the place that brought me on this planet.
Thank you so much. We'll meet again with another city in our next episode. Bye-bye.
Bye, Kanchan.
We have some unique Akulmak memorabilia which will make you look outstanding. The graphics on these corporate gifts are based on the global best business practices. To become recipient of one of these gifts for free, you have to watch this video till the end and provide your valuable comments. Or you can also share your experiences. The person who makes the best comment would be chosen to become a recipient of these beautiful Akulmak gift, absolutely free, delivered to your doorsteps. The winner would also get a chance to be invited live as a distinguished panelist during our next video. What are you waiting for, friends? Please subscribe Akul Mac and smash that like button. Good morning, friends. Welcome to Akul Mac Live, and I'm Chandrakant. As per our research, we have found that our Prime Minister, Mr. Modi, is going to bring another major reform in India. And in month of September, he had marathon meetings with all the major secretaries of the ministries, and he's actually asking the ministries to come up with a framework to create a new reform, especially with regard to administration of the government services. And this is a major, this is going to bring a major change in the way we actually live our life, because this is all related to administration. And the secretaries are working on a 60-point plan right now, which will be announced very soon, and that involves things like issues related to citizenship. And the biggest problem the Indians have is that we don't have a citizenship card. There is nothing to prove that we are the citizen of India, and India being such a large country. And one of the method that is being thought about is linking citizenship with a birth certificate, because if you have taken birth, you're citizen of India. So I think there is a major plan which is being discussed right now, modalities of bringing the citizens data into central location and linking it with the birth certificate. So I think this is one major area where a lot of changes we will see, and this will have a major repercussions in terms of finding job, getting admission into colleges, etc., and also getting some benefits from the government, because only citizens who are the Indian citizens should be allowed to avail those benefits. So those benefits will be given to people who are born in India. So I think there is a major plan going on at the moment, and I'm pleased to bring this information. Next is one of the major item in this 60-point agenda is to bring a single window system, especially for small medium enterprises. And they want to bring a system which is even better than the Vietnam single window system. So Vietnam has been doing very well in the SME sector at the moment, and India being a very large country, I think we cannot compete with Vietnam, but yet government of India is trying to bring a system based IT based systems which will be governed by artificial intelligence and a whole lot of IT related technologies built into it. And they want to reduce the burden of SMEs to the extent that they don't have to go to multiple departments to take multiple approvals. So they can actually go to a website which is hosted by Government of India and apply for the business, and they will get the license or approval to run that business. So this is on the cards, friends, and this is going to come. I think this is going to be a big boost for the SME sector, where they will be much easier to start your business, much easier to take approval, much easier to do things. And I think this is going to have some sort of change in taxation also, because there are multiple fees that needs to be paid. So I think we will wait and watch what kind of system is being thought about. And the other final agenda on my list today is India as a country want to increase further the ease of doing business. And right now we are a position at 100 position, and we want to further reduce the burden on ease of doing business, and this will attract the foreign businesses to come to India and find Indian partners to set up Indian operations. So this is also one of the big things. And so I think this is all coming down to ease of doing business, where you have the citizenship data linked to birth certificate, you have a single window approval processes, and then the laws and regulation will be IT controlled, and people don't have to go to multiple places. Multiple approvals may not be required. All you have to do is go to one particular website and register your business. So I think this is all coming. The ministries have come up with a 60-point agenda, and there are marathon activities going on. The government of India is also trying to understand how we can roll out all these things without hampering the growth that has been projected. And there are a lot of IT development is also being planned to roll out all of these activities, linking multiple platforms like PC, mobile, or different access points, even telephones. So we will wait and watch. Friends, let me know what you think about this observation. And if you have anything else in mind, do write in and we will cover that as well. And I will catch you in the next one.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmek Live. I am Kanchan Verma. During this pandemic, even young achievers are doing great work. We will be discussing about their contribution and achievement. But before that, a word on our giveaway.
We have some unique Akulmek memorabilia which will make you look outstanding. The graphics on these corporate gifts are based on the global best business practices. To become recipient of one of these gifts for free, you have to watch this video till the end and provide your valuable comments. Or you can also share your experiences. The person who makes the best comment would be chosen to become a recipient of this beautiful Akulmak gift, absolutely free, delivered to your doorsteps. The winner would also get a chance to be invited live as a distinguished panelist during our next video. What are you waiting for, friends? Please subscribe Akulmak and smash that like button. Now let's get back to our discussion.
Hello friends, we have a very wonderful child from India, and she is showing us project. And you know, when kids show us projects or something special they have done, it is so wonderful, it is so awesome. So without wasting any time, I would like to welcome Tia Bedi from India. So welcome to the show, Tia. How are you doing?
Greetings, everyone. I'm fine. Thank you, ma'am.
Great. So, you see, these are summer vacations. So you must be doing something, right?
Yes, ma'am. Empathy means to understand the feelings of others. Uh,
So,
that is empathy.
you have done something which is kind of a case study or kind of a project, or it is like you have made a model. How you have done it?
It's a project, ma'am. So I sold 20 odd paintings to the people who were unknown to us, as my mother wanted me to face the rejection as well. So after selling the 20 paintings, the money I got, I transferred it to a bank account of an orphanage.
That is such a wonderful act you have done, and that to that young age. I think that is something everybody should be doing. But I also want to ask you how this beautiful idea of compassion came into being and how really you planned it.
Ma'am, my mother gave me the idea of helping people, and I thought I was good at painting, so let me sell paint some of my paintings, and the money earned I would give it to the orphanage.
So, if I can ask you how much you have donated to the orphanage in Manipur?
I've donated about 2,000 rupees to the orphanage at Manipur.
That is so wonderful, and it is so wonderful gesture. I think all other children should be learning from you the kind of work you have done, and at that too in this COVID period. I think many children should join you, and they should do some creative, compassionate work. So, what are your next plans?
Ma'am, I am recently working on Project Empathy Part 2.
And what you will be doing there?
Ma'am, it's a secret. I don't want to tell anyone right now, but I will share it after some time.
Okay, so I think while talking to you, I really got very impressed the kind of work you have done, and I know that you are a good in painting and you also like cooking, and the project which you have done, it has really must have impacted all orphanage children, and they must be very happy about the help you have given to them.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, I told the sister specifically, the sister who takes care of the orphan children, that uh, you can please buy them the stuff they want with this money.
Okay, that's great. So, last message, what you want to share to all your friends and children who are watching you?
Ma'am, I want to share that from this project, I learned how to understand others' feelings.
Yes, that is very great because this is the time mankind and human beings should understand each other's problem and cooperate and come out from this, especially pandemic, in a flying color. So it was so wonderful to talk to you, Tia, and I look forward to talk to you regarding maybe your second project or any project you would like would be doing in the future. So thank you so much. Take care. Bye bye.
Thank you, ma'am. Bye bye.
Hello, friends. I'm Kanchan from Akulmac Technologies, and you are welcome to our show Roundtable, and where we have eminent panelists today. Let me introduce all of them to you. Ritu Gupta, who is a CEO of one of the PR agency, Four Seasons. A part of that, she's also teaching media relations and public relations to eminent university in Delhi. We have Sitesh Srivastava, who is closely associated with radio broadcasting. He has a deep interest in corporate training. So, welcome both of you on roundtable discussion today.
Thank
How
you.
are you? How are you, Ritu?
Absolutely fine, thank you.
How are you, Sitesh?
I'm well, Kanchan. It is always great to talk to you all the time. So I thought it's an interesting discussion that between, we always discuss. So today we have a third panel with us, Ritu. So it would be more interesting.
So today's topic is how important is hobbies in the development of children.
And can these hobby can be converted into bread earning uh, skill for individuals? So what is your opinion, Ritu, on this?
I feel hobbies are very important for any child and every child to go for, because hobby develop them as a person, which is very important in today's world. And hobbies can be, you can do your hobby in group, you can do your hobby all alone also. So in both the cases, it increases your confidence, and it also allows a child to de-stress himself or herself, which is very important. And then the child learns to socialize, and it also enhances your creativity, which is very important. That any person, whether you are going to do some kind of a job, you're going to work in corporate, or going to be some kind of an entrepreneur, you need to be creative, because creativity helps you think out of the box. That's what
Yes,
I feel.
yes, true. You have mentioned valid point, because I also feel that hobby benefit children in many ways. It gives child an opportunity to express themselves. It allows them to discover themselves and build self-esteem. And also, I think in a process or in a way, we achieve goals like problem solving and make decision by this hobby practicing. So what are your ideas on this subject, Sitesh?
Well, Kanchan, I think that we should all have some hobby to pursue, because that is what satisfies our heart. Everything else is used to bring food to the table. And therefore, hobby is something that makes us what we are in the core. Many times, the hobby needs to be asked or developed, that we try to do with our children, because there are so many distractions in our life today. It is important for today's children to know what they can pursue as a hobby. But at the same time, some many years back, one of my former boss asked me this question: what is your hobby? And I told him, and this discussion was happening between the transit time at Tokyo Narita International Airport for a few hours. And I said, my hobby is writing. And he asked me, when did you write last? I said, some 1 month back. And he said, no, that's not a hobby. Hobby is that you do every day, even if it
Yeah.
is 10 minutes.
Yes, definitely. So, hobby is a very essential part of today's children's development, actually, because that also reduce risk of depression, which I think most of the children are highly exposed to, because they are at home, they are watching television, and they are doing online studies. So, I think that some kind of break, which is very, very essential for children, and I think parents should also get indulge in these kind of activity, because that they will again enhance the happiness. Somehow, over the period of time, I think parents are also just doing their professional corporate jobs rather than really getting free time. And I think hobbies can bring a self development also. But now,
Absolutely.
the question is, the big question for both of you: what are your hobbies? Ritu?
Okay. So I'll tell you, uh, my hobbies. I love reading. I love reading a lot, and I love traveling, and I love cooking. So I have of late started thinking that why not? I mean, why not open a cafe, or be a halwai, be a very modern halwai? Why not? So this is what I have of late started thinking about: get into cooking as a profession.
Yes, and what about you, Sitesh?
By hearing Ritu, now I have more inclination to visit Delhi. Uh, and apart from the Bengali market and Parathe Wali Gali, I have one more place to have food. Well, for me, the hobby always has been, since the day I realized what is the meaning of hobby, it was always something which is related to expressing myself in terms of the writing. The true real hobby that I developed somewhere around when I was in the high school timings. And it was always remained that and writing, and then it moved from writing to theater to a little bit of vision, and now for many years it has started with radio and it is continuing with radio. Kanchan, you know about it. So I think that it is important to explore something which is called hobby, and there are many more ways of doing it today. In our times, Kanchan, if you remember, pen pal was one of it, philately was another of it, and few more. uh, but today there are so many ways of doing it, but somehow I always feel the youngsters, the kids, the children, when I ask them what is your hobby, and they have nothing to say, or they suddenly get perplexed because nobody has asked them this question. So it's important to pursue it for ourselves, and it is also important to inculcate. And the interesting part about hobby is that there is no age for it. There's no retirement from it, isn't
Yes,
it?
definitely,
Yes.
definitely. The hobby brings a sense of fun and freedom of life that can help minimize the impact of chronic stress. Now, the big question is again is that many parents don't encourage because there's academic pressure on children. So, and there are many schools. If you really go counting the school, there are many schools who have cut down the hobbies in terms of the painting is there, and acrylic painting, or water painting, or sometimes making paper craft, and everything is there. But I think a hobby has to be turned into a skill. Now it is an era of a skill, like you said that writing, Sitesh said that you like writing. So now when we are talking about writing hobby, is there any way in schools from very early age when children can be taught in marketing writing or in copywriting or is news writing? So that is very important aspect, because it is a hobby but it should not go waste. There is a probability that a child can pick up that particular hobby and turn into a career or a breadwinner aspect of his life. What do you say,
Exactly.
Ritu?
Yes, you can, and it's very important to do what you love. So basically, most of the people, they love their hobbies. And yes, people are making their hobby their profession. And I've seen some schools in Delhi, and I think the government is also doing, they're changing their syllabus. But I've seen in some schools in Delhi that nowadays they're teaching journalism in 9th, 10th, and 11th, 12th classes also. There is fashion designing, interior designing, and also like I don't know about in Bangalore or like you're in Hyderabad, but in Delhi we have a zero period in school where kids, they do what they like doing. You have various kind of uh, courses, you short term courses which you can take up in the school, and that is the time when you get to learn about those things, like storytelling. Then theaters are being doing are pretty famous in Delhi schools. So you tell kids about various other options and let the child choose what he or she wants to do, but you have to give them the taste of all those things, and then it's a very good option that the kid decides what he or she wants to do later on in life. And every child is not good in academics. Every You can't expect every child to be getting 90%, 95%. I don't know how every second child is getting 95% these days. But what about those kids who get 80%? What about those kids who get 60%? They're also pretty good people. They also have brains. It's just that they cannot mug up physics, chemistry, maths. So there has to be some option for those kids also, which many of the schools are now thinking on.
Yes, because I also in new education policy, I think government has a stress on teaching academic with creativity. That the aspect which I've seen in our children currently. In fact, in my children also going through that phase. But again, the question is that are we exposing our children at school level, like a carpentry, or like something animal and wildlife, because there is a social studies as a subject where, or for say astronomy, the space we have, like children read that these are planets and these are asteroid, and all uh, routine education. But if somebody wants to learn beyond that, so then if we are doing this, that means we are making a base for our children to find out, to become a veterinary technician or animal consultant, which is very much required, for say, because we live among the animals, but we hardly know about the characters of the animal. So I think time has come to really generate these ideas, and children and decision makers should take up this as a discussion, or as some, introduce it into the education curriculum. So what do you think, Sitesh, about this particular aspect?
Well, Kanchan, you certainly sound like an activist when you say that there needs to be more that needs to be done. Well, Ritu, this is a welcome to hear that Delhi schools have a zero period. In fact, that's a very interesting thing, and I would take this up in the next PTM, which I love to talk to the.
Yes.
In fact, my children don't like me talking to their teachers for so long. so, so I think this hobby, as per se, as we have seen in the rest of the world, from far east, in what I have seen in Japan, what I have seen in Africa, and for what we know in the Western world, our curriculum, whether it is a state board or it is a CBSE, it is still far in terms of extracurricular as compared to the international baccalaureate, which is IB. So I think when you talk, Kanchan, in terms of carpentry and all those stuff, I think that is still we have a far long way to go. I'm sure it is happening in the international schools, but if this has to enter into our mainstream hobby as a subject, and that needs to be seen getting into the government schools as well as the private schools as well as the funded schools together. At the same time, it is important that we also sensitize the not only our children but also the teachers about teaching the same subject. Why mathematics cannot be a hobby of someone? Why physics, chemistry cannot be a hobby of someone, right? So it depends on the teacher, a creative teacher, to get that kind of an interest. At the same time, when it comes to DIY stuff, which is carpentry or electricians or something like that, folk art, calligraphy, all of that. So we all need to create that kind of a curriculum for the teachers training also. Our country has been more about the rote learning to create white collar or blue collar workers, and it has to change. I hope it will change with the kind of data that we have, internet, easy internet that we have, and I think only pandemic is stopping us.
Yes, actually, you mentioned maths actually. So it's a very good point that children can have a hobby as a math. But what we are
Yes.
studying, but what we are giving our children is a NCRT curriculum for math. Why not a Vedic math? Why not abacus? So these kind of things are missing in school curriculum. Now, when we are talking
Yes.
about, everything has to be there intact in the school curriculum. Now children have, they according to their interest, they can choose what they want to choose as a hobby, or maybe extension of that subject. If you recall, I don't know, there used to be SUPW period in our curriculum long back,
Yes.
and then we were allowed,
Yes.
as you mentioned, Ritu, that it should
Yes.
be zero period. So we were allowed to do things. So all like knitting, making pottery, everything used to be there, and we learn many things. Like I tell
Learned
you,
many
I
things.
learned knitting from that particular period only. So all things has to be there, and it has to be available for children to choose. So that is very very important. And though things are starting, but they are very maybe not as per the speed is very low actually. The few schools are opting, few schools say no, like international schools, they say no, we will be doing something which is world standard, and I think they are leaving behind something which is very crucial for Indian children's development. What your idea on this?
Kanchan, I want to say something here. Yeah, I want to say, because what you say, I do completely agree with you. But the parents have to be made aware about it also, because I am middle class parents, the parents, middle class family people, they feel that their kid should be getting above 90%, should be taking up some good career and settle down somewhere. I mean, doing something very great in life, getting good salary. This is all they dream for. But then you have to make parents aware about that. The things are changing, and post pandemic things have changed a lot. People have lost their jobs, and they have started something new. Many of the people, they have become entrepreneur. What they are doing, like I know a lady in my building now, what she does is she's only she's created a cloud kitchen. She's lost her job, she's created a cloud kitchen, and now she's doing pretty fine. So why not? So the awareness has to be created among parents, among students also themselves, that there is a life beyond their academics life also, and then they can take it up professionally also. But then for that, you have to really, have a roadmap in your life, a proper roadmap that how you want to do it. And parents and kids and the teacher, all three are very important in it.
Yes, I also want to add one thing, because if you are not sound, uh, if you're not happy, and hobbies gives you happiness. So if you're not happy, if child is not happy, I doubt that they will not be able to excel in the academics also. Now, when we are discussing a hobby, there's a greater part of
Kanchan, I
skill.
really, just one thing I want to, yeah, since you said happy, I have met someone, a teacher who is conducting happiness classes in school. It's a
Yes,
course of happiness course, and it's
yes.
very important, happiness classes.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
So
So
this is
actually,
what I want.
yes,
Sorry.
actually, I think we are just pursuing the same path, but little slow. Now, Sitesh, you know that skill development is coming up in India, and NCRT and our Prime Minister also stress on skill development. But then, when we talk about skill development, the crucial aspect of development comes of soft skill development. So, are we really taking this again? It's a part of hobby, because we do a lot of activities when we do software development as a practical, like time management or listen and recap. So all these the activities. So are we also taking seriously soft skill hobbies along with the hard skills and academics?
So, Kanchan, all through my IT life of more than 2 decades, I have always uh, spoken about the soft skills as comparable to the hard skills. And all the time, corporate life has told me that hard skills gets you the money, the soft skills gets you the happiness. And they don't understand that these are not interchangeable. They are exclusively together complementary and supplementary. And therefore, we also have an IT company, interestingly, in India called Happiest Minds, which is founded by a former Wipro chairman, Ashok Suta. And uh, it is important for to corporates to understand that a person who joins the company after the college from the campus, his longevity into the company is not only dependent on the hard skills, but also on the platform of the soft skills that is given by the company to the employee. We all know Google gives 20% of its time to its engineers to pursue their own projects. And some of the greatest tools have come from those projects. In India, HCL had got this name of asking, finding out great managers amongst themselves and make them intrapreneurs. And that was great thing to find out some great companies coming out of the HCL fold. So I think this is very important, not only in the school level, but also in the college level and in the corporate. But I think in today's, especially in the IT world where I work, I see that there's a lot of such things are happening because we invariably get to know what is happening in California.
Right.
Probably in other industries, it may come a little late. But in the middle age, when the students are in college life after the 12th, and those 4 or 5 years, those 4 and 5 years, I have realized, I see that they all are trying to get into those CAT and GMAT and SAT and TOEFL and GRE and those IITs and IIMs. Whereas the same student in other part of the world, which is the developed world, is trying to pursue something else. And this side, the student says, why I have to pursue all that, what someone else is telling me? So there has to be a lot of balance around it. I think what we need to tell ourselves as well as our youngsters, when I say youngsters, I don't not only mean our children, I also mean our college going students, that today internet is something which has given us a medium to create something. So television was called an idiot box because it was just one way. But internet is not one way, it's two way. So we should enjoy internet by entertaining ourselves into all those OTT platforms and binge watching. But how much are we creating on that? Are we creating something out of that? If we are not creating, there is a way to find out some knowledge. Let us say calligraphy. Many people don't know what calligraphy could be until unless they visit a textile museum in Ahmedabad. So I think it is important for all of us to, when we go to hiring in the colleges, I ask this question: what is your hobby? That's a very important piece of my judgment of picking up someone, because the person who comes with a hobby, he knows the love of the work that he does. And as we all know, if you love the work, you will never get tired. You will never need a holiday.
Right. Yes. So I will summarize, like Ritu has mentioned that she loves cooking, and you mentioned writing. So all these hobbies should be having a department, and the school maybe very early. Like somebody who wants to really know about astronomy or something, somebody wants to know, become a diver. He must have a knowledge of how deep he can go, the knowledge of sea, which Sitesh, we know only very limited, maybe 10% of our own seas and
But
oceans.
what is your hobby, Kanchan? We never asked this question.
Okay, my hobby is talking, and that's what I'm doing actually. Okay, jokes apart, I like painting, and I have excelled in painting because I do different type of paintings, like acrylic. I also do Tanjavur and some folk painting. So I've developed it over the period of time. So I enjoy it, and I really appreciate somebody who is into these kind of painting, because that is a very good painting and a very good hobby. I mean, and it gives you it de-stress you, and lovely actually.
So you can make a caricature of my face.
Yes, I can.
Great.
I am, yes. So as usual, it's lovely to talk to you, both of you, Ritu and Sitesh. And I was summarizing that schools and parents should understand, because it's high time that they should collaborate academics and hobbies and soft skills, because that will result into overall development of a child. So what I really foresee, or I recommend, that every school should have all these hobby departments, and where children can pick, choose, and develop their hobbies along with the academics. It was so lovely talk to you, Ritu, and it was so lovely talk to you, Sitesh. We'll meet again
Thank you.
in a different interesting topic. Till then, bye bye.
Yeah, yeah. I will now go and listen to that song, Man Ke Sache.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, bye bye.
Hello, friends. Welcome to Akul Mac Live, and I'm Chandrakant. Today, in the section of likable leaders, we will be joined by a very senior, very eminent personality. His name is Dr. Sindhu Bhaskar. He's done tremendous work in the area of fintech, and it'll be very interesting to hear from him about his new projects. And friends, I must tell you that this is a live session. From whichever part of the world you're watching us, from whichever social media, you can post your questions and your name and questions will appear on the screen. We can take those questions and respond to you. So without further ado, let's welcome Dr. Sindhu Bhaskar. Good morning, Dr. Sindhu Bhaskar. How are you doing today?
I'm very well. Thank you very much for welcoming me and inviting me to your show. So thankful to you.
It is our pleasure, Doctor. And I think there are many things that we want to ask you, and we have limited time. So I'll straight away want to know more from you about the journey that you had, such a successful journey. And it has been a very versatile as well. So we would like to know from you how this leadership journey started for you, and what compelled you to get into this, and how you became a leader. I think that is something which our viewer would like to know from you.
Well, as you know, leaders, there are different types of leaders also. That some are born leaders. So I will not say that I am a born leader. I will say I made myself a leader. So I fully equipped myself first to lead from the front. And when I say I equip myself, I want to say that I put in my effort, put in my labor to know the subject, to know the field and area of operation so that I can be successful with my team and I can show them the correct path and the correct way to go about and achieve the result and the goal. So I think that is how I try to make myself a leader. And of course, any journey has its own various stops, various experiences, and various travails. So all those things were part of my journey as well. Nothing unusual about it, but very fascinating. I will say very fascinating.
Doctor, you have been part of the industry for almost many years, I think 3 decades, and you might have seen a lot of transformation across the board. You know, multiple types of different transformation. What is your observation and learning from these transformation?
See, of course, my working is 3 decades old. Hope I don't look like 4, 5 decades old. So, yes, my work curve is quite long. and I have been a banker throughout. So when I started, it was the manual banking. Then we came got the computerized banking, and then we entered the era of fintech. So all these different, say, advancements kept on happening in financial sector, and I am not only a witness to it. I'm also, I will call myself an efficient worker in trying to get the feel of it and trying to stand with all the onslaughts of fintech and all the different millennial revolution that is facing the global canvas. So what happened that I had to prepare myself for all these turnarounds. So from a manual banker, I became a digital banker, computerized. So I started working with computers, trying to even train others. So I again took the lead in creating a knowledge bank for myself so that I can be of help to my organization, to my people who are working with me, and I can be a very, very constructive team leader. Then, when banks started failing, and there was as we later on we call millennial revolt against the tyranny of legacy banks, that was another area which was again very new for me. So I had to like upgrade myself, equip myself with all the knowledge base of this fintech revolution and the millennial, I should say, turnaround. And for that, I did courses from Oxford, I did courses from MIT, and fully equipped myself so that I can again lead from the front and I can be of help to my team members as well as I can do justice to my platform. Otherwise, half knowledge would have destroyed my platform. So it is always better to acquire knowledge, fully equip yourself, and then give a shape and aura to your platform. So that is how I am trying to move.
Doctor, we have observation from a viewer actually, and it's just an observation. And this is joined us from YouTube, and the viewer name is Storyteller. And the viewer says that it's a remarkable journey you had from manual banking to the digital banking, I think. So I think that is what they are quite impressed with you. So going forward, Doctor, all these changes, in fact, the banking industry was very rapidly transformed from manual banking to branch banking to ATM, and now we are into digital space. How your leadership evolved? Is there anything specific that you would like to share, about because of these changing scenarios? And in the banking industry, there were a lot of unions and all that. So I think there were a lot of trouble in terms of, especially in India. You had some challenge over there, which you can share today?
I will slightly take some time to give you a full answer because, of course, the viewer has tried to give his own remark about my journey. So I would like to dwell upon that theme also. See, when we started with this fintech revolution, rather, let us call it the evolution of the banking technology and financial technology. What happened that, as I said, I acquired knowledge and then I have tried to create my own digital banking platform. Now, what is the basis of that platform? I had to weed out all the ills of the banking system, which was destroying it and which has destroyed it. So the basic problem of legacy banking was timing, lot of timing to process any transaction, the bonus system, the elitist culture, all those things were there. So I have tried to develop a digital banking which is purely for development and for financial inclusion. So, but again, if you have to succeed with anything, you do not just start with a platform. You first create a vision of your journey, how you will move, what is your basic goal, what is your basic destination, then only you can, like Mahatma Gandhi said, ways and means. So you have to find out your means on the basis of your vision, where you want to reach. So when that goal is concretized, then you can create the ways and means to reach that goal. And if it is a positive set of ways and means, you will have a positive result. So I had a positive goal of financial inclusion development, because what we saw in developing countries, the filtration theory, the trickle down theory, reform from top, all those things, they have failed. So what I focused on was reform from below. That means now enough of the filtration theory, trickle down theory. Let us try to move and work with the lowest tier of the society and push them towards the middle class. And when the middle class economy will extend, the country will expand economically, and that will be beneficial for the development of the country. So that was the agenda. So I created a vision, a mission, and I'm working on it. So my I should say, journey led me to creation of a digital bank, which should be the flagship for development. And then I have created a super agri act, which is taking care of agriculture in a way that it is the instrument for rural economic development. Now, I think another couple of minutes, seconds I will take for that. Rural economic development here does not mean just the financial development. It means overall development. So what I vision, that there should be clusters of development in a country, and when those different clusters of development will interact and integrate with each other, that will create the real development. So when we talk of capitalist theory of development, say participative capitalism, I always talk of those clustered capitalism. So clusters of capitalism will create inclusive capitalism. It will not be exploitative feature of economy. So that is the goal which I set. I'm moving on that, and now I'm going to introduce and unveil all my platform. Probably I'm trying to keep the date of 2nd October for India and last week of October in Africa. So I'm working in mostly all these dense countries. Dense means which has high population density, so that we can achieve some real positive results.
Viewers, I have to tell you that Dr. Sindhu Bhaskar is joining us from US, and he has many organizations which he has led and he is leading currently. And one of the very interesting offerings will be launched very soon. So we don't want to spill the beans, but he is actually, as he already hinted, so we will actually keep holding this story and circle back in future after the launch. So doctor, there is a question again, and just we will take very few questions actually, because we are short on time, but this one is quite interesting, and this is about your opinion on future with regard to Bitcoin.
Thank you very much for this question, because wherever I go, in whichever conference I am, wherever I'm speaking, I do get this question. See, Bitcoin, I have full respect and honor for Bitcoin in the sense that it has given us a technology, which is your blockchain technology and cryptography, which is very, very important for advancement of your fintech. And it is giving a new life, new dimension, and new proposition to all your fintech products. Like we have decentralized medium, decentralized finance. So earlier we were talking of CFI, centralized finance. Now we are talking of DeFi, decentralized finance. So all this is gift of Bitcoin. Now, up to that point, hats off and salute to Bitcoin. But when people start talking of Bitcoin as the legal tender of a country, there I will beg to differ. Like El Salvador, they have adopted Bitcoin as the medium of exchange, as a legal tender in the country. Now that cannot be done because you cannot have a legal tender which is so volatile, which does not have the basis and to compete with a fiat of a country. Now, fiat has the people say, okay, what is fiat? We are accepting it. That is why it has value. No, the country's asset, the country's might is behind your fiat. That fiat can become or take a digital form. That is perfect. Like digital rupee, digital yuan, digital dollar, what we are talking of. Those things are fine. But Bitcoin, technology wise, no problem, but it cannot become legal tender. It can be a very good asset and we can play with it as an asset. I think I will stop at that point.
Doctor, would you like to share some of one or two or three, whichever successes that you had which you're proud of in your career?
See, first of all, I'm proud that my team can relate to me and they cooperate with me and they are with all their might behind me. So I am always thankful to my team for that. And that is my biggest success, that I can correlate with them and I can give them the same vision that I am having. I can pass it on to them and they can see that yes, this person is genuine, he has some vision and he means good, so they want to move with me. The second will be, wherever I have gone, wherever I have tried to give any speech or my views, people have received it in a very, very positive manner. And I have always got this compliment that I am very positive in my outlook, very positive in my looks. So I don't know what about the positive looks and negative looks, but they think that I exude positivism. So I think that is my biggest asset, that I am never negative even in difficulties and problem. I try to be positive and try to solve the issues rather than sitting in a corner with a sullen face. And the third is that my vision was very, very, I should say, accurate. And my diagnosis of the problem of any country and the country's economy was to the point, hitting the bullseye, I should say. Just to give you an example, one of the facets of my platform is uh, how I can create linkages of the Indian MSMEs to overseas MSMEs or rural artisans, rural industries, how I can connect them to overseas industry so that they can also earn forex. Now, this is my typical subject and lecture because when I talk of cluster capitalism, cluster growth, these are the things how you are going to convert the rural economy into a corporate economy by commodification of agriculture, by corporatization of rural economy. In those things, the rural industry has a very important role. There I talk of rural exchange, like stock exchange. So that is so that rural economy is not dependent on urban economy. Now, when I am talking of all those things, what is also happening that I'm creating a different disconnect between urban economy and rural economy in the sense that nothing should flow from urban economy to rural economy to influence it. Let both interact and integrate with each other on same ground as equal partners. And then the example which I was trying to give you was I have been advocating for this issue of connecting rural industries, MSMEs, to overseas MSMEs so that they can earn forex. I had given a lecture on this also, and tried to educate the participants of MSME Business Forum India, where I'm in the board also, that this is how I'm trying to create the connect for you. Try to work, and you can start earning forex, and that will be very good for the country. Now, just 10 days back, government has come out with the scheme Ubharte Sitare. That is exactly the same thing. And if you see go through my lectures, which are recorded some 2 years back, 3 years back, you will see the same things I've been talking of. So that is, I will say that the third and my biggest success story is that I have been able to get the pulse of my country or the development pulse of the any country, and I'm able to come out with a solution which is futuristic, positive, and definitely implementable. So that is the biggest validation of my thought process and my platform.
I think the launch of Obarte Sitare itself is a very big vindication of your thought process. But here I would like to ask you one very, very important question. It's simple, but it's important, which is what is the essential factor for success? And I think this question is very relevant because of a lot of budding CEOs are there and they want to make it big. India has to shine. We have to go out and win business from overseas and also from India. So what is the big mantra for success today from your point of view?
See, I will again start with the most beaten theme of uh, perseverance, your clarity in your outlook, honest to your efforts. That has to be there. But I think the biggest factor for any CEO for their success is positivism and innate faith in their thought process. And that can come only with your clarity of mind and clarity of thoughts. So I think that trust in yourself and trust in your thoughts to create some development for your country and for your society, not as your work, but as a responsibility as a member of the society to give back to society. When you have that concept, that adds the biggest positivism to your thought process, and that will lead you to success without fail because you have no selfish interest there. You are grateful to your society, grateful to people that you are trying to pay them back what society has given to you. So when that sense of gratefulness and gratitude comes to you, you are bound to succeed.
I think that's a fantastic advice, Dr. Bhaskar. I think your conversation is very popular. There are many questions coming up. I think we will just take one of them. And this is about from Kanchan Verma, and she is joined in from LinkedIn. And her question is for banker, how leadership act as a tool of progress.
How leadership tools act. Can you repeat the question once again, please?
How leadership act as a tool of progress for a banker.
Yeah, first of all, as a banker, I will say you have to be a banker for the country, for all the strata of society, not only for elite. So that should be the biggest mantra for any banker. I've been a banker and I am trying to be a digital banker also, but the focus is how you can take the entire different layers of society together with yourself. Then only your banking can succeed. And because more and more opportunities are there for the capital rotation, then you can create capital. But if you are going to block your capital with one section of the society, let us call it the elitist section of the society, which is the biggest benefactor of any credit facility from banks, how are you going to create the development? You can never create it. So you have to be fair to all the tiers of the society, and you have to always remember bank capital must be rotated. Then only you can create additional capital. And when you are working with different tiers of the society, that additional capital is going to create development for the society. And that is the biggest motive and mantra for any bank. It is not to help an elite group or any top industrialist and be in league with them. So that is the secret of success for a bank. And you will see, if you work like that, if you are a banker, if you move with this spirit, you are bound to succeed. Of course, there will be so many problems, so many unions are there, so many things are there. They will try to say all sorts of things. But be resolute, be like sticking to your ground and to your positivism and your honesty. Problems will come, you will have to face problems, but again, you will come out victorious. Nothing will browbeat you.
I think bankers who are watching this program, I think there are a lot of learning from what you've just told them. I think I have come to the last question that I want to I definitely want to ask you is about the investor community. And what do you, from your point of view, what do you think that the role investor community has to play now in this decade, which is 2020 to 2030, for growth? What is your opinion?
See, fintech atmosphere and fintech revolution has changed all the dynamics of economy and finance. Earlier, the profit motive was the center, and your net profit was the key word for your balance sheet and financial statements. But now we don't talk of all those things. We talk of what is your subscriber base, how many members do you have, how many users do you have. So the whole focus has changed. So what is happening here, that the economy has taken a very different tone and tune of ecosystem. More and more people are there, more and more organizations, institutions are working together, interacting with each other. That gives you the success, not your profitability. So enterprise or corporates or entities who have to run today and gain profit, they have to work as part of ecosystem, and they have to create their own ecosystem. So again, you get the same concept of clusters of economy. So these big industrial houses should be clusters of creators of capitalism, and they should try to integrate with different sections of society. That is how you will create subscriber base, and that is how you will earn profitability, which again means that inclusive model, not exclusive model, the inclusive model of development and the circular model of development and capitalism, so that you invest capital to create more capital. So aggregation of capital, utilization of capital, and recreation of capital. That should be the motive of any industry in this fintech situation.
Dr. Bhaskar, I think it was my personal pleasure to learn so many things today. I'm sure viewers must have also got a lot of insight from this conversation, although it is not sufficient. The 20-30 minutes that we had conversation is not sufficient. So I think we will bother you again in future and bring you on board, ask you so many things, because there are still lot many things that we can learn from you. And viewers, thank you so much for your very active participation. Your participation makes this program such lively and fruitful for all of us. So doctor, it was pleasure talking to you, and we will catch up in the next show. I like to say goodbye until then.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, viewers, and thank you, Vakil, so that we had such a fantastic session today. And all my thanks and gratitude Bye for now.
Meena Patange is a well-known educationist and stalwart in her field, and she has been awarded many. Take two. Meena Patange is well-known educationist and stalwart in her field. She has been awarded by Best Teacher Award by Bhavasar Vision India for her contribution and service in the field of education.
Take three. Biographies awarded.
Meena Patange is well-known educationist and stalwart in her field. She received many awards for her contribution in the field of education. Mrs. Meena received Best Teacher Award by Bhavsar Vision India for her contribution and services in the field of education. She also received Education Leadership Award by Divang Mehta Leadership Awards. Her contribution is recognized by Take 4. Meena Patanke is a well-known name in the field of education, and she is a stalwart. She has received many awards for her contribution in education. Mrs. Meena received Best Teacher Award by Bhavasar Vision India for her contribution and services in the field of education. She also received Education Leadership Award by Devang Mehta. She has received recognition for contribution towards community development by women, organization and NGO working in close collaboration of Help Age India. So without wasting more time, I introduce you to Meena Patange. Meena ji, most welcome to Top Brass Likabilities.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akul Mac Technologies, and today I thought that I will start a digital course for the benefit of everyone across the world. And the reason behind starting this course is really increasing the literacy around the digital arena. So as we know that the world is moving towards, and therefore it is very, very important for everyone to become literate as far as the digital skills are concerned. So in this course, we will not give you any training about what digital skills you need to know, like presentation skills, talking skills, and so on and so forth. Rather, we will concentrate on the digital quotient. Now, before I start this course, let me give you a little bit of background. The course, as you know, is called Top Brass DQ. DQ stands for the Digital Intelligence Quotient, and we will talk about what is DQ in a moment. But in entirety, this particular course will talk more about digital literacy skills and whether you are ready for the next couple of years and find new opportunities. So you see, friends, if we have to look at the industry, we are talking about Industry 4.0 at this point in time. A lot of organizations are coming towards Industry 4.0 based solution, but let's understand what is the evolution and how we have reached to Industry 4.0. At some point in time in the past, it was Industry 1.0, which was essentially at the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, which predominantly started in Europe. In those days, the success of individual was entirely dependent on the physical skills, how much strength you have, what is your endurance from the physical standpoint. And that is why the success was largely dependent on whether this person can physically exert himself, and that translated, or that quality of humans translated into creating industry which is 1.0. And that industry 1.0 reigned starting from 1700 roughly to about 1850. And in 1850, when people started becoming more inclined towards mathematics and physics, and some of these, uh, developing music, which also require a lot of skills. So the mind power started coming in a big way. And that mind power essentially started in 1850, where people started using their mind and their intellect to started inventing things. So the era of discoveries and inventions started, much before 1850. But let's say for the simplicity, it's 1850 onwards. And from that point in time, all these new skills which are coming out from thinking process of human beings laid the foundation of Industry 2.0, which again reigned for a couple of years. And so basically, how much intelligent you are was known as IQ. And I think most of us has heard about what is IQ. It's the intelligence question. So the real intelligence being measured started in 1850, and till today it is being measured. I mean, the IQ tests are there, and then if you are interested in knowing more about IQ, you can go and Google it. You will know about IQ. But really, in 1950, uh, the era of having emotions also part of your thinking power was established very well. And when you can control crowd, when you can convey your ideas, you can handle emotions, you can handle objections. So these are all skills which are required in order to succeed beyond 1950. So just to summarize, there was a time when you need only physical skills, and there was a time when you just need thinking and knowledge-based skills. And in 1950 and beyond, you also need emotional skills and soft skills. You should be able to speak properly. You should be able to address the crowd. You should be able to convey the idea. So really, the combination of all these powers that human had was known as EQ, which is a combination of mind, knowledge, and soft skills and emotions. So this EQ quotient was driving the industry 3.0. In this time, there's a lot of conversation about computer chips. There's a whole revolution which happened between 1950 to 2010. The internet came in a big way. Humans sent satellite to the space. Man landed on moon. Uh, Big submarines were created by large countries, and a lot of advancements. The cars, ships, supply chain, enterprise resource planning, music. So it revolutionized the EQ quotient of mankind, revolutionized the industry 3.0 and created a foundation. Now, this was going on until 2010, and in 2010, Industry 4.0 came in being, which is the next stage of human technological evolution. And this is being driven by uh, the EQ plus an additional factor of how much digital knowledge you have. So this is the emergence of something called DQ. So from 2010 onwards, how much successful you will be to get employed in industry 4.0 or 4.0 will be largely dependent on your DQ. So What is DQ? DQ stands for your mind, knowledge, your emotions, your soft skills, and also your literacy levels on the digital platform. So right now the industry 4.0 is driving the entire industry. The digital is coming in a big way, and as we move forward towards industry 5.0, the chances are there will be AI based engine, there will be virtual reality which will come in a big way, but that is for future. But for next 10 years, DQ plays a major role. So every human being has to ensure that they have a higher DQ in order to stay relevant for next 10 years and develop skills which are employable in the industry 4.0. So this is something, the basis of what we want to offer for everyone, whether you are a teenager or you are a professional or even an elderly person. Everyone has to increase their DQ, and this course will open up the thought process of everyone, and they will push to attain higher DQ. So what are the risks if you do not have a DQ? So if you don't have the DQ, there are a lot of threats. I mean, apart from a threat which is that you are not relevant and you may not be employable after some time, but then there are threats which are related to children. So, their abuse can happen on the internet, because internet is being utilized by everyone today. Your banking is happening through internet. Your supply chain is happening through internet. Your retail business, your groceries are all going on the internet platform, and also the education. In fact, the court system, legal system is also moving towards the digital arena. The tradition of court is usually was the lawyer will stand in front of judge. All that is moving towards on a video conferencing platforms. Then your taxation is moving towards the digital world, and also the education. So the first party which is affected by this transition is the children, because they are studying not in the classroom, they're studying in a class, but the class is virtual class. They along with their students, their fellow students, they actually attend the class through an online platform, and therefore they expose themselves for online abuse, some sort of addiction, some sort of digital information, fake news, also sometimes invasion to their privacy, because if they are not aware or do not have the right skills to control the internet using their DQ, they will be under a lot of threats. There are other things which we can talk about, and we will address those issues during this course. Then the identity theft. This is a very big risk. It's basically you're losing your identity and somebody else assumes your identity. So since you're on the internet, the physical appearance has to be exactly replicated on the internet, on the platforms. So if you don't have that kind of DQ, so that you can control your physical, match your physical presence with your internet-based presence, there is a chance that your identity can be stolen, can be misused, and you will suffer because of that. Or the person whose identity has been stolen will have to suffer the consequences of this. And the last risk is cybercrime. So cybercrime is basically like a war at this point in time, where this crime can be committed using internet against a person or a company or a corporation or even a country. You can actually wage a war electronically, digitally on a country to spoil their finances, to create a narrative. You can influence an election, which will then change the direction in which the country is moving. So there are a lot of risks associated with not having adequate DQ in humans. So what are the real problems that we need to focus on? The real problems are really, first, you have to become a digital citizen of the world. That means whatever you are in the physical form, the same has to be replicated in the digital arena. And there is increasing need for orientation programs to make you aware how you can become a better digital citizen. That means you should be able to uh, be literate to use different systems which are available, like gaming, banking, taxation, purchasing, supply chain, order management, thousand other things. TV programming, watching some sort of content, and so on. So everything has to be done by your identity, and you have to control your identity so that it should not be misused. Second is the opportunity. So more and more people are now realizing that the digital skills are paramount. Even the large corporations will employ people with higher digital skills. So digital creativity is very important. Digital creativity is something which will make the adult population relevant in their job arena. And last but not the least, the problem is the competitiveness. Now, everybody is, there was a time when you had to physically compete with each other in a classroom or in a job, for promotions, for making money, for raising funds. But all of that has now moved to digital arena, where you have to raise funds in a digital platform. You have to you have to study using digital platform. You have to present yourself in a digital platform. So there is a lot of competition which is brewing on the internet. So these are the problem statements, and higher DQ will give you solution to succeed. For example, if you are a good digital citizen with higher DQ, then you will learn to live in a digital environment safely, responsibly, and also use technology in a very optimum manner. Next one is digital creativity, which will give you ability to turn your ideas into reality using digital platforms. So if you have a digital bend of mind, you have a higher DQ, you will be more creative. You will be able to come out with opportunities for yourself and for your people within your group or your employees, and generate revenue for everyone. And the last is the digital competitiveness. So since the competition is happening on the internet today, everything is moving on to internet. Even the media has moved to internet. All your TV channels are coming through network. No longer the time have gone that you need to read any magazine or a newspaper. Today you read everything on the internet. So higher DQ will propel you further to become a much more smarter entrepreneur and basically create your impact. So these are the things which will higher DQ will give you. And in order to increase your DQ, see, I am telling you that we are not going to give you any digital training in this program. We will only focus on increasing your literacy around the digital intelligence question. So we have divided this course into 24 different chapters, so that by end of every chapter, expert in that particular quality, and you move towards becoming more literate and have a higher DQ. So starting with digital identity, what are the ways you can actually control your identity, and introduce you what is digital identity and how you can protect yourself. Going forward, how to use technology. Because if you keep clicking everywhere, the chances are that there are a lot of viruses and malware may infect and probably create a risk environment for you. The third chapter is about cybersecurity, and the cybersecurity can be affected. You can be affected by cybersecurity because of the behavior. Sometimes there are some behavioral aspects that you don't even look at it. So in that chapter, we will cover about that. Then there is something called personal cybersecurity. So in chapter 4, we will cover that. Digital empathy, digital footprint management. When you use your system you actually leave a lot of information about yourself. So how to prevent that happening? Then there is a media information literacy. See, when you are actually talking about your business or about your subject, you have to consult, you have to basically use media, which is the online media. So there will be a chapter on media information and literacy around that. Then privacy management. Then there is a co-creator identity. Sometimes you and your colleague both become creator of something, and then what is your identity and also the co-creator identity is important, which will give you a higher DQ. Healthy use of technology, content risk management, network security, self-awareness, communication and collaboration. Uh, so these are all different subjects. There are 24 different subjects that we will talk about in this course. Content creation, IPR stands for Intellectual Property Rights Management. So there are a lot of legality around it. You know, you no longer, you can copy somebody else's work and start uh, claiming as yours. So there are a lot of IPR, there are a lot of legal issues around it. Then if you're making a change to your system, so change maker identity, civic use of technology, community cyber risk, cyber security, relationship management, mass communication, AI literacy, and rights management. So these are the 24 subjects we will be covering in our course, and today's session is only about the awareness overview, and every day or every after 1 or 2 days I will be publishing all these different chapters separately in the form of video, which are very easy to watch. In the end, if you complete the entire course, you will be DQ'd. Your DQ will be much higher. Your mind will open up about the possibilities, and you will get a chance of increasing your skills so that you are employable in Industry 4.0. So, friends, I just want to give you this overview today, but very soon I will meet you again and continue this course as I explained in different chapters. So there are 24 chapters. Wait and study all of those 24 sessions that I will be presenting to you. So see you next time. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Hello, welcome to Apple Mac Live. I'm Kanchan Verma, and today, in today's atmosphere and today's scene, we in India are discussing about Banaras because there's a major upliftment which has been done of this ancient city. To discuss about this upliftment and history, we have our guest today, Ritu Gupta. So before we start our discussion, let me welcome her. Welcome to the show, Ritu. How are you doing today?
Thank you, Kanchan, and I'm absolutely fine. It's so nice to be back on your show. Thank you so much.
It is always our pleasure to talk to you because you put forward so many interesting points. And you know that today we are discussing about Banaras. So what really Banaras means to you?
So for me, Banaras is a very important city and an ancient city, and it's a very important city of this country, the country where I live in, and one of the ancient city which is related, which has got a very special mention in our mythology, founded by Lord Shiva, and supposedly it is said that this city, when everything finishes on this Mother Earth, Banaras is going to be there. It is a blessed city. And I being from, the kind of, although I'm a very secular person, but let me tell you, we are a Hindu, the oldest civilization, the Sanatani civilization, and everything started from Banaras. This is the culture of our country. Banaras is a cultural hub of the country. But when I talk about food, Banaras is also known for the gastronomy, the local food, and also it's very well-known city for its theater. Now they have got very strong theater groups there. And being the constituency of Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, the city is getting facelift. It is also going to become a medical hub, a medicity. So, Banaras is changing each day, and it's a very vibrant city. You go to the Ganges, you attend the Aarti, and you see people from all walks of life visiting this city from all over the globe. So the city is quite happening and vibrant city, for me at least.
Well, definitely, as you mentioned, that Banaras is an old city. It is about 600 years old city, and as you said, that it is being established by our god Shiva and Parvati. That's why we have a Manikarni Ghat also there, which is very popular. It resembles the jewelry part of one of the jewelry part of Parvati. Now, coming back, coming back to the upliftment, what you really feel and how really react to this upliftment, because it was earlier, even Banaras people who are living there, they tell us that going to the temple was very difficult at that point of time before this upliftment of Vishwanath temple. So how you want to put forward your ideas or any suggestion, or how you really feel about that?
So the change which city has got, especially the Kashi Vishwanath corridor, I think it was very important because, most of the people, at least the tourists, the ones who were visiting, because from the tourist point of view, it is very important. The people who were visiting Banaras, they would definitely go to the Kashi Vishwanath temple because it is one of the most important temple made of Lord Shiva. And, reaching the temple, reaching your destination was very difficult that time. But now, since the corridor has been made, and you can actually easily walk down, the city has become clean. It is becoming more cleaner because previously, even that particular road where the gully where this temple is, the gully was not the small alley, the lane was not very clean, but now it is very clean. And from the tourist point of view, because I see it this from the tourist point of view, it is going to attract more and more people. Even from the country itself, more and more people would want to visit the temple because now it is more accessible. It's very easily you can walk down. The people visiting the temple are not the young people also, it's the old people also. And for them, it has become very easy to walk down. You can take your car till certain point and then you can walk down also. So I would say from this is important, and this has become the focal point in the world also. Kashi was very important in our political, arena in the politics also. But now, after the corridor, many things are coming up. Now there is going to be a 6 wide lane NH18, NH19 being constructed between Banaras and Prayagraj, the earlier Allahabad, now Prayagraj. So, they're attracting, it's going to attract more of work, more of tourists, everything. The Banaras is going to change. People are going to love the city again. People were definitely visiting, but now it is going to attract more people, more business. Everything is going to change. From one corridor for the temple, other things are also going to get uplifted.
Right, you mentioned very rightly, because now the farmers can travel easily with their fasal. They can also, many employment opportunities are there at the moment with Banaras. And it is said that Banaras, if you visiting Banaras, you should at least have 10 days to really have a feel of the city. And when this modernization is coming up through the management and through the effort of our Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, I think it was a wonderful city, and for many years to come, it will remain a wonderful city. But how can you forget Banarasi sari and Banarasi pan, Ritu? So, have you purchased any Banarasi sari? I mean, these saris are world famous.
Yes, yes, yes. Whenever I go to Banaras, I make sure that I eat typical Banarsi street food. Try to buy, because the textile Banarsi weave is very famous. So I try to buy at least a dupatta or a sari, and Banarsi pan, Banarsi sari, and there are other things of Banaras, which is the ghat. Try to go there and just sit on the ghat and don't do anything. Just get the feel of the city. And you have rightly mentioned that you need to have 10 days to get the feel of the city, because you have to breathe the city. You have to get it inside your soul. Don't do anything. Just go there and sit on the steps of the bank of the river Ganges and just see. The city is so different. People living in metropolitan cities like Delhi and Mumbai, they will definitely find it a slow-paced city. But then, this is something you need to feel. Then only you will come to know. And yes, for shopping, it is one of the best places for the textiles, food also. And also there are other things which you see in the city. There are the theater groups. There are various theater groups who are quite active in Banaras. You go and see the theater. And now, if you must have heard about the ferry, the boat which is there on the river, that's a different experience. The ferry, try to have the river, ride the boat, and you have the different experience of the city.
Well, rightly, I think we, you and me, should make a plan to visit Banaras with the new things to come. And I think regarding this temple, actually, Vishwanath, Kashi Vishwanath temple. So, what you really think, or what ideas you get when you really think about this temple? What is your feeling?
I personally feel the temple is there because, this is giving respect to one particular community, Hinduism also, because, nothing was being done as far as for the cleaning of the temples were done. Now one corridor has been made, and you see there were so many temples which have been discovered because of making the corridor. Now those temples, there'll be some upkeepment for those temples. It should be there. You should give respect to the God, and at the same time, please understand, we are going to get more business. You're going to get more business because Banaras, many BPOs are setting up in Banaras. Many BPOs have thought of getting some business venture there, doing some business venture. It is not only the religion or the spirituality, but the other aspects of the life, like the business, like the travel and tourism industry. Right now, the industry is slightly low, but COVID is going to go away sometime. The things will definitely get back to the normal, and it's matter of few years. The city will definitely see more of tourists coming in. Although I understand when Mr. Narendra Modi inaugurated the corridor, many people, at least from India, tried visiting the city. So when things will become more normal, more and more people are going to go there.
Well, this city provides, it is said that this city provides moksha. If you visit this is the place of moksha when we talk about Hinduism. Now, you see, as you mentioned about the temples which were hidden in the construction, which was illegally constructed alongside of the temple. So they are also exposed and they have become a part of this Vishwanath, Kashi Vishwanath temple premises. And Ritu, now people can first go to Ganga and then take a dip in Ganga, and then along that way you can straightway go to the Kashi Vishwanath temple, which was very difficult earlier. Part of this, as you mentioned, it is for old people also. There are facilities, and there's an escalator also which directly goes to the temple premises. So that is very big contribution of present government, and not only Kashi Vishwanath temple, but I think the whole of Banaras is getting a freshness when and I think that this says something in a long way. I mean, coming years, I think that will be reflecting to our young generation. So any last thought you would like to share with our viewers?
Yes, I would really want that the people who are visiting Banaras, they should, as for the food, because I'm a foodie, they should try the dal fara. It's a typical Banarsi food, and it's in the shape of momo, or let's say the gujia. It's made of dal, and they should try it. You will fall in love with dal fara and hot cup of tea. You will really love it. And they should definitely, everyone, I would really suggest everyone visiting Kashi Vishwanath temple now, because the corridor has been made. Please go and see the city, do some shopping, and there are nearby cities also where you can go and see. The farmers also, there are many farming which is done outside Banaras. You can also go and visit those places. It will definitely give boost to the people who are living on the outskirts of Banaras.
And one of the most important thing is that go and visit Kashi Vishwanath and say namaskar to Shiva, and that's very because Banaras is equal to Shiva because Shiva has established the city. So
yes.
And you mentioned tea. I think we don't get tea in cooler. Cooler means earthen pots. And I think the taste of those tea and the food which you mentioned is great. So with very finer thoughts, with very good thoughts, I would like to end this episode, and we'll be meeting again with some other important discussion. Till then, bye-bye, and you take care.
Bye-bye. Thank you so much. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmak Live. My name is Chandrakant, and as you know that we are passing through a pandemic situation, especially in India, where the rise of the second wave has been almost exponential, and based on the declared figures of the infection or the people who are infected is quite alarming. And we have also heard that all kinds of different mutation about the viruses, and definitely this will have impact on the business. So what we want to discuss today is with this new wave coming our way, and the IMF had declared very good growth numbers for India. Will it impact the growth? And in this situation, what businesses should do to make a course correction and stay relevant, maybe recalibrate? So this is the point of discussion today. But before we start our discussion, a word on the giveaway. Akulmak works with many SMEs and startups world over, helping them in not only building their sales and marketing teams, but also help them in improving their success rate. As you can see, we have summarized our years of knowledge into these easy to follow steps, which can be used by any smart leader to promote their group or a company. In order to encourage people to take the right step at the right time, we have used this proprietary graph in our corporate memorabilia so that the knowledge can be accessed by whoever, whenever, wherever it is needed. You can become eligible to get one of these beautiful gifts delivered to your doorstep for free. All you need to do is to subscribe our channel and smash that like button. Also, please watch this entire video and provide your valuable comments, suggestions, or You could also share your experiences. Person with the best comment and interaction would be chosen to become a free recipient of one of these displayed items here. In addition, we would invite you to Akul Mac Live to participate in our show as a distinguished panelist. What are you waiting for, friends? Go for it. Now, let's get back to our discussion. Hello, friends. Let me introduce our guest today. He is Jeremy Blaine and he joins us from UK. He is a management guru and he is also a best-selling author. We are very honored to have Jeremy on our show. Welcome to the show, Jeremy.
Thank you very much. What a great introduction, especially the author bit. 2 weeks on from launch.
Well, I think your book is already doing so well and it's also ranked among the top 10 books across the world. I think it's an achievement.
Yeah, I'm really, in fact, it feels a little bit unreal. You know, you're a little bit worried when it comes out, but the topic, which is about empowering others, unleashing the power of people and how to do it, seems to be just right for now. So it's hit a hot button, and I've been delighted with the reviews that are now starting to come up and the consistency of how it's being picked up out there. So it's for me, it's really astonishing, but I'm so grateful.
Well, I wish you all the best, Jeremy, and I'm sure these numbers become real. The today's topic that we want to discuss is about the pandemic situation, which is now unfolding in India. And as you know, India is a very populous country, and it is much bigger than EU, including UK, put together. And in terms of population, it is United States and EU put together. That is the kind of people that we have in this country. And the new cases which are being reported by the government, various state governments and the central government, are literally going like a proper J curve, exponential growth of the virus infection. And the worrisome fact that I came to know is that it's a different mutation which might be happening in India. So we don't know much about it because it has not been reported officially. And again, an unofficial truth that we have heard is it might start infecting below 20 population which is below 20. So our kids are going to get vulnerable, which is about 41% of the population. And while all this is happening, there were very good projections from IMF about India, the growth of 12%. I'm sure with the new lockdown which is now looming over our head, these businesses will have to recalibrate themselves now again. What is your opinion on this?
Yeah, well, I mean, we've just come out of our sort of semi-third lockdown here in the UK, and you know, and I can understand it, and I think countries like Brazil, like the US, like India, who are finding some of these mutated strains coming out, it's really kind of putting a full stop on what the narrative has been around getting back to business, around becoming normal again. And I think there's been a dramatic underestimation in many countries around the world around what that actually means. So we've just come out of this latest lockdown where it's been 3 months and a really tough one, I have to say. But we just don't know if there's going to be another one coming up. There's a lot of optimism, and I think governments around the world, including our own, want to put a positive spin on it. They want to say, you know, we're on top of it. We've got a great vaccination program going and so on. But, you know, what about these mutated strains? So from a business perspective, there's still a lot of uncertainty out there. And there are two camps in business. The first is the more positive one, are those businesses that had already started to transform before we came into 2020 and then accelerated through the pandemic and saw where the reality was, with a view to say there won't be going back to normal after that anymore. This is the new way, hybrid working, partly office, partly remotely, choice, you know, asynchronous working, all of these kind of things. So they've geared themselves up digitally and from a human capital point of view that way. But then the others who have just been kind of limping along and struggling because they've been focused more on survival than they have been on kind of the long term. They've become very short term, and quite understandably in cases. And they've been going kind of week to week, month to month around the numbers. And the problem is that might be sustainable over the first and second wave. But if we get third waves and fourth waves, it's not sustainable for the long term. So the cost to business and to leaders who are not as enlightened in terms of thinking about how to really pivot their business, I think are going to really suffer, where those ones that have already accelerated their transformation and have embraced this next normal, regardless of whether there will be another wave or not, are going to succeed better. But I think there's a big risk out there.
Yes, in fact, I'm also quite worried now looking at the exponential rise in cases, and this time it is different because the virus is spreading faster than the first wave. You know, the rate of infection is very, very high, and people are not taking too much precautions because they thought that it's already gone and we've got the vaccination and it's end of story. So, as we call them, COVIDiots, there are many here, and they're just going out and doing their business as usual, and the virus is on the rise and it is also mutating. And incidentally, in India we find all kinds of mutation. We have a UK strain being reported, we have Brazilian, also South African, and also this new one which is more infectious, and it may infect the younger generation, which is about 41%. So situation is a bit worrisome, at least when we are sort of confined to our homes. We don't have social interaction. So when we look at the TV and hear the news, it looks worrisome. I'm not sure how it is outside in the field. Yeah.
Well, it's kind of interesting looking into India because I think you've got the central government trying to control the states who have different approaches to this. As we've talked about, I know before, some states are practicing herd immunity, some are going ahead as business as normal. The central government is trying to drive more testing so that there's more recording, but that's difficult to do as well. So you've got all of these kind of disparate decision making happening, and a lot of it, because also there are elections in some of those states, a lot of it are kind of not entirely driven by making the right decision. It's about making the decision which is potentially right for them or the party or for what that is. And that happens everywhere. And you see that even at the highest governmental level, if we consider Brazil, and how Bolsonaro's decision making in Brazil has caused what is an absolute travesty and a tragedy across the country, in many different ways. And he is now finally being held accountable, or the starts of this is happening. So I think there are and in India it's like it's time, I think, for the central government to kind of put their foot down and say, we've got to do something, particularly if we've got double mutated strains, if we've got the younger generation now more likely to be infected and potentially with the new strains, so it could impact them more, which would be crippling for India if that happened. And so some brave decision making may be needed, and it's exactly the same in business. Brave decision making is needed, and particularly as some countries are moving to normalize what they're doing, those brave leaders are the ones that are not just focused on now recovering their business, but they have, as far as their leadership sort of radar, how do we protect the community, our people, that is, and the people externally to our businesses, so that when we are practicing normal business, we're doing it in a safe way, in a safer way. We're protecting the people that we're seeing, our customers, the communities within which we serve. So it's exactly the same. So whatever level your leadership is, from government level right down to business level to startup level, everybody has that responsibility now, a planet-wide responsibility to society to protect people, while at the same time trying to build a more solid base for what the future might look like, which is a hard act to do. But it is time that actually the good of the many started to trump the good of the few.
I think you made a very valid point. So, from your point of view, what is the type of business people should recalibrate to? Because we have been saying for almost like 1 year that the digital embracement has to be done, and this change which the virus has made is going to last for a decade now at least. So, now going forward, what is your advice to the business houses? How they can leverage the new digital age, and what all can be done? Because I think it's very easy to say that, hey, let's go digital, but what all can be done? If you have any inputs on that, it'll be great.
Yeah, well, I think this is again, it's the two camps. The one camp that says I can't wait to get back to normal, which normal was how we used to do things, and the camp that says actually we can do things better. We found new possibilities and ways of working, even if we were digitally enabled to start with. We found new creative ways, not just to work with our customers and internally, but also to innovate new products. And there's lots of examples like that. So I think there is the new model which is being most talked about now is the hybrid working model, which is we will embrace the best of both worlds. So we do recognize that, for example, the face-to-face element of doing business is critically important, but we can do that in a safer way. So we could say to our people, we could say to the way that we work with customers is that we might cut our face-to-face interactions down by half, or by, even greater than that, so that then we will have a rota system, but whereby you can work from the office for 2.5 days or 3 days, and then it's remote working for the rest of the time, and you can choose where you remote work as well. This is another thing that's happening. It doesn't have to be home working. It could be in dedicated spaces around where you are. So there's a few companies experimenting with specific co-working spaces where they might have employees, not large offices, but places where they could have a hub of more manageable numbers of people to go behind. But of course, everything is underpinned by the most appropriate digital technologies, and we shouldn't be frightened by that, because all we're talking about really is what are the most appropriate tools that enable communication, collaboration, and efficient working and productive working to unleash the human potential. So, while we might be doing it remotely, we still want that human touch, like we're talking about right now. So I think the big difference for businesses is finding not just a quick fix from a technology point of view, but finding what is most appropriate for your business and the way that you work together and with customers, because it may not be like the latest fashion or the latest technology that people are talking about. It might not be your Slacks. It might not be, your Zooms anymore. It might be something different. So you've got to find what's right for your business rather than rushing from one place to the next and finding certain things work, but certain things don't. Then, of course, CK, the one thing that we haven't talked about here is that within all of that, the big lack actually has been supporting training and development behind this. So to upskill people in the new knowledge that they need to manage all of these things and work in different ways, the new behaviors that they need to display when they're doing it in hybrid working, and how they interact when they're with technology, and the new skills that they need to not just embrace the technology side, but find slightly different ways of using their communication skills so that they can still demonstrate a very strong empathy and human touch, even through a camera, as well as when they're face to face. So I think there's a lot of things in place, but actually what a lot of my customers particularly are realizing is they've not spent enough on the training and development side that supports it, and then the repurposing of management to support them through coaching behind and support behind the well-being, coaching behind the new skills, and helping people work more independently and asynchronously versus how they used to do before.
Well, I think you made a very interesting point, Jeremy. In fact, a few days back, we had in the medical section in our program, we had a doctor, and we actually discussed about Zoom fatigue. And surprisingly, that video is trending, and even today there are people watching that video. So I think you're right in a way. And I was trying to relate and thinking about my conversation with the doctor, and when you were talking, is that not enough being done, because while Zoom is there, it can take your 2D image and show it to you. But I think what we need is a AI based video conferencing, which I don't see any solution right now.
Yeah, it's a good point, that actually, CK, and I think you and I, you know, we operate both our businesses through this little hole here that we see on top of our, you know, on top of our screen, or wherever it is. And I totally get what you're saying. I mean, after I do a 2-hour or 3-hour class, what I find I've done a lot of staring, not enough blinking. I'm active listening to the extent that I've really, that it doesn't, you realize that you didn't do it quite as well when you were face to face, and I find it really tiring, you know, and quite straining, and it can give you headaches, it can give you this, but then, you know, you've done a year of this, so you've got to ask what's the impact on your health if you're not managing yourself correctly, kind of doing this. But it's as well as having that AI technology that can help it, it's doing those human things, I think, which is getting up after an hour, or taking off your glasses, looking into the distance, giving your eyes some relaxation, going out for a walk for half an hour. You know, lots more small breaks really have made a benefit. And I've had to, I mean, I talk about this stuff, but I fall into the same traps, and I'm supposed to be aware of it. It's crazy.
Isn't it? I mean, I think you're looking for a solution which will give you some respite, you know, some sort of a personal touch where you can have a cup of coffee with people without any agenda. You know, it's not always agenda which drives people when it comes to relationship. So I think that is what is missing. And from my point of view, if we don't have that, then it's quite difficult to embrace the digital wave if there is no support like that.
Yeah, I agree.
So I think there is a gap in the industry. While we say that the pandemic is here to last longer, I think it will mutate, and virus is quite intelligent from the evolution point of view. It will find ways to infect us again and again, and keep going around the earth. One day, you know, some strain is discovered somewhere, and then the other day it is, you know, the cases are found some other country which is like 12 hours away. Even though we are not traveling. So virus has its own way. So we have to understand that, while the new entrepreneurs must understand that the market is very, very ripe right now to create new avenues. And I think Zoom is the base platform. Zoom, Google, or any of these platforms are the base. And from here you can now, I'm thinking that even Zoom can start doing this, because they have the base already. They have the charge model, and they can include the AI engine, so that you can have breakout sessions, you can have coffee breaks, you can roam around you can transfer your call from desktop to mobile to your tabs, etc. So those capabilities should be present in order to really take our business on the digital bandwagon.
Well, and of course, you know, we were talking even before this pandemic about mixed reality, so virtual plus, and then probably more appropriate for big business, augmented reality, so that where you can, you know, but nobody was really geared up for that, you know. So it was a technology that we were talking about a little bit and was in pockets. It was used in certain technical trainings, and it was starting to be developed more of as an office tool, so people from around the world could come as avatars into rooms. We could wear headsets and we could be more immersive, and I think that would be actually a much better way of doing it, because if you have the tools like that where you can actually walk around as well as you're doing it, as long as you've got some space where you can't trip up on everything, actually you can start to have some quite different interactions. So I've been actually surprised that we haven't heard more around augmented or mixed reality solutions that are here. It kind of proves to me that they're not quite fit for purpose yet. And while there was a lot out there in terms of flash and some great as in some, you know, kind of great things that we would see and some great marketing behind it, the reality is quite different. But that could be the way forward. And I think unleashing technologies like 5G, for example, or the microcomb technology, these are the technologies where perhaps something like that could really come into its own. And maybe that's the next step for us within the next year, CK. Who knows?
Well, I see this happening this year. At least the need is there this year itself. And the same is true for schools, because I think the children are missing out a lot of interaction, the school environment. I think same is true for schools. So I think you mentioned very vital points. I'm sure viewers will get some ideas, entrepreneurs will get some ideas, and if somebody is looking for any help on advice how to go about it, they can reach out to Jeremy, or they can reach out to us. We'll make the connection happen, so that some guidance can be provided to the new entrepreneurs and startups and SMEs. So it was pleasure talking to you, Jeremy, after almost a month. It's always a pleasure to know new things and learn new habits for business.
It's great. Thank you very much for having me, CK. A very vital discussion I think we've had there.
Thank you so much, and we will catch up in our show next time, next month.
Will do. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello friends, this is Chandra from Akulmac Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today we are joined by Mirav Klein Escher from Israel. She joins us from Tel Aviv, and she is a management consultant. She works with very large high-tech companies and help their business from Israel. Mirav, welcome to Top Brass.
Thank you very much. Thank you for addressing me and bringing interesting questions for thought.
It is our pleasure, Mirav. And as you know, we are in India and we are under total lockdown. So we have just finished 3 weeks and we are in the 25th day of lockdown. How does it look like for you in Israel?
We have a sort of lockdown too. We are restrained on certain subjects of how far can you go from your home and for what? For buying food, just 100 meters from your home. Otherwise, you get fined. And people stay at home, most of them. Most communities are staying at home, we had all kinds of holidays here, and people are very much used to gathering in these holidays. So government and police are doing a lot of effort to keep people at home.
Okay, so since so many people are under lockdown, almost like 99% of the people, of the citizens of your country under lockdown, and I'm sure this is first time for everyone globally. Do you see any impact or any adverse exposure shown by the people because they are under lockdown?
Yes, surely. I live within Tel Aviv. There's a neighborhood called Jaffa, in which we live together, Muslims and Jews and Christians. And each of us have different holidays, and sometimes it is very difficult to actually behave by the rules. And sometimes also it's a feeling like the police isn't acting the same towards different communities, different religions, and this is very frustrating. And on that, there were occasions here in Jaffa, which is this neighborhood within Tel Aviv, in which there were real violence and a lot of angry people going out to the streets, frustrated and demonstrating against the way the police is acting towards them.
Okay, so this is serious. So did it escalate the COVID exposure because they were under protest?
It was only two days that later on everything became quiet again. There are tensions in Israel, like everyone knows, between Arabs and Jews and religious people and people who are not. So this brings up all these tensions again. Here in Jaffa, we are trying, I myself, I voluntarily work for these last 11 years in bringing up a bilingual school of Jews and Arabs kids studying together. So we're trying to see how we mend these tensions and how we help people understand that actually we're all together in this situation, and whoever won't cooperate and if we won't keep ourselves safe and our families safe, then we'll pay a very big price. So it takes a lot of energy to see that everyone is together, and a lot of solidarity to help the poor people who have nothing to eat. So there are all kinds of organizations, and just private people and communities that help one another, so that people on general and on holidays, and elderly people who have no one that looks after them, people really are working very hard to help one another.
I think this is something very unique, and I think all the humanity, irrespective of their religion and their following, I think we should work together. Having said that, a lot of us are working from home and working from confinements. Do you see in your circle in Israel or in other parts of the world, there is a sentiment reduction with regard to business?
Yes, of course. First of all, the things that I do is managerial coaching, working with management teams, and working with the team leaders to strengthen their managerial concepts and insights. Working as a group, we use Zoom now a lot, and in the high-tech industry, it's very easy because people are used to having conversations like we're doing, using Zoom and other applications, but still we miss the interpersonal touch, and seeing and understanding and looking into your eyes is something that we can partially do, but not as a full, in a way that we are used to and that we like. Really meeting, sitting together in one room when we can. It's a different experience. So and some businesses are taking there was a volume of the business taken down, and they need to see how they depart from some people or depart from specific things that they're doing. Expertise that they had, and they can go on doing that. So if I understood you right, I'm not sure if that's the sentiment or the business status that you were asking on.
Oh yes, I think the sentiments world over is slightly low at this point in time, and as you rightly pointed out, that the personal touch is important to feel the other person. But fortunately, we have tools like Zoom, and we can talk as much as you like, sitting in front of each other, thousands of miles away, and we will be completely secure in our surroundings because using technology, we will not get any infection. The virus will not spread using Zoom, so I think we are safe. So I fully appreciate what you're trying to say, that in any business, face-to-face interaction is very important. Now, having said that, and you work with a lot of global companies, and you work with a lot of cross-border situations where you're based in Israel, but I think you're traveling world over to many countries. What do you see from your point of view, what the governments of each country, whether it's Israeli or US or India or Japan, what they should do to bring the business sentiments up after this lockdown is lifted?
Yeah, I think, well, each one finds in each situation what he or she looks for. So for me, the kind of leadership that I'm for is the leadership that is striving to give people space and respect, and see them in an equal status, although some are from different religions, different nationalities, different genders. And as I see, this is something that is going to be strengthened. And I also see, when I look at different leaders of countries and governments. I'm not too happy with my own government. Uh, uh, they don't follow the values that I believe in. I'm very much interested in women leaders, also in leading countries. And I see, we have Finland, we have Germany, we can see a few examples that are very interesting to look at. And maybe it has to do something with the fact them being women, and maybe it's not, maybe it's just a personality thing, but I'm very interested in the values that these leaders are promoting. And I do believe that leaders that really look for inclusion, look for how they connect between different communities, how they see how they're gonna deal with poor people that, of course, don't have the ability of, going on with their lives and walking and having enough, sometimes even not enough breath to see how they, see how this gap of a month or two that they have less income, how are they going to deal with that and strengthen these, or leaders, I think, need to see that these gaps aren't strengthened, that the classes, I think in India and in Israel, we are both countries not in a good state of having huge gaps between different classes. And I appreciate leaders that really look in the eyes to everyone. And, some of these leaders have even held press, how do you call that?
Press conference?
With press conferences with children, which is, I think, is, it's a message. It's a message to the world to see what do we appreciate, and giving time for families to see how they cope with this situation. And I think also leaders and managers within the industry, they don't have to be the leaders of the country, leaders of companies. I see different companies and different leaders within these companies, how they cope with this situation, how they keep on giving giving the employees a feeling of careness, of solidarity, of really trying to help people out to see how they manage in this situation. So my colleagues, the HR community, I see them work very hard to give tools and to share in a very widespread, it's not just each one working for this specific company. They really work as a community to see how we struggle and how we cope with these challenges. So this is something that I think is very strengthening in this situation. And when we try and see how we cope from here onward, I think we'll even get better at that. We should get better at coping together.
Yeah, certainly. I think what you're making, what you're saying right now, and the points that you're making are very valid. I think it's not only the government, it's also the leader of the society. They have to play a very, very vital and important role. I think the post-COVID world will be slightly different than what we had seen last year, that is in 2019. I think there'll be new ways, there'll be new strategies that people have to evolve. The new, for example, schools. I think that's the one industry which is hit very hard. So likewise, people going to office, they have to, find some other way of working from the office or working from home. So I think you're saying, you're making a very valid intervention, that it's not only the government. I think the top leadership and all managers have to play a very vital role together.
Sure. I really think they should give an example, and sometimes I find that within different companies we have better examples of leadership than what we have in government, and across the world, whoever leads Google and Amazon and other widespread global companies, they are the leaders of this world, not less than governments. And what's the example that they're giving for inclusion and solidarity, and seeing how we cope with these gaps between different classes, and how we help each other. Because at the end, we're all interdependent. It's not that we can, not look at what's going on in other industries or other classes, because we are all, and this is something I think this situation is strengthening very much, the understanding the insight of the interdependency.
Mirav, actually, it's my pleasure to talk to you. And one thing I like to say is that running a company is one sort of responsibility, but running a country is a totally different ball game. And not many people understand the diplomacy to run a company or run a country. But I think your points are very valid. And it was a great pleasure talking to you. You found time to join us from Israel, and I'm sure we will find another opportunity to talk to you to discuss something more after a few days.
Thank you very much. Namaste.
Namaste. Take care.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmak and welcome to Legal Matters. Today we would like to discuss something which happened in the 50s and 60s when the Indian government were taking over the private banks and making them public. And obviously this was a matter of great discomfort among the private enterprises and business owners who actually owned the bank, and there were a lot of legal battles fought in 50s and 60s. Matter eventually reached the Supreme Court and there were rulings around it. So to discuss this particular matter, let me invite my friend from Ahmedabad, Mr. Jeet Bhatt.
Yeah, hello Chandrakant. Thank you for having me in this show, and I'm looking forward for discussing on this very important historical issue with regards to nationalization of the banks. And as today we have come a full circle, as today the government is planning to privatize these nationalized banks. So what happened, how it transpired, are interesting events of the history which I would like to discuss.
Absolutely, Jeet. In fact, you're the best person, and there were rulings also from the Supreme Court. So I think let's get into the discussion straight away. What happened? What was the reason behind government deciding to take over the private banks in 50s and 60s?
Yes, so basically, Pandit Nehru, the first prime minister of this country, believed that socialism was the best model that suited India after independence. And it wanted state to have control over the important industries, which was seen to as a means to achieve the objective of greatest good for the greatest number of people. And therefore, since 50s, 60s, we see several policies which nationalized important businesses like the transport undertakings, the electricity was made a state monopoly, the insurance sector was nationalized. And similarly, it was also thought that let the banking sector also be nationalized and let the central government run this entire business so that the benefits of banking system reach to the rural people, to the farmers, peasants who require loans and other facilities for the development of the country. So in 1955, the Imperial Bank of India was nationalized and taken over as the State Bank of India. So the present State Bank of India was originally a private bank under the imperial rule of the Commonwealth. And later in the year 1955, it was converted as a State Bank of India, which is today one of the largest banks in this country. The RBI was also set up in 1948, which had control over the entire economic system. And it also wanted to reduce private banks. And from 1951 to 1969, around 566 banks were reduced to 89 in 1969. So basically, the entire program of the government was to have state control over all business and private enterprises. So, with regards to nationalization of banks after Pandit Nehru, Indira Gandhi was at the helm of affairs, and she strongly believed that these banks, the private banks, should also be nationalized. But there were some objections from the old guard, as we know today. There was some tussle between the Indira Gandhi and her close associates and the old guard. and Morarji Desai was one of the members who was opposing this nationalization of banks, because the government would have to pay these banks who are being taken over, because the central government would be taking over their assets, their liabilities, their entire undertaking, which will have a lot of assets. So certainly compensation would have to be paid. So Morarji Desai was of the view that if rather than paying these banks, we can utilize that fund for other activities. But the plan of Indira Gandhi was to have complete state control over banks and to nationalize it. So on 17th of July, the uh, the Prime Minister dropped Morarji Desai as the Finance Minister, and on 18th July 1969, Morarji Desai resigned as the Deputy Prime Minister. And on 19th July 1969, the Vice President, who was the acting president at that time, B. Giri, promulgated the Banking Companies Acquisition and Transfer of Undertaking Ordinance 1969, nationalizing 14 banks which are having deposits exceeding rupees 50 crores. So this was done in a very clandestine manner, without giving any information to anyone, in extreme secrecy. 14 banks overnight were acquired and were made nationalized, and their directors would have to vacate their offices. Entire undertaking would vest with the central government, and the employees would be continued as the employees of the nationalized banks. But the banks who were doing very good, the banks who were paying dividends to shareholders, were giving profits of around 10% to the shareholders, were taken over overnight, and the entire undertaking was now made a nationalized undertaking. So the banks which were nationalized were the Bank of Baroda, the Central Bank of India, Dena Bank, Indian Bank, United Commercial Bank, Bank of India, Bank of Maharashtra, Canara, Indian Bank, Indian Overseas Bank, etc., which are also all nationalized banks even today. So all these banks were originally private companies run by private directors having shareholders, were public companies. So they were overnight taken over and made nationalized. So this was the manner in which it was done by way of a ordinance was also highly objectionable, because this ordinance was passed on 19th of July 1969, when the parliament was to come in session in the monsoon session on 21st July 1969. So 2 days prior to the parliament coming in session, an ordinance was passed. The president does have the power to pass an ordinance, but that is under circumstances wherein he has to take immediate action and when the parliament is not in session. So this was not a case that the parliament was not going to be in session, or this could not have been debated in the parliament, and a proper view could have been taken from all the legislatures, and then a proper act could be passed. But overnight, this was done in a very clandestine and secret manner. And that was the objection of the directors and shareholders. And therefore, on 21st July 1969 itself, a petition came to be filed before the Supreme Court, challenging the validity of this ordinance and the manner in which it was passed by the then government. During the pendency of the petition, as the petition was obviously challenging the action of the president in issuing an ordinance when in 2 days' time the parliament was going to come in session, the bill was placed before the parliament, and then the parliament passed an act of 1969 nationalizing these banks. So during the pendency of the petition, the act was passed. So the Supreme Court at that time did not go into the question whether the president had the power to promulgate an ordinance when the parliament was coming into session. But the shareholder, who was R.C. Cooper, Rustamji Kawasji Cooper, had filed this petition through a very eminent lawyer, Mr. Nani Palkhiwala. And Nani Palkhiwala was the lead counsel in this matter, and he's a doyen of the bar and one of the most respected lawyers this country has produced. And he argued this matter, and he said that this act, the manner in which it was laid down or passed, was absolutely objectionable and was not within the purview of the president. But since the act was later on enacted by the legislature, that argument was dropped, and the Supreme Court said, since it is an act, we will decide the validity of the act. So the other disturbing features of this act were the manner in which the compensation was to be paid. So how the banks were to be paid compensation was to be decided by a tribunal or by an agreement between the directors and the state government. And the compensation that was to be determined by the tribunal was to be paid in marketable central government securities, which would be paid after 10 years. So your undertaking, entire private undertaking, has been taken over, nationalized, and you will get compensation not in cash or in check immediately, but after a period of 10 years, and that through government securities. So this was highly objectionable, and obviously it would have to be tested under the touchstone of fundamental right to property, as it then stood under the Constitution, and the right of the state to acquire under the doctrine of eminent domain. So these were the challenges which the Act faced before the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court decided on several issues. But the most important issues that the Supreme Court decided in this case was that the shareholder, and this has to be understood because none of the banks who were nationalized challenged this action of the government before the Supreme Court. A shareholder came forward and said that my right to property is violated, and therefore you declare this act to be ultra vires. So the union government at that time objected that how a shareholder can come forward before the Supreme Court when the banks itself or even the directors have not come before the Supreme Court. And what locus does a shareholder have? So the Supreme Court says that yes, his right to property was violated, and therefore he was entitled to file a petition before the Supreme Court, as he would be losing, substantially losing on his investment, and he would be also losing his right to receive the dividend, and therefore his right to property, because property basically is not just an immovable property. Property can be tangible as well as intangible, and movable as well as immovable. So your assets in your bank is also your property, and therefore losing that property, as shareholders would not be getting anything when the banks were nationalized, certainly amounted to violation of his right to property, and therefore a shareholder was also entitled to file a petition before the Supreme Court. The second important aspect of this judgment was with respect to the act being violative of Article 19(1)(f) and 31(2), that is the protection guaranteed to citizens of having a right to property. And also important was the doctrine of mutual exclusivity, which was overruled by this judgment in the year 1970, when Supreme Court had in the year 1950 in the judgment of A.K. Gopalan held that fundamental rights were isolated silos, and if one fundamental right is violated, you cannot say the other is also violated. And this doctrine of mutual exclusivity was coming in the way of giving fundamental right its true meaning. And this judgment in 1970 laid that these fundamental rights have a common thread, and they are not exclusive to each other. They run a common thread, they have a common theme, and they protect the fundamental rights, the liberty of individuals fully and to all extent. So therefore this was a very important decision with respect to overruling of the theory of mutual exclusivity. This held that a shareholder can also file a petition, and this also held that compensation word which was used under Article 31 of the Constitution meant that a just and equitable compensation had to be paid when the property was to be expropriated by the state under the principle of eminent domain. So this principle of the Supreme Court was extremely important and laid down a very, very good law for the Supreme Court, and was a and and clear-cut message to the Parliament that you cannot acquire property without giving just compensation. So therefore, this was a very important judgment of that time and laid down a very good law, which is still today a good law and has been upheld and followed in several decisions. This judgment was given by 11 judges of the Supreme Court who had decided this matter, and 10 judges of the Supreme Court in one voice declared this act to be unconstitutional. So therefore, this was a major decision of that time and laid down a very good principle of law.
So, Jeet, most of us have lived in the era when there was, the government banks. In fact, when I was a small, student in class 6th or 7th, I opened my student account in PNB. That was my first account. and that was a time when we have not seen the private sector banks. So most of us used to queue up, and there used to be a man trap outside every bank with two chains. So I think those memories are still very ripe. But the funny part is that the government of India has gone complete circle, and when they were acquiring these banks, it looked like sort of a dictatorial method of acquiring these banks, and now we are now doing probably the government of India feels that whatever they did in 50s and 60s was wrong, so now they want to privatize these banks again. So it's a very big deal. What do you think was the reason behind taking such a measure by government of India for taking over all the private sector banks which were thriving and making money?
Yes, because at that time, the, even the larger public believed that socialism was the way forward for India, and having state control over private enterprise was the best way to ensure that the greatest benefits reaches the greatest number of people. And it was also believed that private enterprises always look for their profit and not for the good of the people. And this was the policy and philosophy which was prevalent at that time. But as experience showed that from 1950 onwards, the state ultimately led to statism, and it could not thrive or develop or give that opportunity to the people. And so 1991, there was an economic failure, and ultimately we had to succumb to international pressure, and ultimately we liberalized our economy in 1991 onwards. And thereafter, we've seen that giving private enterprise a free hold and allowing them to run in a regulated manner would certainly benefit the overall economy and also give opportunities to the people which were otherwise not available. So ultimately, these are all economic philosophies which we believed at that time, and then now ultimately we've given up. And so now we see a full circle, and we see that even public sector banks, even public sector undertakings are being privatized, and some part of their stake is given to private sector, because we've seen private sector grow exponentially from 1991. So certainly these are all economic philosophies, and with time, time tested methods, we've seen its benefits, and now therefore these measures are taken. So with time, everything has to change, and so Constitution itself permits, as it is a living document, to have philosophies of the time which are prevalent, and therefore, even the Supreme Court in 60s, 70s did not say that your economic policies are bad, or we sit over judgment or in appeal to decide your economic policies. You can go ahead with the economic policies, but what you have to ensure is that you must not violate the fundamental rights which are sacrosanct, which are superior to all other rights given under the Constitution, and therefore there is a duty on the state to ensure that the guarantees under fundamental rights are not violated or abridged. So these are the only limitations which are prescribed. Otherwise, the government has a free hand with respect to economic policies. It can choose whatever policy it finds best.
So, Jeet, I think the Supreme Court with 11 judge bench ruled against the government, and yet government of India went ahead and acquired all these banks. How did they do that? I think let's move ahead from the judgment, because this judgment happened in 69, but I think subsequently government of India went ahead and acquired PNB and all different banks and make them public sector undertaking. How did they manage to do that?
Yes, so certainly the Supreme Court held the amount of compensation was to be paid to be bad, and therefore declared the act to be void. So by way of this judgment, the government had to pay up another amount of rupees 85 crore to the banks in order to acquire. But what the government also did and acted was to change the constitution, as the parliament believed that it had the supreme powers to change the constitution at its whims and fancies, and it deleted the word compensation from article 31(2) and replaced it with the word amount, because the Supreme Court had interpreted the word compensation to mean a just and equitable amount to be paid for the property owner whose property rights were to be expropriated. But since this word itself was deleted and was replaced by a word amount, the government had a free hand and a free hold to acquire property and to give any amount, not a reasonable and just amount. So this is how they manipulated, and what the greatest lawyer, Mr. Nani Palkhiwala, said, that the constitution was defaced and defiled. He used very strong words to say that our constitution was constantly defaced and defiled in those times, and the constitutional important doctrines were completely thrown away in the 60s and 70s. And therefore, ultimately, the judgment of Keshwanand Bharti, which was one of the most important judgments, which saved India from becoming an autocratic country, or a one state ruled, one party ruled state. So ultimately, we have to thank the judges of the Supreme Court and their wisdom, that we have a wonderful constitution that is still today protected. Otherwise, the parliament had tried to deface and defile it several times before, which it cannot do it now.
So, Jeet, I think this is very, very interesting. I mean, the last few comments from you are absolutely in sync with, what general public feel and what was going on and how it was getting misused. In fact, I mean, it's so interesting to learn from you that, the proper use of English, you can change the law itself. It is not in favor of the government. So I think that is one point. And second is that, personally, as a global professional, I've seen many governments doing that. Let's look at Royal Bank of Scotland, RBS. When they went into a troublesome time, government of UK actually pumped in billions of pounds sterling. I think if I remember the actual amount correctly, it was 400 billion pounds into RBS just to revive it. So they have actually gone ahead and acquired that bank, and it has now become a public sector undertaking in UK. Similarly, if you look at the Australian ANZ bank, which is an Australian government bank, but the funny part is that the government has minority stake there, and the Chinese government has a majority stake. So these are the games that each governments are playing. Fortunately for our government of the day today, they feel that the private public partnership is the way forward, and hence they are trying to correct whatever wrongs were done in 50s and 60s. They are trying to privatize some of the banks, not all of the banks, but some of the banks, on those things.
Well, yes, yes, experience, we can only learn through experience. So you will say that 50s, 60s decisions were wrong, but that did not give much result. Ultimately, it was an attempt, and rightly so, because we have seen imperialism, we have seen the colonial rule, and how free market led to this imperialism. And therefore, at that time, India, and in fact, the majority believed that socialism was the way forward, the Fabian socialism policy. So I wouldn't say it was wrong at that time, but it ultimately did not give results. So we had to give it away. And now this public-private partnership, if it works for the country, if it gives opportunities to the citizens, then I think it should be explored now.
So, Jeet, it was a pleasure talking to you today. Thank you for finding time and discussing this very important historical judgment which happened in 69, which was passed by Supreme Court. And it was really pleasure to learn few things like, changing the word from compensation to amount and stuff like that. It is very interesting. So thank you so much. We will catch up in the next episode of Legal Matters. Until then, I like to say goodbye for today.
Thank you very much for having me. Goodbye.
Hello friends, I'm Kanchan from Akulmek Technologies. You all are welcome to Top Brass Likeable Leaders. Today we have Mrs. Meena Patange, who is the Dean of College St. Anne's in Hyderabad. St. Anne's College of Women is one of the top institutions in Telangana and across South India.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant, and welcome to Akulmac. And today, I'm privileged to have a very distinguished guest from UK, Mr. Neville Gun, who is going to tell us about his program called MindFit, which we have launched in India last week.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. A bright, sunny-ish Friday. The sun's up there somewhere, but it's a bit cloudy. It's hidden behind the clouds. Today, I thought we would talk about a very simple subject that is very dear to your heart and my heart, and dear to any manager's heart who's got a few people working with them, and that's the subject of teamwork. So, CK, you are my guinea pig or radish, whichever way you want to call it, for the day. Teamwork. What do you understand about teamwork? What makes a team work?
Well, the team has to work towards one goal, which is a team goal, and all members of the team must achieve that goal, the collective goal. And to achieve that collective goal, they have to have individual goals defined, and they must, for the sake of success of the team, they must achieve their individual goals.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's about literally working together on a common goal. And in business, that's easy to do. So we set the common goal and teamwork happens, doesn't it?
Ideally, it should. It must work like that. Yes, why not?
It should and it must, yes. But the problem is, how many times does it happen? And the likelihood is not very many times because several reasons. Let me ask you another very simple question. Because all of these skills that we're talking about, we must have learnt them somewhere. So we've spoken about communication. Well, we must have learnt that at school, how to communicate better, how to work under pressure. Again, we must have learned that over school. You know, we had 14, 15 years at school, maybe 2, 3, 4 years at university. So we must have been able to work under pressure. Teamwork. We must have done that at school as well. So did you ever sit a team exam at school?
No, never. There was never a team exam, but there were some workshops which will inculcate the team sort of team building workshops.
I mean, you were lucky you had workshops, which is great, okay? But you never sat a team exam. Don't you find that when teamwork is so important in business life, even in family life, actually, because we need to work as a team at home, and going out with your mates, you need to work as a team, but we don't actually work as a team and have a team exam. I actually find that quite fascinating, actually. Maybe people listening will think he's off his rocker. He's talking nonsense here. But the point is, teamwork is so important because without it, all you end up is getting people in the office, at work, on the shop floor, who are just doing as they're told. There's no interest, there's no engagement, they're just going through the motions. That isn't teamwork to me. That's a dictatorship. And we all know what happens to dictatorships. People bully other people. That isn't teamwork either. So let's look at the components of teamwork. What makes a good team? So we're going to go back and forward here. What word comes to mind making a good team? What do you need to have to be a good team player?
It's a very difficult question, Neville. I think one of the key attribute is a good listener, maybe.
Good listener, absolutely. I'm so pleased you didn't say a good communicator because I would have then said, okay, give me an example of communication. Listening is a great example of communication. We need to listen. But of course, we need to listen not to respond, but we need to listen to think because that's the whole point of listening, isn't it? Not to just give people an immediate answer, but to think about what the person's saying. So, all of your team players that are coming up with perhaps new ideas and you think immediately that's not a new idea. We tried that before they even joined the company, It didn't work then, it's not going to work now. And immediately you turn around, we tried that, didn't work. You're not listening. This is a new person in the organization coming up with an idea that they've thought about. So another word we should be doing? Not just listening, what else?
Um, Positive attitude.
Positive attitude. Yeah, again, that's a bit of a construct. So we'll drill down into that one. But having a positive attitude basically says encouraging that person to say more. So you've listened to what they've said and you've shut down that little demon inside of you, that can't do, won't do voice that says, I'm going to just tell this person exactly what we've done before, You encourage the person to explain a bit more. 2 E's, encourage and explain. Okay? That's what we do when we're listening. We encourage people to explain how they feel. What's more? What else about teamwork? Now you're thinking. What other words come to mind when we talk about good teamwork?
I think have trust on your team. I think that is the one of the critical aspect.
Yeah, trust. Huge word. The nice thing about trust, it begins with T, and teamwork begins with T as well. So teamwork and trust are actually interconnected. So if you know that you can trust your team, your back's covered, they're always going to be with you. That only, for many people, comes with time. But as we've spoken on many occasions before, you can trust someone 100% implicitly and explicitly right at the very beginning, and they will prove whether that trust is merited. They will prove whether they can earn that 100% badge of trust, or it starts to reduce. Another word I'll say, because we need to keep this simple for everybody, because the complexity comes with time. Another T word connected with teamwork is being together. So it's together, another T word, which is easy. So all you've got to do is teamwork, trust, and together. And if you just start to do those things very simply, you will start to build the team and good teamwork. You'll be listening, you'll be communicating properly, you'll be thinking, you'll be exploring, you'll be engaging, you'll be encouraging, you'll be empowering, you'll be allowing each of the team members to lead the conversation. And all of these wonderful words that are all in the dictionary that we talk about being a good team player and good leadership, all of a sudden start to make sense to you where you are. So I'm not saying this is easy. It may be quite difficult to do. However, it's simple. It's a very simple thought process. You've now got to adapt it and adopt it into the way you work. And teamwork, as I say, is teamwork. Someone says teamwork makes the dream work.
So Neville, I think this is amazing insight in very short time you've given, and the MindFit program covers some of these attributes which people who are attending MindFit can actually improve their teamwork, other abilities to be a better human being. So tell us a little bit about how people will increase their quotient to work as a team if they attend MindFit.
Well, MindFit is all about action. So there's two parts of action. The first part of action is knowing how you do it currently. So there's a lot of reflection and there's a lot of inward looking. You might call it looking in the mirror. What do I do now? So everyone works in a team. You cannot avoid working in a team. Even if you haven't got a job, you're at home and that's your team. Whether it's your flatmates, they're your team. Whether it's your family, they're your team. So it's actually building that relationship around the team. Who am I? What do I do? Where do I fit? What's my responsibility? And all of these things you need to understand now. And then we can then set the actions where you can go and improve yourself. And a very simple action is literally, go and find out how other teams work. And you can Google it. I mean, this is not difficult to do. You can Google anything these days and just look at good teamwork and bad teamwork, and you'll find it. The papers will be littered with it. The press will be littered with it. Websites will be littered with it. But the thing is, it's an action. You need to take an action to go and find out what you now want to be. What is a good example of teamwork? And that's what we show you. We show you good examples of teamwork. We break down what those examples really mean. We don't just say, this is a good example of teamwork, and that's it. We actually explain why. Because if you've got the why, you can then see how they do it, and more importantly, what they do. So it's pretty simple, again, simple to understand, not necessarily easy to do. Because what it means is you've got to change what you do currently.
So I think you've explained it beautifully, Neville. Your program will make people a better team player, and viewers who are listening to this video, they must come and explore further. Please reach out to us and enroll in the Indian edition of MindFit program. So Neville, thank you very much for finding time and speaking with us. We will find another subject next week and come back to you with something more interesting.
Always a pleasure, CK. Enjoy yourself, everybody. Go and have fun. Become a team player.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello, friends. COP26 is going on in Glasgow. There are a lot of decisions to be made in order to protect our environment, and a lot of discussions happened for past 2 weeks. Finally, the meeting is coming to an end. There were draft presented, and there were draft what was also discussed among people, the member countries. The India and China are, in addition to other 21 countries, are part of like-minded developing countries. And so far, the bone of contention in terms of bringing the whole global community on a agreement has been that since the time of industrial revolution, the developed countries have been spoiling the nature. They have been adding the coal fire and the gases produced into the atmosphere, and that has created a situation where our temperature is going to increase by 2.7 degrees, and that is creating global warming. So now to sort of say that, hey, everyone is responsible and you guys are adding to the environment, it's not true. So this is where the disagreement happened. I'm very, very happy to bring this to your notice that finally the agreement is in sight, where the committee has considered India's point of view, which are basically three. Now, if you look at the major pollution, these are three things which brings major pollution. One is the thermonuclear, thermal electric power plants. These thermal electric power plants burn coal and produce electricity. So, what are the options? You have other options like solar and all that, and also nuclear power, which is clean, which is supposed to be clean, but it has a lot of hazards in terms of in case there is an accident in nuclear power. So I think we will not go there, but let's stick to these three areas. So one is the thermal power generation, second is the airlines, and third is the personal cars. So these are the major contributors of pollution into the atmosphere. So while India as a country is doing a lot, with especially large population base, and a major chunk of the population is living below poverty line. So India has done in the past 4 or 5 years or 7 years, they brought all these poor people by providing them LPG connections, heavily subsidized, so that they can move away from biomass, burning biomass into LPG, which is less polluting. While this is subsidized and it is less polluting, as per the COP26 agenda, to get out of the fossil fuel completely is not practical, not viable, and it can be done in a phased manner, because as a country like India, we have brought certain people to a level. Now we have to take the other level, attain the other level of net zero. And with 1.3 billion people, it is not something like you can do just like that. It has to be planned. It has to be done gradually. And India has about 20% population of the world, a substantial population, and therefore there are two things which have been agreed now, which is bring down the target of 2.7 degrees to 1.5 degrees as per India. Because India is saying that it has to be done in a phased manner, considering a huge chunk of population that resides in India. The second one is reducing the carbon emission, uh, and also helping developing countries. There has to be a fund created, and the fund will be created by the developed countries. And earlier the fund was, as per the Paris discussion few years back, the fund was also agreed upon, but that was a piddly amount of $100 billion, which is nothing. So India has been saying that you should create as quickly as possible a fund of $1 trillion, and that can be utilized to fund the developing countries without hampering their growth, because now it's their time to grow, and you can't say, hey, don't grow because you're going to spoil the environment. We will actually adapt to a lot of these technologies which are available, and therefore these two conditions have been agreed. So now the agreement which is coming out from COP26 is visible. It is going to be a reality. That means the world is going to gradually reduce their carbon emission. All of us, all, whether you're developing countries or developed countries, migrate to solar or hydropower to generate your electricity. These are the main things. And as it is, traveling is reduced because of COVID. But I think we need to adapt newer technology to travel between country A to country B, because these aeroplanes which are running currently on the jet fuel are the one of the biggest contributor to the pollution. So we need to get to new technology using electricity or whatever, because there are a lot of development already going on. So considering the progress, the COP26 showed the way that this is something that which we agree on, and the India's point of view has been inserted in the final draft, which is creation of a 1 trillion fund, environment fund, by the developed countries, and the target of achieving net zero or 2.7 degrees increase in temperature brought down to 1.5 degrees, and so that the move away strategy from burning fossil fuel to electricity, etc., can be done in a very phased manner. Friends, do write in your comment. This is an important subject, and I will respond to each one of you, and I'll catch you in the next one.
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant from Akulmac Technologies and welcome to this edition of Branding for Beginners, and why this subject is so important and why it is relevant to learn what is branding. So we are bringing this course for the benefit of the young budding entrepreneurs who are basically trying to set up their company, or to orient them in terms of what they should do when they set up a new business, especially when the business is being set up, but we don't have a frontline strategy to promote it. So the idea being is, when we set up our business, we should also think about how we will generate business, what will happen to our promotion strategy, what will happen, how customers will perceive us, how future employees will perceive us, how we will make money. So all of that is very, very important when you start your business, and often this aspect of doing business is ignored, because people tend to focus most on their offerings and their product development, or solution development, and then once the solution is ready, then they start thinking about what is to be done in order to promote ourselves to generate business. So this is the course meant for people who want to learn how to do branding, how to set up their business, and this is for beginners. We also have an advanced course, but the advanced concepts are not covered in this particular workshop. So this is basically going to help people, give them directions, give them idea about how to set up your brand in terms of when you set up your business. What is the right timing? What are the different kinds of brands? What is the best branding method for me? What I should do to set up my business and also generate revenue. So I think some of these aspects we will be covering in this workshop. To start our discussion, let me take you to the definition of the branding. So many people say that branding is A type or B type, but I think let's understand the definition of the branding itself. The branding as it is basically nothing but it could be associated to a name, it could be a term which is used in the market, it could be a design, it could be woven around a symbol, it could be any other feature. Even perception can create a branding impact on the society, and the brand is then attached. So you have a branding which is separate from your offerings or service offerings. It is then attached to the product or services that you're selling. So the definition is much bigger, much bigger ecosystem. When you start your company, I think you have to think from that point of view. Even though you're doing something very small, but I think branding plays a very important role. As the definition itself suggests, it is a perception that is being created in your target audience, whether they think that this is a very good quality, or they drive some value. The beginning of all that starts from the branding. And when we talk about branding, then there are different methods of doing branding. One of the method is direct branding, where you say that, hey, this is my product, this is my service offering, and this is my logo, this is my company name. So this is your direct brand which is getting associated to your offerings. There could be indirect branding, and we will cover all of this as we go along in detail. There could be indirect branding, and there could be a brand which is influenced by something else. So there could be influence branding, where and this is very interesting, because you don't talk about your product, your company, yet it get influenced by an event or something that goes on, and it is neither direct nor indirect, but it is influenced, and people don't even think that your branding, your brand, or your popularity is growing because of something else which is happening in the field. So let's discuss about different types of branding. Uh, and I have taken some pictures out here just to give you the idea of what you can do, what fits your business, where you are, and you can draw then inspirations from some of these examples. So let's look at the individual branding. That's the first subject that we want to discuss today. The individual branding is something that is your own branding. Say for example, if you are a well-known professional in the corporate arena, or you are a very good trainer, so you have built a brand of yourself, and then you want to leverage that and run your own your own business or your own college or something like that. So your brand becomes an integral part of running your business. So the brand is also very important, the personal brand. What is the person behind this company? So I'm trying to draw the inspiration from Mr. Amitabh Bachchan, where you can see that his personal brand is so powerful that when he talks about a product, he is actually attributing his own brand along with that product or that merchandise that he is trying to advertise. So his brand is much bigger than he himself. Amitabh Bachchan, as we call it, Big B, is such a big brand. So many times when you start your journey as an entrepreneur, you must think about how much is your brand value, your personal brand value. And if it is not, then you should try to make your personal brand into a reality, so that at least 100, 200, 300, 1000 people start knowing you by your first name, last name, and they trust on you. So then this personal brand will play a major role in basically propelling your business forward. So that is one type of branding. Second type of branding is directly associated with a product. So we know that Mercedes cars are one of the best automobiles. So it does not matter which company manufactures Mercedes. The brand, the company which is behind producing Mercedes is not very well known, but Mercedes car is it is equal to the just like quality of the car itself. So they never break down. If they break down, there is an entire support structure. They're very robust. They can go for very long distance without failing. They provide ultimate comfort. They are the marvel of engineering. So like that, there could be many other products which are brand by itself. So Mercedes can be one brand, iPhone can be another brand. So there are several examples like that. So the brand itself is attached to the product. So when you say, hey, if I buy an iPhone, all your problems are solved. That's how people will say it. If you buy Tata, it is going to be quality product, and the company will treat you nicely. So things like that. So there are brands which are associated with the product directly, and it is not a material thing that the company has to build its own brand. So many times when the product becomes very popular, it becomes a brand by itself. So there could be a product like that which has a brand. Then there could be branding with regard to regions. For example, there is one region which is safe for doing business. So once it is safe for doing business, people are honest, the law and order situation is very good, and this all is branding. Somebody has to say that come to my region and do business, because I provide you rule of law, I provide you clarity of thoughts, I provide you safety, I provide you workforce, and hence that becomes branding for popularizing your region. So for instance, India could be one region, EU can be another region, United States can be one region, and that is why these brands are associated with this region. Now the fourth example is the analyst. So the analyst job is basically to study what is going on in the industry and make forecast. So they basically talk to a lot of people, a million companies, and they understand what is going on. They apply their formula, they apply their brain, they apply their knowledge, and then they will come out with a forecast for next 1 year. and about 80 to 90% these forecasts are always true. So when an analyst speaks about the trend in the industry trend, the industry tend to believe them, and hence the analyst makes a brand for themselves. If analyst says something, it is going to be true. So, for example, Gartner, if they make a business prediction, it is going to be true. Nobody can dispute it. So it's a brand by itself. It's a branding exercise that Gartner has done for themselves. It is a different kind of branding. It's about predictions. It's about knowledge-based assessment, data collection. What is the type of footprint they have when they make these predictions, and so on. So which cannot be copied by any other company. It is different. It is a separate segment of branding activities that Gartner will take up. The Gartner, as a analyst, will have a marketing team which will develop all of these infrastructure and create the brand which is relevant for the analyst. Then there could be a different type of branding services required for just services. So if there is a services vendor, then you need to be able to convey to the customers, your clientele or your consumer, that if you take this service from me, it is going to be top notch. So things like Just Dial. If you dial Just Dial, you can get number of anyone in India. That's a service order. So they have given a branding color for themselves, which are very, very specific to themselves. They have built their name and their fame, and hence that drive their business. So if you call Just Dial, you can get number of anyone. So this is a service oriented example of service oriented branding. There could be other examples as well, where service can be sold with a brand. For example, if you look at Reliance, they provide telephony services. So when you say Reliance, it is good quality telephony. It never breaks. You have engineer always available and things like that. So there could be, now Reliance may not be a good example, but there could be other examples which are similar to this. So services can be branded in a certain way. Similarly, a country also requires branding. A country can have a bad image, can have a good image. All that is created by the branding for that company. And there are people who actually build a country's brand. The country is safe, it is not safe. If you come as a tourist, what will happen to you? Will you be taken care? Will there be hospitality? If you come as a businessman in that country, what will happen to your investment? Will you get the money that you invested with profits? Will there be any regulations? Will there be any clean practices? So there are a lot of other issues. It is safe, you can travel in night, is there going to be entertainment somewhere, and so on. So even country requires to build their brand, and they need to propel themselves. So if the country is very popular globally, then obviously somebody has done the branding activity to build the name and fame of the country. Now, a company can also have a very strong brand name associated with themselves, just like Tata. Tata is more than 100-year-old company out of India, but they have built a brand over the years. The Tata brand has become so powerful that whatever they do, their brand has an impact on the product, even though if they make salt. So a simple thing like salt, if you put Tata, then this salt is going to be the best salt which you can buy, best iodized salt. So it is better than other products which are salt. A simple thing like a salt can also carry a brand of Tata, or a very large machinery of which are used in mining, etc., can also be built by Tata. So when Tata build a product, whatever they do, the brand of Tata is so strong, it is going to be good. So there could be examples of other similar company branding. For example, when you say India Inc., there are very few companies brand that comes to our mind. One is Infosys, other is Tata,
then Adani, uh, and Reliance. So some of these companies are there which are doing ground-breaking work and a lot of work in India, a lot of pioneering work they are doing. So they are ensuring that the brand value, if somebody says, "Hi, I'm working with Reliance," that means they will have a clean practice, they will get the right product from that company, and hence, because I'm dealing with Reliance, I'm dealing with Tata's, I'm dealing with Adani's, uh, I'm dealing with Kirloskar. The brands, has a lot of weightage, and half the battle of basically selling your merchandise, your product, is won if you have a very strong brand. So things like that. Now, branding is also required for things like forums. For example, NASCOM is a good example. Now, NASCOM has to um, also promote their services for the sake of selling, helping their partners sell them outside India, and the partners which are in other countries to sell and find IT companies out of India. So IT companies need to sell to other countries needs to buy from India. So that is the activity NASCOM does, and it's a forum. It's a forum which will make two businessmen meet each other. Now, what is the advantage if I go to NASCOM? What will I get? If I pay their annual fee, what do I do? Will I get new business? So that is a question of any member joining NASCOM, and that is a basic question. And in order to establish themselves, being a forum where people can buy and sell, they also have to establish their brand. That if I go to NASCOM and not anybody else, you know, uh, there is always a competition between different NASCOM and other agencies which are doing pretty much a similar work. So why people basically go to NASCOM? Because they get the best outcome out of it. They will be able to find buyer in other countries quickly, faster than any other forum which can provide. So they have to also ensure that when they provide all these services, they have to also do branding. They have to talk about this data point that, hey, we do these for you. If you come to us, we will help you grow better and faster. So this is what the branding will bring to NASCOM. And last is the website. So if you have a website, you need to do branding. For instance, Naukri. Naukri is such a powerful brand because it provides employment opportunities to so many people. But we don't know what is the company behind Naukri. We know Naukri will give you, if you go to Naukri, register your profile, there will be a call from a employer. There might be a situation where you may get a job, but there is a company behind this website. So nobody knows the company. I mean, I'm sure many people will know what is the company because it has been there for a very long time. But nobody knows the kind of work the company is doing to build Naukri as a brand. So Naukri has become a very big brand on its own, being just a website. And the company behind it is Info Edge Private Limited. So you see that Naukri brand is so powerful as compared to the company behind it. Now I'll give you another example. Google.com. It is obviously much bigger than Naukri. Google.com is such a big brand globally as a search engine. All it does is it gives you search engine capability and other things which are associated with it. Search. You can search pretty much anything on Google. But the company behind it's called Alphabet. Alphabet Inc. So people don't know what is the company. But the Google is such a big brand today, controlling almost like 30 to 40% of the global businesses, and the company behind it is Alphabet. So the Google brand is much bigger than the company which looks after that brand. So you see, the whole objective of having this discussion was that branding is absolutely important. Everyone needs it, and if you don't do branding, you are not going anywhere. Whether you are a forum, you are a website, you are a company, you are a country, you are a region, or you are an individual. So you need to work on your brand first. I mean, when you start your company, even if you are a trainer, you need to develop your brand. Very important point that I want to drive by these examples. So now we will understand what is the importance of branding. See, if you do branding properly, then you will actually gain a lot of customer awareness. So why we do branding? See, branding is that you establish yourself, your company, your work should be displayed in front of people, in front of your target audience, and so on. So when you actually brand your company, your work, it is the customer awareness that you achieve. And when I say customer awareness, see, it's like this: if 100 people watch uh, your advertisement or some information about your work or your company or your website, the chances are one or two will come back and like to show interest in what you do. 98% of the people will keep that in their memory, and probably in future they may become your prospects. But the thumb rule is, say for example, if you start your branding today, the thumb rule is the conversion of percolating your messages out in the field will result in a certain percentage of gratification. However, you have no control on who can be your customer. So one of the activity which is a mundane activity of increasing your customer awareness all the time, but who can buy from you? Many people say that, hey, I will send email marketing, I will do digital marketing, I will do XYZ reach out plan to the client. The problem there really is that all of this will not work if you have not worked in developing your brand, because people don't know you. If you try to reach to somebody who's not aware of what you do, he's never seen your face, he's never seen your logo, he's not even seen the website, he's not seen any advertisement about you, the chances are they will not be attracted to what you're saying. And if you try to reach out to him, it will result in a something which will become sort of an exercise where you actually end up telling him what you do. So you can actually bridge the gap by increasing the customer awareness. You start advertising early in the life cycle based on the branding techniques that we will discuss later on in our workshop. But I think increasing customer awareness is one of the critical tasks, and that is why you need branding. And don't think that if you do customer awareness campaign, you will get thousands of leads coming out from there. It is a constant activity which you have to continue doing, keep increasing the customer awareness all the time. And even though if you are like 100-year-old as an organization, you still need to continue doing your customer awareness, because the customers are X number of customers which are limited in the market. And then you have to keep on telling them what you do, what you are, what is the company logo, etc. Once you have garnered certain X amount of customers, then you have to also ensure that the customers who are now buying from you are not going in any other direction, because the market is such that there is always competition. And then when you are doing business, there are others also, 100 other people who are doing similar business, and they will find innovative ways to attract the customers, because everybody is trying to do innovative branding and also customer reach out plans. So the chances are that when you are doing your branding and customer reach out, you have to ensure that the customer loyalty is also maintained with you. So you have to keep doing what you're doing, any customer success, anything that your extraordinary innovation that you have done, which will bring advantage, and what is the reason that the customers stick around with you, that you offer something which nobody else can match in the price and performance. So branding is a very good exercise which will ensure that the loyalty is maintained with you. For example, if you buy a car from let's say a Japanese car,
people know that you don't have, never have to open the hood of the car. It will never break down. It will give you comfort. It will keep running for 10 years without any flaw, and after 10 years it will attract a lot of resale value. So that is why people buy Toyota cars and any other Japanese or Korean cars, because they run. You see, by virtue of branding themselves on the basis of their product, they are garnering the customer loyalty, right? So whatever happens, the customer is not going to go away to any other brand, because the cars that they buy, the product that they buy from this car, they have complete faith on the car. It will never break down. They have got very good service, value for money, and hence the loyalty is maintained. So that is one example of increasing customer loyalty. But the point I'm trying to make here is, you have to do branding to ensure that your customers are sticking with you. And why this is so important? Simply because that there are X number of customers which can be counted. You cannot keep finding new customers every day. You have to ensure that whatever customers you have, the growth is only 20%. Say for example, suppose you have 100 customers, the new customers that you will find will be only 20. It cannot happen that you have 100 customers and next month you will have another 100 customers. It is not going to happen. So that is why keep that in mind, that if you have a continuous business from existing customers, you are better off as a business rather than thriving on finding new customers, because finding new customers is more difficult than maintaining the existing client. So that is why you have to ensure proper branding to make sure that you have done something to increase the customer loyalty. So you may have a survey, you may have advertisements, you may have innovation, that you are adding new features to your service offerings or your product for free, whatever, it can be anything. But you have to think as an entrepreneur, as a startup, or as a small medium enterprise business owner, or as a leader, you have to think about this aspect also when it comes to branding. Now we come to the third subject. The branding will be driven by the quality of the product that you provide. If you give a product which is not up to the mark, then obviously with that just one instance, your branding will go for a just go down. It will go for a toss. So the whole point is that you have to ensure that while you're talking about XYZ, you are also translating your brand in reality into your products. So when you come out with a new product, make sure that there is a saying in English, walk the talk. So when you are doing branding and you are saying I am best quality, and when the product comes out, it is not as good quality. So you have to keep ensuring and keep thriving that your brand is actually translated into your product, the quality of the product. So in fact, if you keep saying, hey, I have the best product, and your product is not so good, then actually it will bring down your branding itself. So it will not be sufficient to just keep talking that, hey, I have the best product, I have the best innovation, I have the best price performance, and in reality it does not happen that way. It will actually spoil your branding. So you have to ensure that whatever you're offering is very good quality, and it is up to the mark, so that you have customer loyalty. So going back to the previous slide where you will talk about customer loyalty. So by ensuring that your product branding is similar to what you're talking about in your advertisement, in the field, and to people. Branding will also bring competitive advantage. So even though you have X number of customers with you, and there are prospects which you want to engage with, but everybody is looking at the alternatives. Everybody is all the time, it's like this. If you are a consumer, you'll always look at an alternative. Suppose you have a car from Toyota, but then if you get a similar
equal product from a Hyundai, then you can shift there. So you have to ensure that the branding is perfect. You keep telling your client or your prospect that this is the advantage if you buy from me. So you have to completely keep ensuring that the competitive advantage is always maintained in your favor. So you see, this is not a easy task. So far we have discussed that you have to do branding in order to find new customers. Once you find customers, you have to do branding to retain them so that you have customer loyalty. Then you have to also provide good quality product so that customer feel satisfied. They feel that they have paid the right amount of money for this product. And now you're talking about also doing branding to ensuring that you have a competitive advantage as compared to other players in the market. So your branding strategy should encompass all these aspects. You cannot ignore one and just look at the other one. So your branding strategy has to be consistent across the landscape. Branding can also be developed by introducing new products and services. So say for example, suppose you're already providing one side of product, you can then after 6 months you can diversify and have a similar product but of a different kind, so that say for example you're selling like a fountain pen, and that fountain pen is purchased by certain set of people, and these people will never buy anything else. They will like to have only fountain pen. So you have found 100 clients which are using fountain pen. Now we have exhausted your client list by selling 100 fountain pen in previous month. So what we will do in the next month, that I have exhausted the list. There are out of 1,100 like to buy fountain pen, and they have purchased from you and they are happy with it. You have done the customer loyalty branding, you have done everything. So as the growth of the company is now stopped, you have developed, you have reached the market cap. In that market area, you have 100% clientele for fountain pen. So now what you could do is you can then launch a ball pen, because now you establish yourself as a good quality fountain pen, and then you can now address the other segment of the market who don't like fountain pen. They can buy a ball pen from you. So if you keep diversifying into similar areas, slowly finding clients by introducing new products and services, then your branding will also keep increasing. And slowly I picked up example of writing instruments. You can develop fine art pencils, and then you keep growing like that. Similarly, there could be a car manufacturer. They can start with tires and then they end up after a couple of years producing the full car. Similarly, let's look at example of electric vehicle manufacturers. They can start with a moped, then they can come out with a scooter, then they can come out with a bike, and then they come out with a three-wheeler, and then they come out with a four-wheeler. So this is how they can progress. And this is very important to keep running the business, because if you produce only one idea, the chances are that idea has a limited shelf life. So your branding exercise should be complete, should encompass that activity where you have to ensure that you keep launching new product and offerings. Very important, to grow you need funding, and the funding will only come if the people invest in your business, and the investment will happen only when you offer them a growth path. Say for example, if there is an investor and he has a lot of money, $1 million with him, and he is looking at making $2 million out of his investment. Now what are his options? The easiest is he go to a bank and he will give it a fixed deposit, which will give him 10% or 8% yield. Now with that kind of investment, he is not going to make 2 million. I mean, he can make 2 million, it will take him 10 years. So you have to offer something which is better than what the bank can offer. So obviously you have to give some
very attractive figures. If you give me money, I will give you a return on investment like this. I will make sure that in 2 years you will double it. So now this is very important. If your product sales are also branded, that hey, you have grown like this, you are $100,000, now you are $1 million. So obviously you're growing, and this kind of branding can help you find investors. So when you get investment capital, the chances are that your company will thrive, and then you can look at new avenues, expanding markets, opening new offices, hiring new people, building a infrastructure for manufacturing. There could be endless supply of capital. And if you don't do this branding around the growth element of your company, innovation, growth, customer loyalty, the chances are the investors will not come to you. They will find some other avenue, and that is where the problem is. So you should always look at investment for growth as a business owner, so that your brand is very strategically strengthened, and people are willing to fund your brand, so that there is a growth in the brand. We have the funding now, but who will work for us? So now there is a different kind of branding that you have to do in terms of the human resources, human capital. Because if you have the funding, you have the capital, you have the clientele, now you want to grow, you want to set up a new office in a new city, or you want to set up a new office in a different country. So who's going to work for you? So people are very smart nowadays. They like to see what you do, how people rate you, and so on. So now you have to look at branding which is related to how good you are in terms of treating your own people. So now you're treating your clients, you're treating the industry, you're treating the analyst, and you have to also focus on how you treat the people. And to give an example, some of these IT companies, they actually do branding only about their subject, how their human capital is, how good their HR department is. And so it's a question of demand and supply. So you have a demand, and the supply is the people. So if you have people, then only you can fulfill the demand. There's no point in having demand and not having the supply. So you have to look at that you are sending the right message by doing the right branding, so that people are attracted and join you. And in the end, by doing proper branding, if you follow all of these ideas that we are talking about today, you can become a market leader. And the idea is that it's not the fame that you're looking at. It's basically looking at how do you capture the maximum amount of business. When you get into any business, the hunger for revenue should be there. If you don't have hunger for revenue, the chances are that you will not succeed in the business. So if you want to do some business, you should always have hunger for revenue, and you should always look at what will give you maximum revenues. So a branding around becoming a market leader is also very important, and that will propel more business for your company, more growth for your company. So that is why you may have heard about people talking about, hey, I'm the best in the industry, best product in the industry, and so on. So I think these are the things that people have to do in order to build their company. And I think the law of doing your business is the same. You have to start with branding. You don't set up your business without doing branding. Many times people commit a big mistake. They don't actually build the name and fame for themselves, the branding for themselves, and they start the business, and then they start investing in doing branding, and then after 6 months they lose a lot of money, and they run the company without any business. So I think the branding is such an important aspect. We discuss all these things simply because to drive that point that branding is such an important aspect of business, where people tend to ignore this. They focus more on building their company, building a product, not knowing how they will promote it. Once the product is ready after 6 months, who will buy? and many times you don't even get the feedback from the field. Say for example, today you decide to buy, you manufacture something, and you feel that there may be a lot of requirement for it, but when you launch after 6 months, the chances are that the market may have changed, regulations may have changed, and people may not like to buy that product. So the feedback is also important. So if you are not doing branding, there is nothing coming back to you from the field itself. So you may think, you may talk to a lot of gurus, but everybody has the same problem. Unless you do your own branding, the direct feedback, direct gratification will not happen from the field itself, and that is where people go wrong. The reason for covering the branding subject in such length is to drive the point that you start your branding even before you establish your company. So here, friends, we will stop for 2 minutes, and this is a quiz that we want to run. So welcome back. I'm sure you have noted down these questions. You can write to me giving your answers, and we can have a one-to-one discussion later on. But I think let's move on to the next section, which is about different branding techniques. So you see, each category of activity will will define that you know each category will be a different type of branding services, which will be a different activity altogether. So just give me a moment. So a product, suppose you are coming out with a product, the branding for the product will largely depend on the type of product that you're developing. Now if if your product is sold in retail market, then your branding will be about the consumers. Your messaging, your marketing messages, your branding, your logo should talk more about how public will benefit by using these products. But then that is not the only business happens in the field. There are people who are doing wholesale kind of business. They produce something which does not go to the market directly. It becomes sort of an input to some other business. Your offering is then used by some other industry and then assembled into something else. So there could be instance where you're actually a product manufacturer, but your market segment is not retail. There could be a market which is meant for OEMs. So your offerings will be taken by the OEMs. They will assemble things, customize it, use it, and so on, and then they will resell it to retail. So it depends really. When you are actually into product arena, you have to ensure that your messaging should be proper and in line with the market that you are addressing. There could be a raw material manufacturer. The branding for the raw material manufacturer will be different than OEM clientele and then the retail business. So things like that. So it's completely different. For example, if there is a steel manufacturer, the steel cannot be used directly by anyone. So steel is selling to XYZ client, So if you convert iron into steel, who's going to buy that? Somebody has to buy that steel. So your clientele is the manufacturers who are producing special pumps, cars, heavy machinery. So those factories becomes your client.
So your branding is related to those clients. You produce highest variety of different variety of steels. So anybody needs different variety of steel, they can approach you and so on. If you actually advertise different variety of steel in the retail segment, where people are looking at buying mobile phones and your clothes and cars, the chances are your branding is going wrong. So I'm not saying that people will do that. I'm just using this as an example to drive that your product offering and what segment you're selling into, your branding strategy will be driven mostly by that. um, for instance, let's take another example. Rolls-Royce. For many years, it has been known to everyone that Rolls-Royce is selling by invitation. So you see, their branding is so strong. You simply cannot go and buy a car. You have to be invited to buy a car. So their branding is so important that if you have a Rolls Royce, that means you have been selected as a client. Right? You see, so their product branding is different than, let's say, Hyundai product branding. Hyundai, you go to my dealer and pick up the car. Anyone can buy the car. So that is why you don't see Rolls Royce advertisements in any of the magazines. You will probably see in a very selected kind of media. And they have their own method of reaching out to people whom they feel fit for using their car. And even though if you're a very rich man, you're an extremely rich man, but they will not give you chance to buy the car. If you are a god man, for example, the chances are you want to buy a Rolls Royce and you can afford it because you have so much of money, but Rolls Royce will not allow you to buy these cars. So things like that, so each product has a different branding, and when you do product branding, you have to use the right technique to address your clientele. You have to understand what are the clients who are going to watch who are a target audience. These clients can be prospects, they can be clients, or they can be future clients. So what are the types of activity you're doing so that you're conveying the right message? Then you're using the right medium to reach out to them. You can use mailers, you can use website, you can use personal phone calls, you can use advertisements, you can use social media. But in all of that, you have to ensure that you're reaching out to right audience, right type of clientele. Now, if you want to promote your company, a corporate, then you have to you cannot talk about your products. When you say Tata, you want to brand your corporate itself, corporate culture. Then if you keep talking about your Tata Salt and eatables and cars and heavy machinery, it will not build your corporate brand, a cultural brand. So you have to talk about how good you are in terms of solving the employees' problems. What kind of job satisfaction you give? What are the growth prospects for Tata? What is the the place in society you build for your employees? Are there any health plans, health benefit if you join Tata, any company? So if you look at Tata, they are actually doing a lot of their branding around these activities, so that people now say, hey, if you join Tata, you will get growth, you will get job security, you will get money, you will get help in terms of children education, you will get help in terms of your accommodation, you will get health cover plans paid by the company, you will get to see travel the world, you will get paid holidays, and you will have nice place to sit, you will have nice colleagues to work with, and so on. So the branding around building your corporate is different than doing your product branding. So I think we need to understand this very clearly, even though this workshop is for beginners, but I think everyone should think what they are doing, and that is why I am trying to bring different aspects of different branding, which can be possible. And mind it, all of this is useful even for a small business. You have to separate yourself. You have to build your own brand as as the promoter of the company. Then you have to also ensure that your company has a brand associated with it. Then you have to also ensure that your corporate culture has a brand, your human capital has a brand, and also your product and services has a brand. So you see, it is an overall picture that you send to the field that will drive your business. Personal branding, your corporate branding, your product branding, your company branding, and your human capital branding. There are more also, we will come to that in a bit. So in terms of personal branding, you have to talk about things like, you know, you are doing some course, you have done your Harvard, you have completed executive MBA from Harvard. That can be a star in your personal branding. Or you have gone on a whitewater rafting. Every year you go, so you are a sportsman. That can be a brand. Um, Now, this brand should not be linked to your company. You have to thrive in building your own brand separately without any influence of your company, because company will do a different kind of branding, and it doesn't matter even if you do the same branding, it doesn't matter, but you have to ensure that your branding is differently driven, and it is not the same branding that your company is doing. Even though you're a small businessman and you have sleep and breathe your company, but you still need to look at what you do to build your brand, and your company will build its brand, which you are only driving it, but it has to be separate branding. So in nutshell, the brand itself on the personal level is very, very important, because if you are known, if even though your company is small, but if you are able to build a brand of some way or the other, then people tend to have faith in the company. They know that this is a person with this kind of fame behind this company. So they try to bring, when they actually start buying from your company, the leadership brand is very, very important, and it's absolutely clear that you need to do that. And that is why don't ignore building your personal brand. You have to ensure that your personal brand is always highlighted. Even though if you're in a company, your brand is very, very important. Even if you have grown, your company has grown quite a bit, but your personal brand is still important. To throw an example, you look at Narayan Murthy. His personal brand is so huge. His company brand is also big, but his brand, his personal brand is that he's the MD of the company. But then he has other personalities. He talks in other forum, and he's indulging in other activities which are related to nation building. He's doing a lot of work in education, youngsters. So we can go on. There are people who are basically investing in building their own brand of different nature and different kind. Because if you actually increase that, then your perspective, your whole area of achieving the proper branding is increased. So you have to ensure that your personal branding is always developed as a leader, as an entrepreneur, or even as a trainer, because then in the case of trainer, your personal branding is very, very important. If you are a professor with 30 years experience, that is driving your training institute or training online business. So things like that, you have to ensure that you think about these concepts. Now the cultural branding is something which defines you as a human being. So what type of post you like? Say for example, let's say in the today's context, when everybody is on social media, you are liking, sharing certain type of activities on Facebook or on Twitter, etc. That is going to drive your branding in terms of your friend circle or the kind of activities your company is indulging in. So it becomes a culture thing today, and now it's a lot easier to make or break. Earlier, you could have ignored it when the social media was not so active, like 10 years back. You could have ignored this aspect, very important aspect. But now, since everybody is on social media, the cultural background of the organization that you're building and your own personal image will be very heavily affected by the culture output. So you can try to make a cultural branding about yourself, that you tend to dislike certain things or you tend to like certain things, and that will stick onto you. Say for example, if you're indulging in too much of a religious rhetoric, then this will stick onto you, and then after some time your branding will take a totally different turn. It depends, what you're looking for. If you're looking for that kind of orientation to build your brand, it's okay, it's fine, but you are the best person to decide. But then your branding will, the culture of your branding or your organization branding will be having X number of buyers which are of the same culture or society. So you have to ensure that you send the right messages, you make the right plans to convey the right messages overall by building your branding services. Now, one of the thing which is very important now at this point I would like to mention is when you have taken all the steps of building your brand, building your company's brand, you have taken the right decision to build your employee capital branding, you have reached a certain level where you have been doing this work for some time, but there is no growth, because it happens to everyone. You reach the certain level and then it saturates the market. So you need to do something else, you need to shake up things, and co-branding is one of the activities which you can take up very easily. What is co-branding? Co-branding is that you tie up with some other brand, well-known brand or similar brand, or a lower brand or a higher brand, doesn't matter. Co-branding basically means that you tie up with another brand, another company or another person, and jointly come out with an offering. So that is what the co-branding is all about. It doesn't matter that you're a big brand or a equal brand or a large brand, powerful brand, it doesn't matter. You can co-brand with any type of logo, any type of company. The example that I want to give, there are many examples like that, and what I feel as a trainer, that everybody today talks about, hey, let's do collaboration, let's do this, let's do that, let's team up and work together. But the point is that they have no idea how to do collaboration, because if you can't do co-branding, there is no question of doing collaboration. So first thing is that you have to coexist with another brand. When you are doing co-branding, you have to also ensure that you don't think about things like, hey, I will make more money, he will make less money. The co-branding does not define what kind of money you will make. Co-branding is you are just conveying your teaming up together, conveying a certain message, and it is not that you are dependent only on that business. So the idea being that when you co-brand, you shake up market so that you can grow beyond the saturation point. For instance, if you buy a BMW car, you can buy Louis Vuitton bags which are perfectly made for boot of BMW and with the BMW logo. So if you pay extra XYZ amount, you can get the customized Louis Vuitton bags for your BMW car. So it's a very good example of co-branding. It is not that those products are not sold. They are obviously sold separately, but then when you buy a car, you have an option. If you want a customized luggage for your boot area, you can get it from the best quality Louis Vuitton manufacturer, and with a lot of style and stuff like that. You can customize them the way you want. So this is a great example of co-branding. There are other examples. There are many other examples of co-branding. For example, if you look at the today's context in India, there are a lot of co-branding happening which Netflix is doing. Netflix is the OTT platform which is providing a lot of video content for the consumption of Indians by and large. So the OTT is now tying up with all these um, uh, TV broadcast services companies like Reliance or Tata. So if you take their connection, you will get X months free viewing of certain content. So this is nothing but a co-branded where the two brands are coming together and selling their separate merchandises. So this is a very good technique if you are say for example a small businessman. It's a very good technique to start, pull up two small business people can come together, build their strengths together, and then go to the market, and then with co-branded, and then sell under these two umbrella of co-branding. It does not mean that your brand will not sell your own product. You have other offerings. So what you have done is you have defined a different product offering which is co-branded. So it is a very good idea when you are basically setting up your business to also think of tying up with other brands and launching in collaboration. And I think this will give you a chance to even talk to other business people when you start sharing success with others also. Now, the last branding technique is a composite co-branding, which is different from the co-branding what we discussed in the previous slide. The composite is that product that you are using has another very powerful brand associated with it. For example, I am trying to say that if you buy a Dell, you will always see, in fact, if you buy a Compaq, you will see Intel Inside logo. So it shows that Intel is a very, very powerful brand. But then if you buy a certain brand, they are co-branding, but it's composite. It is basically into one product offering. You buy a laptop from Dell or a PC from Dell, it will have Intel inside. So it's a very powerful way of doing co-branded. Co-branding, composite co-branding usually work in a situation where it may not be very good for all the situations, but it is good for a very powerful umbrella brand coming and then helping other smaller brands. So then there is no question of uniqueness or anything. The large brand will influence other brands. So at the beginning of the workshop I talked about Amitabh Bachchan. So it's a very good example of composite co-branding because Amitabh Bachchan has a brand of his personal brand of his own. But then when he talks about Samsung, when he talks about a car, when he talks about XYZ, he is actually rubbing off his brand onto that brand. So Amitabh Bachchan's personal brand is huge. But then when he talks about Hyundai car, Santro, that I go to work driving a Santro, then his brand is influencing Santro. So this is the example of composite co-branding. It may not be relevant for all situations, all businesses, but yet it is one of the tool available for increasing your business. So summarizing this session of what to do when you're doing your branding. First, as I said, you have to look at creating your personal brand also. If you are a leader or if you are an entrepreneur, you are a leader of a team, you are a CEO, CIO, CXO, you have to look at building your personal brand. Many people tend to ignore it, but I think that is not the right attitude. You have to build your brand at par with your company's brand. So you have to ensure doing whatever it takes to build your brand. And that gives the confidence to your client, to your prospect. When they actually deal with a company, they know that this is a person behind as a leader in that company, and they recognize you as a person. So you have to keep ensuring that. Now in nutshell, you also have to do your company branding. So you have to ensure that the company's logo is visible quite often, because if you're out of sight, you're out of mind, especially when you're a small player. If you're a large player, you will have a lot of budgets, you will have a lot of muscle power in order to spread your messages, flyers, and put board outside your branch offices and across the city, multiple offices. So they have more muscle. The problem is when you're small, then you have to ensure that you are visible. So there are different techniques we will talk about after the small quiz. We will talk about what are the different techniques to build your brand being a small business. However, your company has to ensure that their logo, their work is visible. That means the company is always moving. It's not stagnant. Then all of this, so what is happening? You're creating a hype, and then you also have an heritage because the person's leadership team behind the company is also building their brand, sending their individual messages out, doing something else that other than the company is doing, and things like that. So you're building a package, sort of a aura for running your company. And if you don't do any campaign, then the campaigns, how will you reach to the market segment? So you have to continuously keep doing the campaigns, keep running those campaigns to ensure that every second day or third day you're in the news somehow or the other. So we can come up with these ideas, and we can have an advanced course next week where you can learn about these ways of doing campaign. Fourth, very important, you have to keep the field motivated. When I say motivated, it's not only the client which is motivated, it's not only the employees which are motivated, it's not only the investors who are motivated. So when you keep your messages keep going out every second day, people start seeing your logo and your work, your innovation, your white papers, your new activities that you're indulging in. You found a new client, you announce it. You open a new office, you announce it. You come up with a new idea, announce it. Why keep it to yourself? So by doing all of these different activities, you are actually motivating your clients in terms of clients, your employees, your investors. Hey, these guys are doing something. These guys are very active. These guys are very aggressive, and so on. And then by doing all of this, you will be able to connect to new people. You have your own connections, but then you keep building your network. And business today is about networking. So if you have a right network, you will be able to make money. And if you don't have a right network, then you will not be able to make money. So it's like that. So when you do right branding, you reach out to the people, you convey the messages that you have, you keep motivating all these people who are watching you, and then you keep connecting with a similar type of people because that's the market segment you're working with. Above all, you have to be creative. You have to know exactly how you will do all of this. So you have to do in a very imaginative manner. You have to be creative, and then you have to be strategic because you cannot keep repeating those things. Say for example, suppose you went on a whitewater rafting, you cannot continue that messaging for a month. So you have to at least apply some strategy. What will happen? Usually what happens is that these are the activities that are planned at least for 2 months, and then there is a calendar which is produced, a branding calendar, and then the calendar is then followed religiously. So you as a leader or your employee who's running these campaigns, or if you have engaged somebody to drive this, you have to ensure that the branding calendar is followed, adhered to, and the strategy has to be in place. So with this, we'll stop for some time, for 1 minute or so, and there is a small quiz that you can attempt, and you can write to me with these answers if you like these, and then I can respond to you, connect with you, and we can have a debate on that. So welcome back, friends. We'll move to the next section, which is about the actual branding for small businesses and for beginners. First thing that is required here is you need to have a very strong research based strategy. You see, when you're running your own small business, um, what makes you think that you can run this business? What makes you think that, say, for example, if you open a restaurant, it'll run? Because 80% of the restaurants fail. That's a reality. Um, Not everyone succeeds. So there has to be a proper messaging that has to go out. That messaging will not go out properly if you don't have proper uh, surveying capacity, a research based decision. Because you know that, say for example, let's go back to the example of restaurants. There could be vegetarian living in that area where you open your restaurants, and then you open a non-veg restaurant. The chances are that this is a very simple example. There could be many things to it. You can open a Chinese, and the people there in the neighborhood don't like Chinese, and so on. So there could be many examples like that. I think the net point I'm trying to drive is that the research is the key to start any branding. And then before you start, so I'm taking you one step back from branding. As I said so far is that before you start your business, you have to do branding. But before you do branding, you have to do research. So I'm saying that you have to have a proper research in a very systematic manner. And the research will be based on various factors in terms of market size, in terms of how much customer will pay for your product or services, in terms of how you will reach out, what is the best method to reach out to them, how long you see this business running. If you start today, will you have a 5-year life, will you have a 10-year life, or will you have only 6 months life for that product offering? So I mean, there are 1,000 other things. I cannot talk about all of them, but I think the whole point is that you have to have research done. If you have a proper research, more data points, then that will help you drive the right branding strategy. As I talked about the branding calendar, you cannot work on a branding calendar if you don't have a research data with you. Second thing is, when you have a research based approach, then that research will also tell you that how the input from the market is helping you. Say for example, after doing research, you created a branding calendar, and then it's a 2 months branding calendar that every 3 days or 4 days you will publish something or the other, some infographics or some video or something else in various format. So when you do that, the chances are that not many people are engaging with it. So that is one feedback that your research team has to get, or you when you're doing research for your business, you need to get that input from the market. See, whatever you learn from me, or you learn from your experience, or you learn by talking to other leaders, will be of zero value if you don't hear from the market directly. So when you actually do your business, you have to ensure that the market has to give you direct feedback. You cannot get a Gartner report and apply that to your business. It is a good starting point. It is a good starting point. But when you build your business, you have to ensure that what is the market segment you're trying to reach out to, what is their feeling about you, and that feedback has to be there. That feedback will happen only if you have a proper research document with you. So I think before you start your branding, you have to do research, and this is something that I want to emphasize on. Collect as much data about the product, about the services, about the clientele, about the industry as much as you can. Build a model. I'm not suggesting that you should use this model or that model, but have some data available with you, and then decide what messages you have to send out as a branding, and then decide when you want to start manufacturing your product or services. Having done your brand research, then you have also built a branding calendar, marketing calendar. Remember, I was talking about the feedback. Now the feedback will give you this kind of picture. It will be a SWOT analysis about your business. See, you have come out with an idea. You've done research whether this idea will be successful or not. And today's world, to run different research is very simple. There are a lot of free um, websites which will conduct surveys for you, or using some of these social media you can conduct these surveys. You can ask questions, you can build a survey form and ask the question. So that could be one starting point. I'm not saying it's the best, but I'm just throwing some ideas. So for free you can start doing some research. You can do it for some time, but this research will give you a lot of inputs. What people think about you, what people think about the product that you are trying to launch, what people think about the services. Will they pay for it? I think that's a very critical question which you as a businessman has to understand that. So all of these inputs will give you uh, information to build a SWOT model. So some of you, in fact, everybody knows what is SWOT. SWOT is nothing but, in short, strength, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. So what are your strengths which you will build, and what are the weaknesses which you need to reduce? So until unless you have a research platform, until unless you have a feedback mechanism by doing proper branding, you will not be able to build your SWOT model. So you build on your strength, so you know that these are my strengths and nobody else can match that. And if you identify your weaknesses, you have to continue reducing those weaknesses. And then if you come across an opportunity, you have to ensure that you exploit, capitalize on that opportunity. And if you come across a similar threat in that, try to avoid it, bypass it. So if you have not made a model, you will not be able to come out with a SWOT analysis. So I think it's very, very important, very step by step method of building your business. You first do your research, then you do your branding. The branding will also build a mechanism to get the feedback done, either through polling or word of mouth, or send people, or conduct some actual research survey. Put that data into your SWOT model. That will give you a clear indication of how much money to invest and what to do. So the whole idea is that when you start your business, you continue doing all of these activities, and that will help you succeed in your business. And if you don't do this, then the chances are things will be at luck. The success and failure will be purely on the luck basis, not really scientific in any way. Once you have built all of these models, then you build a branding hub, a branding strategy which will be running for forever almost. So you do your research. It's a continuous process, repeatable process. The research keeps happening. Then your SWOT models keep evolving, and then your branding will keep coming out of it. So usually what happens is that how do you take your messages out in the field? It could be related to the name of the company. Now your product offering is something related to education, but you want to call it your company name is something else which has nothing to do with education, like disco, let's say, right? So then mismatch happens, and that reduces your brand value. So you have to ensure that your name, your website, and your everything is properly designed in such a way that it sends the right message out for the offering that you have. Then when you decide your logo, it should convey the right meaning again. You cannot decide a logo using your creative license and design a logo which is a mismatch to what you're offering. For example, I'm offering consulting services to startups and SMEs, and my logo is very simple. It's the name of the company. It's a very simple, well-spaced name of the company is my logo. So if somebody is using my services, they know my company and they know me, and this is the logo that I have, and I have registered this logo so nobody else can copy this. So things like that you should do, and all of this will be done easily if you have a proper research and proper branding mechanism in place. And how do you reach out to your client? You have to build a website. So your website should be in line with what your business is. And and website is nothing but is your window to the world. So is the flyer. So is a presentation. So You have to ensure that whatever you have done have a consistency across. So you have a logo, you have your company logo, your website, your flyer, your business card, and your collateral carrying the same color, same logo, no difference at all. So make sure that it is talking about the same thing, no spelling mistakes here and there. That basically makes the brand more strong. Now, once you have established the basics building block of doing this, then you come to medium of what you will be doing. So if you are say for example, if you are running a small business which is servicing the close by clients, then you can choose various methods of sending your messages. You can use a banner, you can use leaflet flyers sent out to their houses, or you can also use social media, telling them, hey, I'm doing this XYZ. And there is no second thought about it. If you don't do advertising about yourself, nobody will know that you're here, you exist here. You have to tell the world. I mean, if you don't put a board outside your office, a small office, how people will know that you're doing this XYZ activity inside this office? So you have to talk about what you're doing. You have to ensure that you reach out to the client, telling them, hey, I'm such and such person, I'm providing these services. So you have to ensure that you can reach out to, depending on what clientele you're trying to attack. Choose your method of sending your messages. And in today's environment, you can actually advertise on social media. They can choose what you want to do, what type of age group, and so on. In all of this, since in this subject we are discussing only about the how to start your business and all that, but all of this requires a lot of in-depth analysis and research, because a wrong move can spoil your brand itself. So you have to keep ensuring that you follow the best practices. You don't deviate from this practice. Even if you deviate, there has to be a proper thinking behind it, and it has to be done seriously. So you cannot execute an idea which came to you today. You have to think through. You have to also apply the SWOT model to it, cause and effect. If you convey this message, what will be the effect? All that has to get into your model, and then you keep churning. I mean, you don't do anything ad hoc. Even though if you are a solopreneur, you are running your own one-man show, you need to be very watchful of these things. We talked about co-branding, composite co-branding. That will give you something called influencers. Now, influencers are becoming very, very critical in today's world when it comes to the small, medium enterprises and also the startup. The problem is that the startups and SMEs don't have a reach like a large corporation. So that is why the influencers plays a major role, because if somebody else has bought it, it must be good. And somebody else has conveyed the right message, it must be good. So things like that. So you have to ensure that you have roped in the right type of influencers, and you simply cannot afford to ignore this aspect of influencers, because that is a reality. You have to collaborate, you have to co-brand and influence your brand, because in absence of your brand being visible X number of times, if you don't have influencers, that limitation will stick onto you. So you have to ensure that you rope in right type of co-branding influencers, co-branding people with you, or tie up with other brands, and so on. And then you can think about advertising. You can start thinking, once you have all of these things that we discussed today in today's session, then you start thinking about how much money you want to spend on advertising, and then advertise, because advertisers will take your message far and wide. So you have to ensure that when you advertise, you just simply don't advertise by paying X amount of money in a newspaper, for example. And if you're running a business which is catering to X type of people,
because going to a newspaper advertising, what is the point in doing that if people don't watch it? I mean, your target audience don't watch it. So it is important to decide what budget you have, what is the reach, and how you want to advertise. So you have reached to the point where you are thinking about advertising now by spending money. All this will not happen if you have not done the groundwork. And all of this groundwork is ignored many times because people concentrate on the offerings. They cut short all of these activities and they straight away jump to offerings. And the problem is that when you start offering, you have to continue doing that, and you will take more time to succeed. So we'll give it a break for a few minutes and come back. In the meantime, you can look at this quiz question and try to attempt it. Welcome back, friends. We will have a Q&A session. If anybody has a question, we can take that up. Or at the end of the program, we will give the email. You can reach out to us. Anything specific you have or any suggestions you have, we can take that up separately with you after this session. So to summarize, the topics that we discussed today is how do we build our research hub that will give us to create a branding strategy that will help us create our company itself. So your research will lead to your brand, will lead to your company. And then after that, you have to do your SWOT analysis. That should become your continuous improvement process. And then once you have done these basic things, then you start thinking of roping in co-branding partners. You can start thinking of roping in your influencers. You can start thinking of building your advertising strategy, and that will take you to the next step of the business. So next steps are much more elaborate, and in the next discussion we will discuss about how do you take this to create your sales strategy. You have built your company, you have built your brand, you have built your personal brand, you have built your co-branded strategy, you have also built your influencers, and you have built your advertising. Now the leads are coming in. How do you convert them? So if the lead keeps coming in, doesn't mean that it will convert automatically. You need to do something else to convert those leads, because otherwise those leads will be wasted. So you have to build a sales activities around those leads which you are getting because of your branding. Then you have to look at how do you monetize your brand itself. So that is a high level subject that we will cover in the next workshop. And over time, how you can diversify it into other businesses, because if you stick around to one business, the chances are that your business will go down after a few years of success. So you have to keep diversifying and keep doing new things. That is a rule of any business. And then when you diversify, you have to keep building your very strategically driven marketing hub, so that your brand, your personal brand, your company's brand, your product offerings, your advertisers, all are part of that ecosystem. So next workshop we'll talk about that. Business is nothing but networking. So how to become a good networker? Because if you are a good networker, then you will grow, your business will grow, people will have faith on you, and so on. And last subject in the next workshop would be how to cultivate loyalties among employees, customers, and investors. So with this, I thank you all for watching this workshop. If you have any questions, please write to me,
and I will take them up either in the next workshop or one-on-one. I will reach out to you, and we will see how we can address those challenges that you're facing. I will meet you in the next workshop. Until then, I like to say goodbye. Hello, friends. Welcome to Akul Mac Live, and I'm Chandrakant. This video is sponsored by Performance Works International. More about them in a bit. The details about Performance Works is also mentioned in the link down in the description. You can go there and find out more. But the video about today's is about crop, about food. What about climate? So I think it's very important. And recently, our Prime Minister launched one of the biggest crop program. So I want to update you about that. So why it is so important, and especially in India? Well, India is a very large country, as you know, and India has a lot of people employed in the agriculture. Uh, and if you look at the market in terms of the job opportunities in the this segment, there are already about 200 million people employed. So you can imagine, the number of people who are doing farming in our country are almost much bigger than several other countries put together. So just in one segment. Now what happens is that since we are actually a large population nation, the land size or the piece of land that is transferred from generations from father to son, so on, keep reducing in size, because the transition of the property will happen from generation to generation. The newer generation will have a smaller piece of land, and because of that, the output of individual farmer cannot be very high. But because when you started a couple of generations back, you had huge land, and now the farmers have their land is broken down because of transfer of ownership between generations. Now the farmers have small land. The problem with this segment is that the unlike other industry, where if you increase the production, your output will also increase, your revenue will also increase. The problem with this particular segment is that whatever you do, you put manure, best quality manure, put whatever it takes, irrigation projects, canals, whatever it takes to increase the earning from the piece of land for farmers, the increase will not be more than 1% at the most. So if the segment is growing at the rate of 3%, to take care of so many things, the increase will only increase by 1%. So, and that is the maximum you can get, because here we're dealing with the earth, and earth has a limited output capacity. You cannot have a lot of output from the earth. So because of that, when you talk about earning for farmers, their piece of lands are smaller, and crop they are getting right now is even smaller, because the individual farmer makes lot of not lot of money, and that is why they live, most of them live below poverty line. The farming business is very fruitful if you have large piece. So there are two things you can do: either acquire the piece of land, and but then for that there are regulations, or you increase the crop. So we will discuss this issue here. And as you can see, what I'm trying to show here is that in terms of the topsoil, which is very vital for growing plants, the 0.5 million is used for agriculture in India, and almost 4.7 billion hectares are used as a forest land. So we cannot destroy forest in order to increase our farmland. So you can imagine, the farmland is almost like 10% of the forest land. So we still very fortunate to have a lot of forest in our country. But at the same time, when we have to look at aspirations of 200 million people of our almost like 15% of our population, we have to find a solution out of this whole issue, because 200 million and the land is not increasing, whereas the population is increasing, the number of farmers are increasing, but the land is not increasing. And if you look at the agriculture style is very, very dependent on the weather patterns. So as you know, friends, we have a monsoon pattern, and because of that, we have two major crop seasons. One is soon after the monsoon, and one is before the monsoon start, before the summers, the Great Indian Summers. So monsoon controls a lot of automatic distribution of nutrient, water, etc. And hence, the agriculture style is also very highly dependent on the oncoming of monsoon, even though there are a lot of rains and floods many times here in our country, but that is very vital to maintain the current ecosystem of farmland that we have. So it's very important. Unless we develop some alternative systems, like a small country like Israel has done, where you actually don't depend on monsoon for water and other flood related nutrient distribution systems, where you actually identify and distribute those artificially, like this one in the picture behind me. uh, this is a water irrigation system, and it is able to filter provide water to a big farm without depending on the rain patterns. So this kind of style of agriculture is not prevalent in India. So we have to invest a lot because we are a big country. If we want to change the style of agriculture in order to increase the output of farm income, increase the farm income and output also from the land. The second issue we will have is we have to embark on mega projects of building multiple canals across the nation to bring water from the rivers. I mean, we have no dearth of fresh water. The big rivers like Ganga and Brahmaputra are already bringing a lot of water in plains. But if we want to increase our farming land, we have to construct new topsoils, and we have to bring water to that particular area. So we have to identify which new area which is right now barren, not forested, can we use that as a farming land where there is no life being available in the nature life, or there is nobody who's living there. So is there an option to convert? Now the problem with this method is that it will take a lot of time to start giving results, because if we build a lot of canals, we build topsoils from other areas and bring it to the, I think it will take about 15 to 20 years for this project to start giving um, results. So we have to continue to do this. There has to be balance between how much we should invest in building these projects and how much we should do to acquire new tech. The third thing that we need to improve is distribution of important products like urea, which are predominantly used in farming, and it is very good for plants for providing the nutrient for growth. But urea as a chemical is also a very sought after chemical in the industries also. So one good thing that Indian government has done for past 6-7 years is that they are neem coating the urea granules, and neem is a natural product, and after neem coating, the product will be useful only for the agriculture, and it will not be useful for the other industries. So by doing this, we are protecting our interest, and we are not allowing the price of urea to jack up, because other industrialists who can increase their output, they can pay more for this chemical called urea, and now since it is coated with neem, it is useless for other industries. So something good for the favor of farmers, the government of India doing. But in the end, what people want, what the consumer want all the organic material, like our forefathers are getting. During olden times, there was no artificial chemicals, there was no artificial fertilizers. Everything was organic. That means it never harms the nature. Whatever we put into plants, uh, pesticides, etc., they were all nature friendly. So the trend now for last at least 15 years, at least in India, is that to consume as much as possible organic food. This is what the consumer wants. But the challenge is that if you go to organic farming, then the throughput of your farmland will even further reduce. So I think there has to be a right balance between how much output you can get from the farmland and how farmer can increase his income. Yet the consumer aspirations are also maintained. So keeping that in mind, it is very well known. I have given you a lot of data today. I've given you the amount of water we have, amount of farming land we have, why we have this situation in India because of population. So understanding all of this life cycle, I think the only way is to use the genetically engineered crops, which will give you more output from that piece of land. That is the only way out here. Considering, I mean, we can't spend a lot of exchequers money in digging canals, taking water, and in the end, we will only realize that there is no topsoil to grow proper cultivation, to grow different kinds of vegetation there. So it is a very slow process, and we can't really meddle with Mother Nature and force anything. It'll be a mega project which will last for 20 to 30 years if we want to increase the farmland from what we have today. And so the only best way to grow output is to do more research into genetically engineered crop, which will give you more output per hectare. And that is why this news is so important when Mr. Modi has gifted 35 new species that are purely developed by Indian scientists in terms of giving more output. And this has been developed by Indian scientists, and they are best for Indian conditions, which is like hot and humid, and resistance to uh, more diseases which are found in the plants in this part of the world. So these are all those kind of crops which are engineered specifically for the Indian farming and farming needs and farmer output from their field. And there are 35 of them, and all of them are widely used in India, like wheat, tur dal, soya bean, jowar, maize, and so on, mustard seeds. These are very, very widely used across India. And there are two things that they are trying to solve by, using these crops. One is that these crops will be more resilient to the environment, and they will give you more output. So you will not have to spend extra money in putting a lot of fertilizers and pesticides. They will be resilient. They will give you more output. I think the training institute, agriculture training institute across the country are going to provide this the farming people and take this information with training, proper training back there, so that they can leverage this new scientific discoveries or invention, whatever you want to call it. These are new species which are totally developed by genetically engineering the crop by Indian scientists. So this is why this is a very big news, and this will increase the output of the current farmers, thus will increase their income as well. So this is a fantastic news. This is going to change the outlook on the farm sector in India. Um, the government is spending a lot of efforts in terms of bringing these new types of crops to the farmer, giving proper training, doing neem coating of urea granules, also giving a lot of financial benefits to the farmer, because over the years, as I explained in the beginning, the farmland is small for individual farmers. So by doing these steps, they will be able to increase the um income of small farmers, and gradually they will start building canals and starting raising the farmland where currently there is barren land, by taking water to those areas and also bringing topsoil into these areas, giving farmers, future farmers, ability to buy new land so that they can increase the size of their farm plots. So friends, do let me know what you think about it. Engage with us by giving comments, and I will catch you.
This video is sponsored by Performance Works International.
Are you ready for the challenges facing the modern workplace? Recent events have taught us the importance of transformation. Businesses now face a perfect storm of challenges. No business is too big to fail, and many are too slow to succeed. Our workforce is changing fast. We're entering a new age of empowerment, and everyone can contribute. The Inner CEO reveals how we can all play a part in making leading at all levels a reality. Written by Jeremy Blaine, an expert on business transformation and growth, it provides a roadmap to help everyone unleash their inner CEO and contribute beyond their job role, whatever their level. Traditionally, strategy has been owned by the few. Now it's time for the many to contribute. Leadership must come from a broader base. Everyone has the potential to step up and make things happen. It's a new model of collective and collaborative leadership which unleashes the power of people, enabled by appropriate technology and a supportive management structure. The book provides a roadmap for a bold new age of empowerment. Supported by a range of resources, the book provides a toolkit to help anyone unleash their inner CEO. Organisation health, development and growth is owned at all levels. Are you ready to unleash the inner CEO?
Hello friends, this is Chandrakant, and in this series, as you already know, that we are discussing about the digital quotient, which is the next level of intellect measurement, and the digital knowledge plays a major role in understanding the humans, professionals, about their ability to find relevance in the industry which is going to come forward. So we have already discussed a few aspects about what is going to happen, what is the digital question. So in this session we will talk about the optimum use of technology. See, the DQ as it stands today is responsible for making sure that people with higher DQ will be more relevant, and they will be selected by the large enterprises as a workforce in the next decade or so. Now, when we say DQ, understanding of digital knowledge, it doesn't mean that they have to have futuristic knowledge. They have to have the right knowledge which works today as well as continue their career for next 2 decades. So what is the optimum use of technology? As the name suggests, is that all walks of life are undergoing major changes today. So if you look at uh, the schools used to look like this. the schools were already quite automated. Each PC was given, individual PCs were given to students in some of the high-end schools, but almost all schools have the computer lab, and toddlers who are in the second or third standards are learning to code. So the schools have changed quite a bit. They rely heavily on the internet, they rely heavily on the school ERPs. But from 2020 onwards, since the DQ is going to play a major role, the schools are also transforming into something new. So because of lockdown, because of COVID, this is how the school looks like. So you see the school has transformed from a classroom with computers on the table to a desk in your house, and the kid is actually using his personal computer to access his school system. So what has changed now? I mean, this technology was always there, and now it has been optimally taken to the people, to the students, and the students are now realizing the power of the internet, that they can access like a classroom from anywhere, any part of the world. They can access and join the school class along with the teacher, where the teacher can actually come using a video platform, and using audio video the training of different subjects can be imparted. In fact, on the digital platform, what is required optimally is the e-learning module. Also required is a video platform so that the teacher can operationalize the education part of it, and some sort of scoring system, some sort of hard disk where each individual work is stored, and there is an assessment. So this completes the school environment, and the students are using it. So I think that there has been a profound changes to the way we actually work, and the people or the students who are studying in an offline manner but in an online platform uh, will be much more inclined to have higher DQ in years to come. Similarly, this is a photo of a usual office where you get a couple of TV screens or a monitor, and you go to office, go to your meeting room, discuss with your colleagues, make presentations, give presentation, call clients, have a client meeting, have your staff meetings, have your peer meetings, and so on. So you go to a place of work and discuss things uh, in terms of how do you deliver. But even that office is now gone work from home, and this is how the typical office looks like today. So the office environment is also completely changed. People are working from home. In fact, there are a lot of organizations which are giving benefits like working from home forever. So I think you have to go to office once in a month, maybe for half an hour, just to have a cup of coffee with your colleagues in a physical world. But most of the time you're working from home, and what it takes for you to work from home is a VPN connection given by your office, which is secure, makes it secure if you connect using VPN. Then you have all this paraphernalia along with it. You have a touchpad, you have speakers, you have camera, you have your mobile phones, and so on. This is how you actually work in an office today. Going forward, people who are more comfortable with this environment will have higher DQ in order to cope up with next things, next wave of higher technology which is going to hit us. The next wave of higher technology which will hit us is the real virtual environment. Now when I say real virtual environment, it's really the virtual office, virtual school. So what is virtual office? Virtual office is that it actually replicates physical environment into your work from home scenario. So say for example you want to have a cup of coffee with your person, the person brings his coffee, you bring your own coffee, and you get into a huddle room. And the system will be available in future which will provide a huddle session within your system. So on your VPN. So this is how things are going to change and take shape in future. So you will have virtual colleges, virtual schools, virtual office, and so on. Now this is something which is quite optimum. You can use these technologies which has been there for quite some time, but now you're leveraging to your own benefit. You are now bringing a lot of Internet of Things into this scenario. You may probably get into a virtual reality scenario, who knows. But people with higher DQ will destined to succeed in this new change. Now we have already discussed about the office environment and the school environment. What about the physical activity? What about manufacturing? Wait, there are changes happening there as well. Now this is a typical picture of a 3D printer which you can buy off the shelf from Amazon. So what does it do? You can plan things, you can design things, and you can then make a physical model out of your design. This is exactly what is happening. Now think about a situation where you take a 3D printer offshore, and the 3D printer is kept there, and it is supposed to build something. So what a person has to do from his office, he has to establish a link using internet with his 3D printer and give it a command remotely. So you see there are changes happening in the manufacturing arena also. In the future there will be a lot of 3D printers, and people will have to work, technicians or people or foremen who usually work in the factory will have to give command from their virtual office sitting at their work from home scenario. So even there the changes are profound and which are happening. So people with higher DQ will get better employment of in the manufacturing arena, in the factories, because they don't have to go to the factory, they have to work, but they have to control the machinery using their systems, using their home PC, and get connected to 3D printers or any other device, and so on. There has been a lot of similar arenas in the medical also, where the operations are being done by robotic arms, but the robotic arms are being controlled by doctors who are operating the patient from 10,000 kilometers. So things are very rapidly changing. Everyone should embrace this change, because world is not going to wait for those people who don't have higher DQ. So it is important to understand these changes which are happening, and everyone should try or stride harder to get more of the higher DQ in terms of staying relevant, creating opportunities, or leveraging opportunities which are being generated by the industry of the future. So this is something which I wanted to bring to you about optimum utilization of technology, and understanding how you can optimally utilize the technology. So dear friends, I will meet you next time in this series called DQ from Top Brass. Do write to me if you have any questions, any other subject which you want to cover. We will cover that in this series. And if you have any questions, do write to me. We will take up those questions in the next program. Bye bye, and see you next time.